Shadows. Academy of Magical Beings, Book 1. By Emery Cole. Chapter 1. All of us have darkness inside us. That's what they tell one when one is born a witch. If one is fortunate enough to be born into a whole family of witches, one will grow up with cool and casual comprehension of the darkness within you. The less fortunate ones who are born as anomalies, representing the singular ounce of magic in their entire family tree, don't learn about the darkness or get a chance to grapple with it until later in life. I guess I should be grateful that I'm part of the former crowd. My parents were born with magic running through their veins, as were their parents before them, and so on and so forth. Both of my sisters are witches too. Darkness is not a foreign concept to us. However, just because it is familiar doesn't mean it's welcome in one's daily lives. All witches and warlocks are born with the ability to wield both light and dark magic, my mother said to my sisters and me when we were young. What matters is not the proportion of lightness to darkness, but rather the path that you choose to walk down. But always remember, girls, that we receive our magic from nature itself, and nature constantly seeks balance. If you act against nature, there will always be consequences. I never really understood my mother's words. At least, not all the way. I was the youngest of my sisters, so when she lectured us about our powers, I was always the comparative novice, nodding obediently in the background. When it came down to it, I wasn't sure how one acted against nature if nature was so mysterious and unpredictable in the first place. I like to think that the earth was good and generous, so therefore it would always endeavor to thrive in lightness. And yet, if there was a thirst for balance, surely there was plenty of natural darkness all around us? The autumn equinox was barely a week ago, but it was cold enough that morning to turn my soft exhales into little clouds of condensation before me. I loved this time of year. Although the leaves were falling, the river was freezing, and the metaphor of death abounded, it always felt fresher than spring when October arrived. There was an inexplicable sense of peace in the knowledge that our side of the world was becoming more consumed by shadows each day, creeping ever closer to the darkest day of the year. Not that I would ever admit that out loud. People would stop calling me shy, and simply refer to me as spooky from that point onward. That's why I loved the mountains so much. They never judged me for feeling at home within them. Triplet Peaks rose above the town of Deadwater, Maine, rounded and forested densely with evergreens, providing the gateway to grander mountains in the distance with freshwater springs that fed the Deadwater River that curved through the valley and lent my hometown its namesake. I'd been hiking on the three mountains for years, ever since my mother gave up trying to stop me from wandering onto them. I was the only local that dared to walk among their shadows. The mountains were called the Three Sisters, and in some ways they were famous. Stories were told of the ghosts and monsters that dwelled in their trees, luring unwitting tourists into them. Each year, Deadwater received a number of visitors who possessed absolutely no magical ability, nor mere appreciation for the mysticism of Mother Earth whatsoever. These visitors were drawn to town because they heard the stories of people who set foot on the Three Sisters and returned with wide-eyed horror written on their faces, their souls forever marred by whatever they witnessed amongst the trees. Some visitors never made it off the mountains alive. Each crop of tourists thought they were brave enough to laugh in the face of the cursed Three Sisters. Every single one of them was proven wrong. Personally, I thought it was a mob mentality thing. Like, a bunch of people were spooked by some rickety old pines groaning in the wind, and a few mischievous chipmunks in the bushes, and because they weren't accustomed to the rugged, raw nature of the Maine wilderness, their minds translated the entire experience into a nightmare. Truthfully, I didn't think there was anything haunting the mountains. In all my time exploring the Three Sisters, I was never given a reason to believe there were monsters or ghosts stalking the forest. It was only a few minutes after dawn, when the soles of my faithful hiking boots tread a familiar path up the eastern sister of the three mountains. The eastern peak was the closest to my house, which sat at the end of an otherwise ordinary suburban lane at the base of the dark summits. I breathed in the comforting scent of fresh pine needles and decaying maple leaves, relishing the brisk autumn air in my lungs. It was said that the cleanest air in the country could be found in this region. No wonder nature and her magic thrived here. It didn't take long for me to reach the top of the mountain. Not only because I could trek up and down either of the three with my eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back, but also because the Three Sisters were not particularly tall mountains. The summit of the eastern peak could be reached in about half an hour if you knew where you were going. At the top of the mountain, the spindly pines gave way to rough brown boulders and a small pond that was both fed and drained by a trickling stream. I took a seat on my usual rock by the pond and watched a flock of Canadian geese soar overhead on their way south for the winter. The sky was the color of cotton candy, simultaneously pastel pink and muted blue as the sun took her time making her appearance. Glancing over my shoulder at a rustling sound in the bushes nearby, I smiled as a trio of pheasants waddled across my path, caring little for my presence in their habitat. That was another legend about the mountains. They said that any living thing which dwelled atop the Three Sisters came in threes, no more and no less. I suppose I hadn't paid enough attention to quantifying the beauty around me to know if I could disprove that theory. I only ever wanted to admire it. Placing my palms on the cold, grainy surface of the boulder beneath me, I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. I could feel the hum of the earth, the pure magic that not everyone could sense was there. It must be miserable to not know how magically alive the world could be. Even though I didn't believe in the scary stories about the Three Sisters, I was keenly aware of the darkness within the mountains. It was hard to ignore, especially when I stopped to listen. To other witches and wizards, the sensation of darkness was a warning not to tread on this earth, but I never saw things that way. Rather, the mountains always seemed to call out to me. It was as if I belonged on them. In many ways, I felt like the darkness within them matched the darkness within me. It was confusing, though. I wasn't skilled in elemental magic, least of all that which dealt in earth. Why would the mountains sing for me, if I wasn't the kind of witch who could harmonize with their powers? I chalked it up to the fact that this land was my birthplace. Our powers were always stronger when we were home. And just because I could feel the darkness inside me without trying, didn't mean that I was destined to become a dark witch. Just like my mother said, it is our choices that make us who we truly are. Even if the legend of the Three Sisters and their origin was true, my affinity for them wasn't doom. I wasn't cursed like them. I couldn't be. I was just me. I was hardly important enough to be plagued by a curse. Deciding that I'd had enough of the mountains and their mysteries for one morning, I opened my eyes, stood up from the rock, and shoved my hands into the pockets of my corduroy jacket. Tucking away the stray curls of ebony hair that managed to escape from underneath my beanie during the hike, I marched back toward the forest and began my descent. As usual, I was alone in the woods. The Deadwater locals who liked to dwell in the wilderness preferred to spend their leisure time in the less ominous woodland areas that surrounded the Three Sisters. They avoided the Triplet Mountains, as if there was an invisible barrier around them, barring them from entry. Whenever tourists came into town loudly declaring they were planning to brave the Three Sisters, the locals tutted their tongues in disapproval. Even those who knew nothing about the witches and warlocks that flocked to Deadwater wouldn't tolerate such foolishness. Thus, in their eyes, I was the resident madwoman. I didn't mind the reputation. I preferred to be alone, so being known as the freak who was bold enough to hike on the Three Sisters suited me fine. I enjoyed the solitude and the peace it brought me as I walked down the gentle slope of the mountainside. Ever since I turned 18 and started college, life had become busier and more complicated than I expected. There were so many expectations tossed my way, especially since my older sisters were so gifted and my mother was, well, simply put, one of the most respected witches of her generation. I didn't feel like an adult, but I suddenly had to have big ambitions and noticeable potential. If I was being honest though, I didn't know what I wanted out of life. I just wanted things to be simple and peaceful, like the mountains. On top of that, I also wanted to stop feeling like I had to worry about the tendrils of darkness that curled around the edges of my psyche. It was like smoke, but not the kind that chokes and consumes. Rather, I wanted to reach out to it and offer it fuel. The problem was that I knew I wasn't supposed to want that. When I was about a quarter of a mile away from the base of the mountain, I suddenly realized that I was no longer alone. As the realization struck me, I stopped dead in my tracks and squinted through the branches to catch a glimpse of the traveler who decided to brave the three sisters that morning. Except when I saw the boy who walked alone through the dense thicket of trees, I realized that he wasn't a traveler at all. He wasn't a local either, though. It was Cody Waterman. He hadn't noticed me yet, too busy fighting his way through the untamed forest to glance up and realize that he was not alone. Like me, Cody was a freshman at the local university, but he wasn't from Deadwater. He was from somewhere on the West Coast, which I only knew because I overheard some girls sitting behind me in one of our orientation lectures a few weeks ago giggling about how handsome he was. I supposed he was handsome. Cody was tall and thin, sort of lanky, but he carried himself in a way that made it seem more charming than awkward. He had longish black hair, wavy and gleaming as it skimmed the tops of his shoulders, which contrasted sharply with his pale skin. As it turned out, however, Cody's good looks didn't get him very far in our school's higher social circles. After just a few days of flirtation attempts from curious girls, it became immediately evident that Cody was a certified recluse. He hardly said a word in class, not that I had any right to make judgments on that front, and usually stuck to the fringes of crowds, lurking on the sidelines and keeping to himself. From what I observed, he turned away all their party invitations and eager interrogations. He didn't want to be popular. In that sense, Cody Waterman and I had a lot in common. Not that I cared. Obviously. I sighed and stepped out from behind my hiding place, provided by the trunk of a maple tree. Cody clearly had no idea where he was going, and even if he didn't get eaten alive by the alleged beasts that lurked on the three sisters, he was going to get himself lost in the woods within the next 10 minutes if I didn't provide assistance. When I cleared my throat, Cody halted and looked up in surprise. He stared at me with wide eyes for a second, then collected himself and straightened, facing me from a couple yards away. "Canada is that way," I said, pointing northward to his right. "Deadwater is behind you to the east." Cody smiled timidly, brushing a strand of hair back from his face. He had boyishly handsome features, a beauty that was not traditionally masculine considering his narrower jawline and full lips, but it really worked for him. He was unique. No wonder the girls all fell for him, or whatever. "I know you," he said, ignoring my directions. "You're Alyssa, right? We have history of witchcraft together." "Yes, us and 200 other freshmen," I quipped, unsure why I was being so standoffish. His presence caught me off guard, as did his crooked smile. "Right?" He chuckled, unbothered by my attitude. "You shouldn't be up here on the mountains," I told him. "It's dangerous. Especially if you're alone and you have no idea where you're going, which you obviously don't." "Well, if it's so dangerous, what are you doing up here?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. Perhaps the whispers about me hadn't found their way to him yet. Classes only started a month ago. Being from the other side of the country, he wouldn't know about my odd habit. Still, it was strange that the general gossip about the cursed mountains hadn't reached him. Usually, newcomers to Deadwater knew not to get within spitting distance of the three sisters by their second day in town. "Don't worry about me," I told him. "Anyway, I'm on my way down. I have an 8 o'clock class, so..." Instead of finishing my sentence, I trailed off and started walking again, stepping past him. "An 8 o'clock class? That's rough," he replied conversationally. I glanced over my shoulder at him. I'd never seen him say more than 2 words to another person, so why was he being so chatty with me? "Yeah," was all I offered in response before continuing on my way. Cody didn't say anything else. Thankfully, he didn't follow me, but he also didn't keep going up the mountain. There was nothing but silence behind me as I followed my usual unmarked trail. I swore I could feel his eyes on me until I moved around a copse of firs and disappeared from sight. I wondered what he was doing up there. Did he feel the darkness too? Was there a part of him that recognized it within himself, just like I did? Who cares? I asked myself. You're a loner, and Cody is a loner. Loners don't flock together. Chapter 2. Seriously? Again? Carissa remarked, when I walked through the front door of the creaky old Victorian that we grew up in. One of these days, you're going to go for a hike on those creepy mountains and never return. They'll have to put your face on the back of a milk carton, or whatever they do nowadays for stuff like that. Carissa, the middle sister, was leaning against the kitchen counter with a mug of freshly brewed coffee in her hands. As usual, she was dressed like she was about to walk the runway for Ralph Lauren. Starched collar, pleated skirt, and just enough edge to make the entire ensemble look chic rather than girlish. I ignored her commentary and hung my coat up on the hook by the door, then brushed past her to dig the orange juice out of the fridge. She'd been teasing me about the mountains and plenty of other things for years. It wasn't that Carissa was naturally mean-spirited, but rather that she had a habit of passing her judgment on others a little too vocally. I figured she simply liked the sound of her own voice. Nick's having a party at his place this weekend, Carissa continued casually, as if she hadn't just vaguely insulted me a mere minute ago, her gaze trained on her phone screen. You should come. Fighting the urge to roll my eyes, I fixed Carissa with a dull stare. She knew as well as anyone that I wasn't going to show up at a senior's house party, even if he was her boyfriend. I began, but Carissa saw the protest brewing in my eyes and jumped in to cut me off. Come on, Alyssa, she grumbled. You're 18 now. You're in college. You should be having fun, not skulking around in the woods like Bigfoot. I am not. Oh, there you are, our mother trilled, bustling into the kitchen with her bag strung over her shoulder, as she shoved a pair of earrings into her ears and shuffled over to the entryway where all our shoes were stacked haphazardly on an antique bookshelf. Alyssa, darling, if you're going to go out for walks before anyone else wakes up, can you leave a note or send a text to the family group chat? Of course, I could always do a locator spell on you, but I'd like to give my children at least some semblance of privacy. Sorry, Mom, I replied. Will do. Thanks, honey, she said, setting down her tote bag stuffed with books just long enough to shove her arms into her jacket and then secure the straps back over her shoulder. Have either one of you seen your coffee? Carissa chuckled, holding out a travel mug toward our mother with a knowing smirk. Thank you, dear, our mother crooned, scurrying over to grab her much-needed caffeine fix from Carissa. What would I do without you? I have a meeting in 10 minutes, and as usual, time seems incapable of cooperating with me. No problem, Mom, Carissa replied with a grin, tossing her long chestnut brown waves over her shoulder. She basked in the rays of our mother's warm approval. Carissa, the golden child. The prettiest, the smartest, and the most magically gifted Quinlan sister. She was the darling of every professor on campus, and adored by all the students. Our mother didn't play favorites, but, since she was a teacher at the university her daughters attended, the three of us doing well in class reflected positively back on her. Carissa had been on the dean's list for the past 2 years, and even Everly, who was a doctoral student now, shined bright on her transcripts. It wasn't that I didn't do well in school, but it was hard to stand out when I had sisters like Carissa and Everly to compare myself to. Did Everly already leave? Our mother asked in a distracted tone as she bustled to the door. Yeah, she said something about needing to get to the archives before they open for the rest of the students, Carissa reported back. Everly was working on becoming a professor of anthropology and folklore. It was an odd choice for a young, talented witch to make because it involved more research than actual magic wielding, but Everly had always been much more interested in the power of knowledge than anything else. Our mother tutted her tongue. That girl works too much. Then, as if to indicate that she was no better at having an adequate work-life balance, our mother flung open the front door and hurried out into the brisk autumn air. Carissa turned as I finished my drink and placed the cup in the sink. Anyway, Alyssa, about that party, she grinned and waggled her eyebrows at me. No thanks? I sighed. I appreciate the invitation, but I'm really not interested. Sorry. Carissa furrowed her brow. Do you even have any friends? You do realize that you have to actually talk to people in order to have a social life, right? Plus, you're a pretty girl, Alyssa. I bet there are a bunch of guys on this campus who'd love to get to know you. Leave it to my sister to believe that friends and male attention are the two most important things in the world. That stuff came so easily to her. Carissa was a natural charmer and barely had to try to be popular. She never understood why I wasn't the same, but the simple truth of the matter was that we were merely wired differently. I didn't want to be surrounded by a devoted posse of beautiful people at all times. If I did, I wouldn't spend the majority of my time hiking alone in the forest. Carissa, no offense, but I really don't think I'm going to find the kind of people I want to be friends with at a party hosted by Nick Arsenault, I remarked. What's that supposed to mean? I could see that I'd offended her, and quickly tried to clarify myself. I just meant that I'm not like you, I told her. We have different ideas of what constitutes a fun time. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll stop being disappointed that I'm not the little sister you hoped for. That's not how. Carissa began to protest, but then she trailed off with a loud scoff as I flinched and turned to leave the kitchen. I had a hard time figuring out the best time to tell the truth, and when to otherwise play nice for the other person's sake, which was one of the main ways that Carissa and I differed. She was a people pleaser. And I didn't really understand people in the first place. Leaving the conversation unfinished, knowing that my sister would move on in a heartbeat once she received a distraction from one of her 300 closest friends, I made my way up the creaky stairs to my bedroom. I had the smallest bedroom in the house, but it came with the best view. Along the far wall, 2 arched windows overlooked the backyard where my mother kept her gardens, the dense forest line that embraced our family's property, and just above the spiked tips of the evergreens, the rounded rise of each of the 3 sisters. I got lucky with the scenic perspective. This had been my room ever since I was born, and it had been converted into my nursery. If my sisters and I were born in any other order, I might have been stuck with a street view like Everly's bedroom, or a dull view of the neighbor's side yard like Carissa's room. I closed the door behind me and peeled off my hiking clothes, shivering slightly as the cold mountain air clung to my skin. Now that I was alone again, my mind instantly went back to Cody Waterman. What was he doing out there? He didn't exactly come across as a skilled wilderness explorer. Cody was stumbling blindly through the brush, not even trying to determine the vague path that would get him up the mountainside in the most efficient way. On top of that, he didn't seem particularly bothered by the cursed rumors that hung like a black cloud over the mountains. With a quiet exhale, I shook my head as if to dispel thoughts of Cody from my mind. It was probably just a random event. He got curious. That's all. Hopefully, he would heed my warning and stay away from the 3 sisters. Truthfully, there was a significant and admittedly selfish part of me that was glad to have the mountains all to myself. I took my time getting dressed. I still had about half an hour before I had to leave for class, since our house was only a 5-minute walk from campus. Usually, underclassmen had to live in one of the dorms, but since my mother was a professor, an exception was made for me, as well as my sisters before me. Unlike Carissa, I didn't bother to dress up in a stylish ensemble. I wouldn't even know where to begin if I had to. Pulling on a pair of black jeans and a dark green sweater, I wandered to the mirror hanging on the back of my door and used my fingers to tame the unruly shoulder-length waves that sprung forth from my head with utter disregard for orderliness. In the end, I gave up and tied the thick twists back with a rubber band. My mother always fondly commented on the fact that I got my curls from my father. I was just an infant when he passed away, so I don't remember him, but I knew from the pictures she kept that she was right. When I decided that my appearance was decent enough, I plopped down at the tiny antique desk, standing dutifully between the windows, and smiled at the little glass tank that rested on the shelves above it. "Good morning, sirs," I murmured, lifting up the cover of the tank and resting my fingertips on the top edge patiently. Come on, sweetie. I know it's early. As it turned out, my affinity for cursed lands wasn't the only unique thing about me. Some witches, but certainly not all, were blessed with the company of a familiar. Most of the time, you didn't know what the creature would be or when it would show up, but once it appeared in your life, you knew that you were bonded forever. I was the only witch in my family who had a familiar, and one of the few students at school with one as well. Familiars were more than mere pets. Whether cat, toad, dog, or whatever else, your familiar shared a piece of your soul. It understood you. Most importantly, however, it lent you an extra source of power. Because of that, a lot of witches and warlocks over the centuries tried to force familiars with spells and enchantments, but everyone nowadays knew that such a thing was impossible. It had to be the one to choose you. After some gentle humming, there was a rustling of movement in the dark sand at the bottom of the tank. Then a tiny head the color of onyx stones poked out, flicking its pink tongue at me. With a friendly wiggle, the snake reached up toward where my fingers curled over the edge of her tank and slithered up over the top of my hand, curving to the shape of my knuckles. I lifted her out of her enclosure and let her wrap around my hands and fingers lazily as she awakened from her slumber. She was barely 10 inches long and about the width of my pinky finger, but I adored her. I named her Circe, after the famously formidable witch in the Odyssey, though I had to try many name options before she finally accepted that one. Circe found me when I was 13 years old. I was in the backyard, lounging underneath an oak tree at the edge of the forest, reading a book, when she gracefully rose from the long grass and curled around my ankle. Instantly, I knew she wasn't a normal snake. She was completely black, her scales matte and devoid of shine like natural stone, and even though she couldn't speak to me in a language with human words and sentences, I felt a sense of warmth and comfort from the snake. I brought her inside to show my mother, who confirmed that no such species of snake existed naturally in this region, and that I had, in fact, gained a familiar. At the time, Carissa was 15, her worst age if you ask me, and wasn't very good at disguising how envious she was about the fact that I had a familiar and she didn't. She made snide remarks about how Circe was just a slimy reptile, despite her smooth and dry scales. If it found you when you were in the woods, it probably came from the three sisters, Carissa had remarked with a petulant frown. And nothing good comes from those mountains. I chose to ignore her back then, as well as the many other anti-snake and anti-mountain remarks that spewed forth after the fact. Eventually, after a few years, Carissa gave up and decided to ignore the fact that Circe existed at all, which was fine with me. Circe was so small that hardly anyone was aware of the fact that I brought her almost everywhere with me. The thing about Circe was that she had a very unique ability to disguise herself, something that wasn't common even amongst the oddest of familiars. "It's the 1st of October, Circe," I whispered to her as she wrapped around her usual place on my left wrist. "We've officially made it through the first month at Arsinoe University." Circe's tongue flicked out again, tickling my skin with a congratulatory touch. Then, with the ease of a task that has been done over and over for years, Circe curled the pointed end of her tail around the other end of her body, resting her head atop the delicate knot and growing still. Seconds later, what had once been a living, breathing creature was mere metal, a dark gunmetal silver that was cold to the touch. If anyone glanced at my wrist, they would think I was wearing a snake-shaped bracelet, and if I ran my fingers over it and didn't know any better, I would think that Circe had never been alive in the first place. I didn't know how or why my familiar turned animate before my eyes to camouflage itself. Even my mother was stumped to come up with a reasonable explanation. It was unheard of. Everly looked into the folklore and found nothing, and Carissa used it as fuel for her argument that Circe was not a real familiar but an abomination, but I chose to accept the fact that Circe was merely special. I'd never had reason to fear her. Maybe it was a bit pathetic of me, but even though Circe couldn't talk back to me, I thought of the little snake as one of my closest friends. "Okay," I muttered to the motionless twist of metal on my wrist before tucking it safely under the sleeve of my sweater. "Let's go to school." Chapter 3. The prevailing belief in modern magical society is that all witches and warlocks have the capacity to use both dark and light magic, though some individuals may have a stronger affinity for one over the other. As such, recent efforts have been made by lawmakers and scholars to not paint dark magic as inherently immoral, so as not to discriminate against those who are allegedly born darker, and therefore cannot access light magic as freely as mainstream society. These endeavors are, of course, extremely controversial, and have been a hot topic of debate for the past few decades. The real question at play is whether witches and warlocks truly are born with more strength in either dark or light magic, and whether they have any ability to change their fate. Researchers have been working hard to uncover the science behind this magical theory, but little progress has been made. The topic first arose in 1922 when a Belgian warlock by the name of René Dupont. Bored by the dull text in front of me, I lifted my eyes from my textbook and stared out the window of the library, where I sat in an isolated corner on the third floor at a table that I was pretty sure no other student knew existed. My left wrist was bare again, as Circe had come to life the moment I settled down in my private corner of the library to go hunt down spiders in the dusty corners of the shelves. I was supposed to be outlining an essay for modern magical ethics, also known as Me 100, a class required for all freshmen, but I was having a hard time focusing. Ethics was a confusing topic too entrenched in vague philosophy for my taste. Plus, I had no interest in becoming a politician, so debates on the nature of morality felt like a waste of time. How could anyone definitively decide what was right or wrong anyway? Everyone had a different perspective on life, and it was, therefore, impossible for people to agree on anything. And I didn't like arguing. Outside the old warped glass in the Arsinoe University library window panes, students were wandering to and fro across the narrow paths that created a web across campus. It was only late afternoon, but the sun was already setting. People were heading to dinner or to late classes or to study with their friends, chatting amongst themselves as they scrunched their shoulders up to protect their necks from the October chill. Arsinoe University wasn't a normal college. It was highly exclusive, designed to educate young witches and warlocks in regular human subjects as well as the magical arts. Founded about a century ago by a French immigrant named Georges Arsinoe, it was the first of its kind. Up until then, those who possessed magic didn't have the option to study at the post-secondary level unless they taught themselves or paid a private tutor. Nowadays, there were universities like this one all over the world, but Arsinoe University was known for being one of the most selective, mostly due to the fact that it was a pioneer in the field of magical education. The school wasn't like Hogwarts or something either. Although the campus was composed of very old and austere buildings, it was nothing like the fantasies of imaginative, non-magical humans. Witches in the real world didn't use wands or wear pointy hats. In fact, to the normal humans who lived in the surrounding town of Deadwater, Arsinoe University looked like any other competitive liberal arts college with a seemingly regular student body. Sure, sometimes a careless sophomore would accidentally let a demon loose during Cursed Objects Lab, and we'd have to watch our backs until the creature could be located and sent back to hell, but we still had boring lectures and tedious assignments just like any other college students. Or at least, so I'd heard. Everything I knew about non-magical universities was from movies and television. While I watched all the people scatter around on the quad outside, Circe slithered up the leg of the table, assumably satiated with plenty of library-dwelling spiders, and curled up for a nap beside my pencil case. She offered me a judgmental glance before closing her tiny eyes, which I knew was her way of showing disapproval for my distracted state of mind. Circe wanted me to do well in school, not because she believed I had a responsibility to live up to my older sister's potential, but because she wanted to see me fulfill my true potential. That was a familiar's job, after all, to encourage and support us. But what good was forcing myself to focus, if it only made me more frustrated that I couldn't absorb a single word on the page despite my best efforts? Ignoring my familiar's wordless judgment, I continued staring out the windows. After a moment, I recognized a figure walking across the quad toward the library. He was tall and stern-faced, students gave him a wide berth out of respect for the older warlock. Headmaster Daniel Arsinoe. He was the great-grandson of the school's founder, which many people thought made him even more intimidating. There had always been a Arsinoe at the helm of the school's leadership since the school was created. It was their family legacy. I knew the headmaster decently well, mostly because I'd grown up in Deadwater and spent just as much time on campus as a child as he did as an adult. In fact, I still remembered a time when his father, the late Maxwell Arsinoe, was the headmaster, though he died over a decade ago. However, not only was Daniel Arsinoe the headmaster of the university I attended, but also the father of a senior named Nick, one of the most popular guys on campus, and Carissa's boyfriend. He was practically royalty, but my sister carried herself like a princess, so it made sense that they were dating. The Arsinoe family and mine, the Quinlans, were entwined in a lot of different ways. Before Daniel became the headmaster, he was a professor like my mother. They were co-workers. He even knew my dad before he died. That didn't mean that our families necessarily got along, though. It annoyed Carissa more than anyone else, but our mother and Headmaster Arsinoe often butted heads about pretty much everything. They didn't agree on curriculum content, administrative decisions, or most facets of politics. Still, despite all that, the headmaster treated my sisters and me like we were any other students, meaning that he mostly ignored us. Even now, as he practically floated across the dimly lit quad, he offered those who passed him the barest of nods in hello. He was a stoic, somber man, and very devoted to the school's mission of magical scholarship. Although, my mother once said that Headmaster Arsinoe was so far up his own rear end that he couldn't even remember how to relax or smile. She said it when Carissa was out of earshot, of course, to prevent an argument from brewing regarding her middle child's boyfriend's father. I was so lost in thought that it took me a moment to recognize the creeping sensation of darkness that was bubbling in the pit of my stomach all of a sudden. Immediately, I froze and tore my gaze from the windows, watching goosebumps slowly rise on my arms despite the fact that it was rather warm on the top floor of the library. I pushed down my rolled-up sleeves, but that did nothing to prevent the heavy sensation of invisible shadows looming over me. That was weird. I normally only felt darkness this strongly when I was in the mountains. Even Circe was confused, lifting her dime-sized head to observe our surroundings. Overhead, the fluorescent lights flickered ominously. Suddenly, the content of my textbook didn't feel so irrelevant. If I was being honest with myself, I'd been convinced for a while now that I was one of those witches who was born naturally darker than others. Why else would I feel like this out of nowhere? Why else would I be called to the cursed mountains? I took a deep breath and tried to nudge the dark fog within me away. You're just stressed, Alyssa, I told myself. You've procrastinated on this stupid ethics essay for too long, and now the anxiety is getting to you. That's all. Hey. It's you again. I practically fell out of my chair as a voice cut through the shadows and silence. Whirling around in my seat, I found Cody standing at the end of the nearest aisle of books, the strap of his backpack slung over one shoulder. He looked different in the bright, unnatural lighting of a school building than he did in the soft morning glow of dawn, but his handsomeness still took me off guard. Hi, I breathed. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your studying, Cody said, offering me an apologetic smile as he shuffled his feet. I was just looking for a quiet, isolated place. I thought the library wouldn't be this busy around dinner time. I shrugged, once again so shocked by his conversational attitude coupled with his loner reputation that it was hard for me to muster a reasonable response. Well, midterms are coming up, I replied. Right, he sighed. Then, much to my surprise, he came forward and claimed the chair on the other side of the table, even though my stuff was sprawled out across the entire workspace. One glance at Circe's former napping spot told me she'd sensed the intruder before me, and was already stretched out in my pencil case, masquerading as a snake-shaped pen. I wished I could do the same. It occurred to me that he had decided to join me in my small corner of isolation without invitation, and I felt a flicker of annoyance. I don't really, I began, prepared to politely inform him that I didn't study well with others around, but he spoke before I could finish my protest. "I'll leave you alone, I promise," he said quickly, eyes glittering with a warmth I didn't know he was capable of. "It's just that I've been thinking about what you said this morning, about the mountains being dangerous. Maybe I accidentally skipped a day during orientation last month, but why does everyone act like those woods are full of demons or something? Are they?" I blinked. "You really don't know?" Cody shrugged. "I heard some kids saying that the earth is cursed and a few non-magical people have died on the mountains, but it kind of seems like I'm missing out on a bigger story." All I could do was stare at him. Cody spoke to me candidly as if we were friends, but he also talked about the mountains like he couldn't sense the oppressive shadows that writhed beneath the surface of the land. Even though I wasn't bothered by such darkness, and in fact sought it out regularly, I still knew it was there. "I'm confused," I admitted. Cody cocked his head to the side. "What do you mean? Do you not? Couldn't you feel it when you were on the eastern mountain this morning?" I asked. "Feel what?" "The dark magic." "Where?" "In the mountains." "Dark magic in the mountains?" Cody repeated, eyes growing wide. "No, I didn't. I didn't feel it at all." That was strange. Even the lightest of magical people were able to detect dark magic. Even those with powers so weak that they could barely cast an elementary spell could sense it. So what did it mean that Cody could be on those mountains, whose dark magic was so intense that even ignorant non-magical locals avoided them, without understanding that something wasn't right? "So, you don't know about the legend of the three sisters?" I inquired. "Am I supposed to?" Cody replied with a frown, a worried tone in his voice indicating that he genuinely believed he missed out on an important Arseno University lesson. "I'm from Seattle, so I don't know anything about local lore." But I stopped myself, figuring that it would only make him feel more confused if I told him that even students who came from the other side of the world learned about the three sisters fast enough. "Well, it's really just a story." "A story that carries a lot of weight, clearly," Cody replied. "Although it doesn't seem to bother you." I shrugged. "That's another story entirely." "Can I hear either one?" Before I could formulate an excuse to not spend the next hour of my life relaying the legend of the three sisters to a strange boy who happened to cross my path twice in one day despite my expert avoidance skills, my phone vibrated with an incoming message on the table. Grateful for the interruption, I glanced at the screen and saw that it was from Carissa. "Where are you?" she wrote. "Did you forget that Nick is coming over for dinner tonight? You're supposed to be here." I groaned out loud. I did, in fact, forget that I had a family obligation to fulfill that evening. Not because I was willfully ignorant, but because I preferred to block out the reality that I had to interact with Nick Arseno on a regular basis, thanks to his relationship with my sister. But then again, it was a decent escape route. "I'm sorry," I muttered to Cody, quickly gathering up my things. I zipped Circe up in the pouch where she was hiding, and carefully tucked her into my bag. She wouldn't mind, as long as I set her free the second I got home. "I forgot I have to be somewhere." "Oh, okay," Cody responded, observing regretfully as I zipped up my coat and tucked the strap of my tote over my shoulder. "Another time then." "Yeah, sure," I replied as I hurried away, realizing too late that it was an agreement, albeit flippant, to see him again. Why couldn't my brain and my mouth just agree for once? Chapter 4. Anyway, long story short, my internship with the International League of Witches and Warlocks was incredible, Nick gushed to the rest of us at the dinner table. I mean, the decision to place the headquarters in the Swiss Alps was genius. My room had amazing views. The facilities overall are luxurious, and the food is divine. Ambassador Dornier even brought me to the most pristine golf course I've ever seen. It was great. Okay, but did you or any of those lawmakers actually get any work done the entire summer? I wanted to ask, but I held my tongue and speared an abused carrot on my plate for the 5th time. One sideways glance at Everly's pursed lip expression told me she was thinking the same thing. "That's lovely, Nick," my mother replied in a diplomatic tone from the head of the table. "What a nice opportunity." Nick nodded. "Well, I was telling Carissa that she could be a fantastic candidate for next summer's internship position. My father would be happy to vouch for her." I fought the urge to roll my eyes. He might as well have admitted that the only reason he got such a prestigious role with the magical world's largest governing body was because of his family's wealth and influence. However, Nick Arsenault was the kind of privilege that lent untold wells of confidence at the expense of self-awareness. His ego was so big that the fault of being too egotistic didn't cross his mind. Our mother furrowed her brow at Carissa. "I didn't know you were interested in politics, dear," she said lightly. Carissa tutted her tongue. "Well, I'm not, but working for the ILWW wouldn't exactly be the worst thing to have on my resume." Nick chuckled. "It's true. And you're talented, babe. You could probably land the internship without my father's recommendation." Underneath the sleeve of my sweater, the cold metal bracelet twitched. Even Circe was annoyed, apparently. It seemed the only person at the table who was impervious to Nick Arsenault's grating personality was Carissa, who smiled and gazed at him as if he hung the moon itself. I didn't understand what she saw in him. In fact, I couldn't fathom why anyone put themselves through the misery of spending time with Nick. I wasn't one to purposefully think ill of others, but it was hard to stomach the headmaster's son at such a close range. In truth, I thought he was a bit of a leech. He was right when he said that Carissa was talented, but he also barely did her justice with that statement. Carissa was the best witch in the junior class, one of the most powerful and gifted students the university had seen in years. She could conjure a thunderstorm with a wave of her hands, or grow an acre of forest with a simple incantation. Her expertise was in elemental magic, enchantments that dealt in the mediums of earth, water, wind, and fire, but she could also do pretty much anything else if she was given a few minutes to practice. For example, last year, when the Deadwater River flooded and the campus buildings close to the bank's edge were damaged, Carissa was among the skilled team of adults and professors who repaired the disaster. She rebuilt the bottom floor of the astrology building, using a complicated form of manifestation magic that literally created things out of thin air. She didn't even brag about it either. Not like Nick would have if he were capable of doing something like that. While everyone praised Carissa for being a hero, she merely shrugged their compliments off and said it was good practice for her final exams. Nick was an average warlock, though you'd never think so if you witnessed how conceited he was. He earned average grades and performed in the median range for official exams. After all, there was really no reason for him to try harder than the average amount. He already had a successful future cast in stone from the second he was born. When his father retired, he would become the headmaster of Arsenault University and enjoy the financial and political privileges that came with it. Until then, all he had to do was spend his time doing pointless internships that his father bought for him, and contribute to just enough subpar research to not seem totally useless to the magical community. I had no idea why Carissa wasted her time with someone like him. Sure, he was popular, but if he had a different last name, everyone would be more willing to acknowledge that he was a total douchebag, and he wouldn't have nearly as many admirers. Luckily, Nick didn't come over for dinner often. In the year or so that he and Carissa had been dating, the rest of us only had to suffer through a few of these meals. Carissa was the one who insisted on them in the first place, presumably because she was trying to smooth over the tension between our mother and Nick's father in hopes of protecting the future of her relationship. I wasn't sure it was working. While Nick babbled some more about the job he had lined up as his father's assistant after graduation, Circe grew restless. Cool metal melted into more temperate and pliant scales. She untwisted from my wrist before I could pull my hand into my lap, and slithered onto the tablecloth, worming her way toward Everly's placemat. She had a mischievous vibe about her as she moved. Nick flinched and pushed back several inches from the table. "Is that a snake?" he gasped. Everly tutted her tongue at his startled response, offering her palm to Circe, who happily glided onto my oldest sister's hand. I smirked. Circe adored Everly the most out of my family members, but she had emerged from her hiding place to spook Nick, not to seek attention from my sister. We didn't need to share a formal language for me to understand that. "She's Alyssa's familiar," Everly said to Nick in a chastising tone. "She's harmless." Nick cleared his throat awkwardly and scooted back up to the table before addressing me. "I didn't know you had a familiar," he said. "Is it new?" I shrugged, holding back a laugh as Everly offered Circe a drink from her water glass, making both Carissa and Nick wrinkle their noses. "She's been with Alyssa for many years," Everly answered for me. Nick attempted to recover his pride by straightening his spine and eyeing Circe with a look of faux confidence. "You know, according to the mythology, familiars are gifts from the devil to his witch servants. They're symbols of power, but also of darkness." "Yes," Everly replied smoothly, continuing to speak for me in an almost protective manner. "Given that I am a doctoral candidate in the folklore department, I do know that." And with that, Everly gently handed Circe back to me. Knowing that she was satisfied with the reaction she received from Nick, I dropped her into the front pocket of my sweater and felt her tiny body curl up in the warm space. "Of course, we have no reason to believe that familiars are symbols of darkness, and we all know that we aren't slaves to Satan," Nick continued, not picking up on Everly's rebuke. "Like my father always says, dark magic is deeply misunderstood." I truly agree with him about the fact that we should stop separating the two magics, dark and light, that is, as we do. After all, it's all just magic. Carissa sat back in her seat, a shadow of dread crossing her features. Clearly, she'd hoped that we'd be able to get through the evening without bringing up the main point of disagreement between Headmaster Arsino and our mother. My mother took a sip of wine and forced a thin smile before replying. "And what of dark magic that is performed through the blood sacrifice of humans, also known as murder?" she inquired. Her tone was casual, as if she was entertaining a light-hearted debate, but I knew that she cared very deeply about her stance on the topic. "Shall we consider that just magic? Shall we teach it alongside Elemental Theory 101? Should freshmen come to Arsino University prepared to learn how to raise demons and perform hexes?" Nick let out a soft, arrogant chuckle. "Of course not, Dr. Quinlan. Certain forms of magic should be considered taboo, but we also mustn't abandon those students who are born with more darkness than usual, don't you think? I think we should teach students that they all have the power to choose light over dark when it matters most," replied my mother. "Well, actually, as a professor of necromancy, wouldn't you?" Nick began, still not picking up on how blatantly he was disregarding authority. "Oh, for the love of all that's cursed and bloody," Carissa groaned, tossing her napkin down on her plate and crossing her arms. "Can we please not discuss education policy at the dinner table?" Our mother reached out and patted the top of Carissa's hand. "Yes, dear," she murmured with a soft smile. "What would you like to talk about instead?" Nick ignored our mother and turned to his girlfriend with a patronizing grin. "But Carissa, my entire future career revolves around education policy," Nick said to her. "It's an important topic to me, especially when I have the opportunity to discuss it with a celebrated professor." If it was anybody else speaking to Carissa in that tone, she would bite back mercilessly, but because it was her precious boyfriend, she bent under his will and nodded obediently. It turned my stomach to witness it. "It's all right, Nick," our mother said sternly. "I agree that political debates don't pair very nicely with tonight's cuisine. Now, Everly dear, why don't you tell everyone about that exciting paper you're contributing to?" Ever the graceful diplomat, thanks to nearly 2 decades of being a single mom to 3 girls, our mother redirected the conversation away from Nick in a manner that made it difficult to continue arguing without rudely ignoring the mention of Everly's recent accomplishment. Understanding her cue to ease the tension, Everly placed her cutlery down and started explaining the details of her latest research project as a doctoral student. Despite the fact that Everly's chosen career path was uncommon, I found it interesting. I also respected that she was following her heart and doing what made her happy instead of what everyone else expected of her. Even Carissa, who was always quick to inform people how boring she thought anthropology was, looked relieved when Everly took over the conversation. I could tell that she was frustrated at Nick for trying to argue with our mother, but I also knew that she had no intention of bringing it up to him later. I really didn't get it. Carissa never let anyone walk all over her. Nick was the only exception. Even though Nick was the most popular boy at school, and it was an impressive feat for Carissa, who was a year younger than him, to catch his interest in the first place, it wasn't as if she truly gained anything from her relationship with Nick. Given how self-centered he was in all of his daily interactions, I couldn't imagine that being intimate with him was all that gratifying. Not that I wanted to think about that for longer than a millisecond. Miraculously, the rest of dinner passed smoothly. As Nick turned on his false charm and helped Carissa clear away the table, I escaped to my room. Maybe it was cruel of me, but I hoped that Carissa wouldn't invite Nick over for dinner again anytime soon. Or, best scenario, she would finally see that she deserved so much more than him and would break up with him. I just wanted the best for her. Was that so wrong? As I climbed the stairs and coaxed Circe out of my pocket, I wished that a familiar would find Carissa. If she had a familiar, no matter what kind of animal it was, I was certain it would find a way to convince her that being with Nick dampened her true power. But then again, it wasn't really any of my business. Once in the private sanctuary of my bedroom, I placed Circe back in her tank and turned on the lamp so that she could have some warmth to bask in. "That was funny, Circe," I whispered to her. "Who knew the glorious Nick Arsenault was afraid of snakes?" Circe stuck out her tongue, humming with amusement. I smirked when she buried herself in the sand and disappeared. Circe was neither poisonous, nor did she have particularly large fangs. Her biggest prey were beetles and wood spiders. If she wanted to attack a human, she would barely be able to get her mouth around their thumb. So the fact that Nick spooked at the sight of her proved that he wasn't nearly as macho as he wanted everyone to believe he was. With my familiar back in her safe space, I flopped back onto my bed. I was tired, but it was still too early to go to bed. I could hear Everly walking up the staircase and heading toward her bedroom on the other end of the hallway. Our house was old, and although it was sturdy, it creaked and moaned with nearly every movement that you took. Downstairs, I could hear the soft grumbles of the house as my mother said goodnight to Nick, and Carissa finished her duties as hostess for the evening. After a few minutes, I heard the front door open and close, signaling that she was walking him to his car. I had no doubt that Carissa would have more to say to us regarding our obvious distaste for her boyfriend, but hopefully she would save it for another night. I stared up at the ceiling. Once again, I thought of Cody. I wondered if I had a sign on my forehead that only he could see, one that announced I was his best option for friendship over all the other people available to befriend at school. I'd never seen him look so chatty with anyone before. Then again, we'd only been students for a month. Perhaps Cody simply hadn't had a chance to get comfortable with himself to socialize. Perhaps he will have already moved on to befriending people who were a little less awkward than I was by the end of the week. But why did the thought of that make me feel so disappointed? Chapter 5. That night, instead of being a good student and trying to make some progress on my paper for modern magical ethics, I stayed where I was on my bed and stared blankly up at the ceiling. Once again, I was deeply distracted by my own thoughts. In the dark, cold evening that settled over the town of Deadwater, I could sense the three sisters in the distance. If someone asked me to describe it to them aloud, I wasn't sure I would be able to find the words. It was like a sense of familiarity, as if the mountains were someone that I knew and trusted. Like how I could be standing in a crowded room, but I would know if my sisters or my mother were there in the throng. Of course, the feelings I had around my family weren't of darkness. That was where the sensation differed. Carissa and Everly worked exclusively with light magic, and even though our mother was a necromancer, she did not use her expertise in the realm of the dead to cause harm. I was terrified that I was incurably different than the rest of them. What if there was something deeply wrong with me? What if my mother was wrong, and we didn't have the ability to choose light over dark? What if the only life path available to me was to be cursed like the mountains and dwell in darkness? That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least, that's what I told myself as I carried on, laying there alone in the silence like a helpless fool. Dark magic wasn't all taboo. In fact, dark magic played a reasonably significant role in our society. Without it, we wouldn't have made as many advances or gained as much knowledge. But then again, like my mother said, the important thing was that we chose to be lighter at the end of the day. If I didn't have that choice, what would happen? If the only place I felt at peace was in dark places, what kind of future did I have as a witch? I wanted to believe that my sisters wouldn't shun me if they found out the truth. My mother was a patient and understanding witch as well, so I was inclined to think she wouldn't cast me out of her home if I became a purely dark witch. However, there was no telling what distrust of dark magic could do to someone if it came to extreme circumstances. More than anything, I wished I was like Everly or Carissa. I wanted to have an obvious calling like they did, a clear path to follow that wasn't morally questionable or overshadowed by darkness. But the problem was that I hadn't shown an aptitude for any particular area of magic yet. Other than gaining a familiar, there was nothing special about me. And no offense to Circe, but having a short skinny snake that couldn't even bite people properly wasn't that impressive. I hated to admit it, but I felt like a loser compared to the rest of my family. My mother was a respected professor at the university, her students looked up to her, and her colleagues trusted her. Everly was on her way to achieving the same thing, what with all of her impressive contributions to anthropological research in magical folklore. Then of course, Carissa was doing well. She just said goodnight to her long-term boyfriend, and was probably in her bedroom studying because she genuinely cared about doing well in school. What did I care about? With a huff, I sat up and glared at the wall. I cared about plenty of things. My family, my familiar, the mountains. That was it, really. I declared myself as a magical history major when I enrolled in classes, but it wasn't as if I was deeply passionate about becoming a historian. Rather, it was the course that interested me slightly more than the others. All of a sudden, a dark feeling washed over me, just like it did in the library. Although the lights didn't flicker, I felt like I'd been standing in the sun and a cloud unexpectedly drifted across the golden warmth. Yet, as usual, the darkness that crept up on me didn't feel unwelcome. It felt like it belonged with me. With a jolt, I caught movement in the corner of my eye, coming from outside my window. When I turned to see what had caused it, I froze. A pair of yellow eyes hovered just outside the glass. There was nothing attached to the eyes, no face, no head, no body, but mere wisps of shadow. The eyes were vividly yellow, richly golden in a manner that seemed unnatural. On top of that, the longer I stared, the more I realized that there was an odd intelligence in the eyes, as if they belonged to something other than a harmless woodland creature. Then, just as quickly as they appeared, the eyes blinked and floated out of view. I stumbled to my feet and hurried across the room, throwing open the window and sticking my head out to see where they had disappeared to. But there was nothing. The backyard was lit by the soft glow coming from the living room windows downstairs, offering just enough illumination to reveal that there was nothing crawling around in the shadows. I shivered and shut the window, closing the curtains tightly. The goosebumps had returned, and the trickle of darkness down my spine had turned into a torrent. I tried to shake it off, laying back down on my bed and telling myself that everything was okay. I was tired and agitated, giving the yellow eyes human qualities that weren't actually there because my mind wanted to be afraid of something other than myself. But it was probably just a raccoon. Or a stray cat. Maybe even an owl. Whatever it was nothing to worry about. I had plenty of other things to fret over than the possibility of being watched by an unknown creature through my bedroom window. In an attempt to calm my hammering heart, I closed my eyes and settled my head back on the pillows. Then, although I was still dressed in my day clothes and was lying on top of the covers, I drifted off into the realm of sleep. Somewhere in the furthest reaches of my mind, I was aware of the fact that I was dreaming. But the scenery was so ordinary that it was difficult to believe there was anything even vaguely dreamlike about what I was experiencing. I was sitting at my desk in my bedroom. The curtains on both of the windows were open, revealing a clear night sky full of twinkling stars. In front of me lay an open textbook and an unlit candle propped up in a plain candlestick. One glance down at the page informed me that I was studying elemental magic. It was one of the easiest magics to summon because it came directly from nature and the world around us, but it was difficult to control because, just like nature itself, it was fickle and often had a mind of its own. Most younger witches and warlocks didn't have issues tapping into elemental magic. The true challenge came when it was time to actually do something useful with it. In contrast, I struggled to summon it in the first place. But like all freshmen, I was required to take Elemental Basics 101 and 102 during my first year at Arsinoe University, so I had no choice but to try to get better if I didn't want to flunk out. Apparently, my subconscious mind decided to start with the element of fire. I glared at the candle for a moment, then stared down at the textbook page. The most common mistake that young witches and warlocks make when accessing elemental magic is believing that science has nothing to do with it. This is unwise, as it has been proven that science and magic are intricately related to one another. Thus, when summoning and controlling fire, the student must consider the basic chemical requirements for a flame to survive: heat, oxygen, and fuel. Heat can be drawn from your own body or that of another living creature nearby, if there is no other source of heat within reach. Oxygen can be drawn from the air flowing in and out of your lungs. The fuel is, of course, your magic. Once you have the necessary ingredients, you must focus on combining them and manifesting the fire into existence. The textbook made it sound so easy. In fact, for some people, it was easy. Carissa could snap her fingers and light the hearth with a roaring fire within seconds. It was like she barely had to think about it. In the dream, I pretended I was Carissa. What was the saying? Fake it until you make it? I imagined that I was also skilled in elemental magic, and that it was no problem at all to light a measly candle. Carissa would have no problem summoning a single flame, nor would she struggle to control it. However, it turned out that I couldn't even lie about who I was when trapped inside my own subconscious. The candle remained unlit. With an impatient huff, I yanked the candle out of the holder and held it tightly in my fists, leaning in close until the wick was only inches from the tip of my nose. "Come on," I whispered out loud. "Just one tiny flame. Please." Nothing. I fought the urge to lose my temper and give up. Thinking of the textbook's instructions, I focused on the heat of the blood pumping through my veins, the oxygen filling my lungs, and the magic that tingled beneath the surface of my skin. It was all there. I had everything. I pushed it all together, cramming the so-called ingredients into a jumbled ball of almost fire, and deepened the force of my glare on the candle's wick. I pictured it flickering to life with a cheerful little glow of fire, envisioning the yellowish-white color that trembled at the slightest breath. And yet the candle was cold and flameless in my hands. Frustration flooded through me, making me feel like a petulant child who was throwing a tantrum because she wasn't getting her way. It awakened something wild deep within me, something that simmered in the base of my spine and rose upwards, filling my lungs with steam. Darkness. I reached out for it. I could taste how powerful it was, an electrifying sweetness on the tip of my tongue. Allowing the darkness to engulf me, I threw it toward the candle. But even then, the wick wouldn't budge. With an angry shout, I threw the hunk of wax against the wall. When it clattered to the floorboards, the sound startled me enough to jolt me from sleep. Or maybe it was the smell of smoke that woke me. The oppressive heat inched closer to my unconscious body, eager to taste me and swallow me whole. Perhaps it was pure instinct, a tiny voice in the back of my mind alerting me to the fact that I was in grave danger if I didn't wake up immediately. Whatever it was, I let out a scream the moment I opened my eyes, sitting up straight in the bed. My bedroom was on fire. The curtains, the rug, the furniture, all of it was crackling with orange-red flames that ate away at everything it could get its hands on. It was devouring my bedspread horrifically fast, encircling me in a ring of burning heat that made my cheeks feel hot. My throat was ragged with the pain of breathing in smoke for who knows how long, and my eyes were watering as I tried to determine an escape route. How did this happen? Was the whole house on fire? Why wasn't the smoke detector working? I screamed again as the flames crept closer. There was no way out. I was trapped on my bed, surrounded by hell. That moment would have been an ideal time for me to not suck so bad at elemental magic. Just when I thought I was done for, my bedroom door was flung open. I caught sight of Carissa's long hair and panicked violet eyes through the billowing smoke and raging fire. She shouted something over the sounds of destruction and waved her arms over her head. Then in an instant the fire was gone. I gasped, clutching at my chest as ragged coughs rolled through me. "What the hell?" Carissa shouted. "How did you manage to set your bedroom on fire in the middle of the night?" "I was dreaming," I rasped. "I was dreaming I was practicing elemental, fire and a candle, it wouldn't light, but then I woke up." I could barely breathe, let alone offer a rational explanation. Carissa stepped into the room timidly, testing her weight on the scorched floorboards. Everything was blackened, completely ruined. My books, my clothes, and my keepsakes were completely destroyed. Everly was the second person on the scene, followed closely by my mother. Both of them skidded to a halt in the doorway, clutching the frame with matching expressions of shock. It was the only confirmation I needed to know that no other part of the house had caught on fire. "Honey, what happened?" asked my mother, carefully making her way to my bedside. "This is why you shouldn't be spending time on those mountains," Carissa snapped, her hands on her hips as she chose to survey the damage in favor of offering my comfort. "It's cursed ground. It's obviously messing with your magic. That's what curses do, Alyssa. They turn your magic into something volatile, something that can kill you and your family." I gaped at her, taken aback by her harsh rant. Everly frowned at Carissa, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she knelt down on the floorboards and began murmuring in Latin under her breath. Underneath her touch, the blackened wood reformed into the glossy brown pine slats that I'd been walking on for all my life. The repairs spread across the floor outwards from her fingertips. "Carissa, there's no need to speak to your sister like that." Our mother sighed, sitting down on the partially ruined comforter. "It's normal for young witches to struggle with controlling their magic." "Yeah, when they're 14 and an enigma," Carissa argued. "Carissa." Our mother's firm glare cut off Carissa's snarky rebuttal. "I'm sorry," I whispered to my mother. "I didn't mean to do it. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I don't." "Shush," she murmured, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "It's okay. We can fix this. It's not the end of the world. Everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay." I wanted to believe my mother's words, but it felt like she was just pacifying me rather than telling the truth. Chapter 6. One of the perks of being an utterly useless witch living with 3 very powerful witches was that any mess I made as a result of my uselessness could be swiftly cleaned up by them. Once Carissa stopped glaring at me with disapproval, and my mother ensured that I didn't have permanent lung damage from the smoke I was inhaling, the 3 of them worked as one to put my bedroom back together again. Thankfully, Circe's tank wasn't touched in the fire. In fact, when I checked on her, she poked her head out of the sand sleepily, as if she hadn't even noticed my bedroom was on fire. That was a little concerning, but I supposed it was a good thing that my familiar wouldn't be as traumatized as I was. It took half an hour for them to do it. Carissa, who was even more skilled at manifestation than our mother, swallowed her annoyance and did the bulk of the more detailed repairs. It helped that she was my sister, and that my bedroom was almost as familiar to her as it was to me. Everything was perfect, as if nothing had happened in the first place. But the fire was real. I could still feel its heat on my skin and taste the smoke in the back of my throat. More than that, the violent flames that rose all the way up to the ceiling reappeared at the forefront of my memory every time I closed my eyes. With their sisterly duties upheld, Everly and Carissa returned to their bedrooms. It was almost 1 in the morning. A flutter of guilt washed over me for waking them up and forcing them to expend so much power and energy in the middle of the night. Hopefully, they wouldn't be too tired at school tomorrow. My mother stayed behind for a while longer. She brewed me a cup of chamomile tea, with a dazzle of a calming charm stirred in with honey to soothe me. My limbs were trembling with shock, so she helped me finally change out of the clothes I wore that day and accidentally fell asleep in, then coaxed me under the good-as-new covers. "I think there's something wrong with me," I whispered to her as the clock on the wall ticked further into the earlier hours of the morning. "Oh, sweetheart," she murmured, brushing my curls back from my forehead with slow, methodic movements. "There's nothing wrong with you. Accidents happen. Maybe this is your magic's way of telling you that you have an affinity for fire that you should tap into." "I guess," I replied half-heartedly. The magical tea was taking effect, but only in the sense that it was calming my body. The shaking slowed down, and I sank into the sheets, yet my mind felt like it was poised on a live wire. But I didn't want to worry my mother anymore, so I let my eyelids flutter shut and pretended to fall asleep again. She tucked the blankets up higher over my shoulders, flicked off the bedside lamp, then stood up to leave. Her footsteps creaked across the floorboards and out into the hallway. When the delicate click of the latch popped into place, I opened my eyes again. Everything happened so fast. The sleeping, the dream, the fire, and the cleanup all occurred within the few meager hours between when I came upstairs after dinner and the present moment. It didn't seem possible, even though I grew up in a magical household where such things were considered normal. My mother was under the impression that cleaning up the burned wreckage with magic as fast as possible and pretending that it never happened in the first place was the surest way to bring me comfort, but I was left feeling more unsettled than before. In some ways, I kind of appreciated that Carissa was so determined to shine a light on my reckless, uncontrollable magic. At least, she wasn't eager to sweep it all under the rug. Everly was more passive, willing to do whatever our mother said just to keep the peace, so I wasn't surprised that she kept relatively quiet the whole time. Carissa blamed the mountains for what happened, but I'd been hiking for years. Surely something like this would have happened before, especially when I was younger and had less of a grasp on my magic. Most witches and warlocks didn't develop their powers until their teen years, so if I was ruined by the allegedly cursed land of the Three Sisters, I was certain that I would have set my bedroom on fire long before my 18th birthday. I was embarrassed, though. Arsino University educated only the best and brightest magical individuals. Losing my temper in a dream and almost roasting myself alive in the process was not a common characteristic among the school's gifted students. Being a fully grown witch, and losing control to the extent that I did, was not only something to be ashamed of, but also an indication that I wasn't particularly skilled with magic in the first place. So I suppose my worst fears were confirmed. I was the black sheep of the family, but not in a cool way. I was the one who was going to embarrass them for the rest of our lives, the only Quinlan witch with pathetically weak magic. "Watch out for the youngest one," everyone would say. "Her powers are dangerous and unpredictable." That's what I felt like when I woke up and realized that the tiny flame I'd been trying to produce in my dream manifested as a blazing inferno. I didn't know it was going to happen. I thought my magic wasn't working. I thought it was just a dream. My magic and the darkness inside me felt like two different entities that were warring for dominance. The darkness beckoned me with cold, consistent fog while my magic zapped at random intervals throughout my veins. Did that mean the darkness I felt wasn't dark magic at all? If not, what else could it possibly be? I closed my eyes again and tried to give in to the physical calm that my mother's magic offered to me, staying focused on my breath instead of my worrying thoughts. But no matter how hard I worked to convince myself that I was tired, I couldn't fall asleep. An hour of tossing and turning passed before I gave up and wrenched open my eyelids. The digital clock on my bedside table informed me that it was 2:30 in the morning. In the early morning hours, unforgiving clarity arrived without warning. I had no choice but to embrace it. The truth was, my magic hadn't always felt like a strange, uncontrollable beast lurking inside me. Once upon a time, it lived in harmony with my darkness, to the point where I thought they were one and the same. I lay there in the dark, thinking hard about the sudden changes I'd been feeling. I supposed I started to sense the shift on my 18th birthday. It wasn't long ago, actually. I was born on the 23rd of August, which meant that I didn't become a legal adult until a week before freshman orientation started. Unlike most people my age preparing to start college in a week, I wasn't packing up my things or saying goodbye to my hometown. I'd be sleeping in the same room I always did, and my classes would be no more than a 15-minute walk away from the front porch. I wasn't a big fan of change, so I was happy that I didn't have to dramatically upheave my entire life just to get a post-secondary education. I expected very few things to change when I turned 18, and I was more than okay with that. However, when I woke up that August morning, I felt strange. My head was spinning as if I'd been fasting for days, and my arms were trembling as if I'd been doing push-ups in my sleep. I fought through it, writing it off as having slept a little weird the night before. Thankfully, the discomfort passed in a matter of minutes, and I was able to wander downstairs and act adequately surprised when I found my mother and sisters waiting for me in the dining room, the table laden with food and gifts galore. For those first couple of hours, it was an ordinary birthday. I felt blessed to have a family that loved me as deeply as they did, even though we might not look like the average family unit from the outside. After breakfast, Carissa clapped her hands authoritatively and announced that everyone had to be in the vehicle in 30 minutes or less. The plan was to drive down to the coast and have a beach day, or as close to a beach day as one could have on the rocky cliffs of down East Maine. Carissa knew how much I loved the ocean, so she planned the whole thing out perfectly. I was happy that day. Despite waking up in an odd condition, I remembered that more than anything. It was easy to ignore the looming darkness trailing behind me like an insistent storm cloud. At least, until I went upstairs to change into beach-appropriate attire. Carissa and I had always shared the bathroom across the hall from our bedrooms, which typically worked out fine considering she was high maintenance and I was not. That morning, since I was the birthday girl, she gave me first dibs. Normally, I didn't spend much time in front of the mirror. It wasn't that I didn't like my appearance, but rather that I never gave much thought to being beautiful. I'd never been interested in standing out in a crowd, that was Carissa's thing. But I felt different that morning. I stared at my reflection, unable to shake the feeling that there was something different about me. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I had changed since I went to sleep the night before, though it was difficult to determine exactly what shifted. I was still the same height, the same overall shape and size. My hair was still a tangle of ebony curls, and my eyes maintained the unique violet hue I shared with my mother and sisters. It wasn't until I undressed and wrangled myself into the bathing suit that I caught a glimpse of something odd on the back of my right shoulder. With a confused frown, I twisted in the mirror to get a better look at it. At first glance, it looked like a birthmark, but I'd never had even a single freckle on my body. The mark was a few shades darker than my skin tone, and about 3 inches long, straight and thin like a surgical scar. I touched it timidly, but it was just as smooth as the rest of my skin. It didn't hurt or tickle when I pressed down on it. It didn't go away when I rubbed it with soap and water. At one point, Carissa knocked on the bathroom door, causing me to swallow my confusion and throw on a t-shirt over my bathing suit, effectively covering the overnight tattoo. I returned to my bedroom and pulled up an internet search on whether or not it was possible to gain a new birthmark overnight, but the consensus seemed to be a resounding no. So while my sisters got ready for a carefree beach day, I went to my mother's room and showed her the mark. "I just noticed it this morning," I told her, lifting up my shirt sleeve. "I didn't have this mark before." "How strange," my mother murmured, leaning in to get a closer look. She touched the mark with her fingertips and asked me all the regular slew of questions about whether or not it was causing me pain. I glanced between her and the mark on my shoulder in the mirror above her vanity table, noticing that there was an irregular pattern at either end of the line. One end was noticeably pointed, and the other end had a strange, feather-like design like a river trickling down a dozen tributaries or tree roots reaching deep into the ground. It looked like an arrow. The kind that was adorned with feathers or beads or ribbons, and used as a primary weapon before guns were invented. "Is it cancer?" I had asked my mother in a panic. "Or is it magical? Have I been cursed?" "Goodness dear," she sighed. "Who on earth would be cruel enough to curse a child? I think you're fine. It's nothing to worry about. Our bodies change as we get older. That's all." There was something she wasn't telling me, a flicker of a thought in her eyes that she had no intention of speaking aloud. I got the feeling that my mother knew the reason behind the sudden appearance of the mark on my shoulder, or at least had an inkling about the possible cause, and I didn't understand why she was keeping it from me. I protested, but she hushed me. "Come on," she chuckled. "Let's not keep Carissa waiting. I don't want to know what wrath will be unleashed if we don't meet her deadline to get in the car." She smoothed down the cotton fabric of my shirt back over the inexplicable tattoo, and steered me back the hall to my bedroom to finish getting ready. That was the end of the conversation, whether I liked it or not. I was neither stubborn nor argumentative, and I had no reason to distrust my own mother. In the end, I figured that if she didn't think the mark was a big deal, then it was nothing to worry about. I didn't think about it for the rest of the day. At the beach, neither of my sisters noticed the arrow, but I swore I caught my mother glancing at it a few times with a furrowed brow. Now, several weeks later, I felt a new sense of unease at my flippancy. The way my mother brushed aside the fire catastrophe reminded me of the way she acted when I showed her the tattoo. She was keeping something from me. But I wasn't sure I was brave or bold enough to confront her about it. That was usually Carissa's forte. When pearlescent light started to glow through my curtains, I knew once and for all that sleep was futile. I was definitely going to suffer in class later, but I clearly wasn't going to be able to get any rest at the present moment. The clock on my nightstand informed me that it was 5 in the morning. The sun wouldn't rise for at least another hour, but the sky was light enough to suggest that there was a cloudless day ahead of us. Careful not to wake the rest of the house, I slipped out of bed and got dressed. Too nervous to tap into my frantic magic and attempt a silencing spell on the staircase, I flinched the whole way down as the floorboards creaked underneath me. I tiptoed across the house to leave a note behind on the kitchen counter, as requested by my mother yesterday. Luckily, my family was peacefully enjoying their slumbers after the eventful night, and nobody stirred as I crept to the front door, donned my jacket, and slipped out into the morning air. I was going to the mountains, of course. Curving around the backyard and diving into the dark forest, my eyes adjusted to the dim light. Not that I needed to see, in order to make it to the base of the easternmost peak of the Three Sisters. I walked the unmarked path with the confidence of someone who had been making the same journey for 1,000 years. By the time I made it to the Three Sisters, the sky was lighter. The grayish-yellow shimmer overhead illuminated more details of the woods around me, a skittish rabbit hopping into a nearby bush, the more forgiving needles of the fir trees reaching out for me with long branches, and short, unnatural stacks of stones used by tourists to mark a path to the summit that they would inevitably regret embarking on. In the distance, a mourning dove cooed its somber song. I felt at peace, more soothed and pacified than any special tea brewed by my mother could accomplish. It was as if the mountains were telling me that everything was going to be okay, and this time, I actually believed the words. Inhaling a lungful of crisp autumn air, I enjoyed the calming rhythm of my boots swishing through the fallen leaves. I enjoyed the meditative wander up the mountainside for a grand total of 5 minutes, at which point it occurred to me that I wasn't as alone as I thought I was. Again. Up ahead, a lanky figure leaned against the trunk of a birch tree, cast in shadow. I froze the moment I noticed them, but they didn't startle. Somehow I knew that they were waiting for me. They knew I was going to be in the mountains before sunrise. Chapter 7. The mysterious figure took a few steps toward me, while I remained stuck to the ground as if turned to stone. I was so used to being the only human on the mountains, especially at such an early hour, that real adrenaline was coursing through my bloodstream at the shock of running into someone among the trees. And yet, there was a part of me that already knew who it was before he stepped out of the shadows with a soft, nervous smile on his face. Cody. When my defensive instincts recognized that the mysterious figure was not a threat, my body relaxed and I moved toward him. "It's you again," I said in lieu of a proper greeting, raising my eyebrows at him with a questioning glance. "Yeah." He chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. "I was hoping I'd run into you out here. I'm kind of lost." I snorted, unable to resist grinning at the boyish innocence on his beautiful, sleepy-eyed face. Although I'd been less than thrilled to encounter him twice yesterday, there was something oddly endearing about him. Or maybe it was the fact that he was clearly just as deranged as I was, because who else purposefully sought out solitude with this much determination? "Why are you so interested in climbing this mountain?" I asked him. "Why are you?" He countered with a playful smirk. "I grew up in this town. These mountains are my backyard," I answered plainly. "What are you doing up so early?" "Insomnia," he responded with a shrug. "Are you going up? Can I join you?" I resisted the urge to sigh. Being on the Three Sisters was my private meditation time, and after the night I had, I wasn't in the mood to spend the entire walk waiting for him to catch up. And yet, it was hard to say no to him. What else was I supposed to do? We were barely a quarter-mile up the mountain, so if he was already lost, I didn't have confidence in his ability to get himself back to town. "Sure," I finally told him. "But only if you can keep up." His grin became wider, and he nodded eagerly. With only a second more of hesitation, I walked past him and led the way up the eastern mountain. "So what about that legend you mentioned yesterday?" he said, clumsily marching through the leaves beside me. "Why are people so afraid of these mountains?" "Like I said, it's a long story," I replied. "Well, we have plenty of time, don't we? We have to make it to the top, and then all the way back down again. It's a short mountain." "Please," he begged. "I'm really curious. I don't want to ask just anyone. I want to hear about it from a real Deadwater local who seems like she's pretty much the only person in town who's brave enough to hike here." I let out a huff of laughter and rolled my eyes. It's just a scary bedtime story that parents tell their kids, so they don't go wandering in the woods alone. Cody gave me a look that suggested he didn't believe me. Even I wasn't sure I believed myself. "Tell me anyway," he insisted. "I like stories. Even the scary ones." "Okay." I sighed. "All right. But I'm only repeating word-of-mouth tales that have been passed around for centuries. There's really no proof that there's any truth to it." "You sound like you're trying to convince yourself more than me," Cody quipped, cheekily nudging me with his elbow. "Maybe I am," I admitted. "But do you want to hear the story of the Three Sisters, or not?" "I do," he replied eagerly. "I really do." I took a deep breath, thinking back to all the rumors and ghost stories about Deadwater I absorbed over the past 18 years of my life. Even though this wasn't how I intended to spend the morning, I felt the desire to make the legend worth listening to. "Okay, so, as the story goes, 1,000 years ago, two tribes warred for dominance over fertile land," I began, following my usual path through the forest at a slower pace than usual so that Cody didn't trip and fall trying to stay even with me. "As they do." "Right. The tribes both believed the land to be blessed with magic, especially the river that cut through the soil, the water from which was said to have the power to bring a man back to life, even if he was on the brink of death, I continued, repeating the words I knew by heart at this point in my life. For half a century, the tribes battled for the right to control the region, but they were too evenly matched, and it reached a point where they were going to drive each other to extinction if they didn't stop. Wow. I let his commentary slip through, unbothered by the small interruptions. A treaty was drawn, giving one tribe ownership of the lands on the northern side of the riverbank, and the other tribe dominion over the lands on the southern side of the bank, I recited. After this there was peace, but the tribes continued to hate each other more than anything. There was too much blood spilled between them, too much violence that couldn't be forgotten. It was strange to think that we walked on the very land that I was talking about. Even if the events in the story were true, they took place over 1,000 years ago, but there was still a sense of foreboding that struck me deep when I thought about the legend too deeply. Perhaps this was what Carissa felt like all the time when she thought about the mountains. One day, after 10 years of tense armistice, the northern tribe decided that they couldn't tolerate the treaty for a moment longer. They wanted all of the land north and south to themselves. "Oh," whispered Cody. So, on the first morning of summer, when dawn was breaking on the horizon, the youngest daughter of the southern tribe's chief came to the riverbank to fetch water for her people. She believed she was alone, but she was watched carefully by a member of the northern tribe on the opposite shore. When she turned away from the waterskins filling in the stream, to pick blooming chamomile several paces back in the forest, and away from the bank, the northern tribe member swam across the river and slipped a powerful sleeping draught into the water being collected for the southern tribe. "Like a magical sleeping draught? A potion?" asked Cody. "I'm not sure," I replied. "But most people do believe that the tribes were among the first witches and warlocks to live on this land. So there's ancient magic in dead water." "I suppose," I murmured, eyes focused ahead despite the fact that I could feel his gaze on me. Anyway, the chief's daughter returned to the riverbank with a bouquet of white flowers tied around her waist, and fetched the waterskins without an ounce of suspicion. She brought them back to her tribe, where each member enjoyed a sip of the poisoned water. By the time the sun had risen fully into the sky, the southern tribe was asleep. Then the northern tribe attacked. "That's playing dirty," he grumbled disapprovingly. "Well, as I said before, I'm not certain there's any truth to it." "But did the northern tribe kill the entire southern tribe?" "According to the legend, yes," I responded. "The northern tribe slaughtered the southern tribe in their sleep, cutting the throats of men, women, and children alike. However, some members of the southern tribe were more resistant to the sleeping draught, and woke up during the massacre. Their screams awakened even more, but half of their tribe was already dead, including the chief. His youngest daughter, the one who collected the water earlier that morning, and her two older sisters took as many people as they could, and fled into the forest, but they were cornered on the edge of a cliff by a member of the northern tribe. Basically, all they could do was huddle together as he killed the sisters with 3 clean shots from his bow. He left the 3 sisters' bodies there, leaving to help his tribe finish the one-sided war." I paused for a long moment, the quiet minutes passing between us. When I snuck a glance at Cody, he seemed deep in thought, but then, sensing my eyes on him, he looked at me with a frown. "So that's it? A tribe was killed here 1,000 years ago, and that's why people act like these mountains are radioactive?" Cody's tone was more baffled than judgmental. He rightfully assumed that there had to be more to the story than that. "Not quite," I told him. "When the northern tribe successfully eradicated the southern tribe, and claimed the land on both sides of the river as theirs, Mother Nature was furious. She was disgusted by the northern tribe's betrayal of the peace treaty, and the wicked way that they slaughtered innocents in their sleep. Rightfully so." I bit back an amused grin. She lashed out against the northern tribe, telling them that they had cursed the land that was so generous to them and dishonored her. They upset the balance of nature, and defiled the magic that she gifted them. As punishment, she withdrew the magic from the soil and the river, leaving both barren of the life-giving resources the tribes depended on for survival. "Oh. Yeah. Basically, the fish disappeared. Nothing planted would grow. The forest creatures ran for the hills at her command. The sun didn't shine and the trees loomed darker and thicker each day, I lamented. I was getting into the story, putting on a dramatic tone, and flourishing my sentences with a smidge of poetry. That's a pretty intense punishment. I thought you just said they deserved it. I laughed. Well, yeah, but still. Cody shrugged. He looked so concerned about the fate of the ancient tribes, it automatically softened my heart toward him. In conclusion, by midwinter of the following year, there was no one left alive in the northern tribe. Some ran away when Mother Nature unleashed her wrath, but those who stayed met a worse fate than their victims in the southern tribe. In the absence of life, the land festered with dark magic, sinking deep into the earth and poisoning the roots of the tallest pines. The river shrank to a trickling stream, and the soil grew hard and impenetrable, I continued. Up on the cliffs, where the bodies of the three sisters lay abandoned by their attacker, Mother Nature imparted her final curse on the territory, a sorrowful ode to the losses that were suffered. I like the way you tell stories, he murmured all of a sudden. Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, I bit my lip and took a few breaths before carrying on with the story, clearly too awkward to muster a proper thank you. So Mother Nature turned their bodies into mountains, transforming their cold, huddled forms into 3 stone peaks rising above the landscape like guardians of their cursed home. As the story goes, the spirits of the 3 sisters tried to absorb as much of the dark magic as possible. Even though it was meant to be a punishment for the tribe that killed them, it pained them to see their home ruined in such a way. Oh, I get it, Cody breathed. These mountains, aptly named the 3 sisters, were once the bodies of the chief's fallen daughters. Then, when Mother Nature took away her magic and darkness bloomed, they tried to soak it all up? Like the way you can channel power into a talisman? I guess so, I replied. Cody hummed. I mean, I'm inclined to believe the spooky story, but this town doesn't exactly look barren. The river looks fine to me. The trees seem alive. Is that really the end of the story? I laughed. Pretty much. Some locals talk about how, after a few hundred years passed, a new flock of settlers came to the land. Colonizers, specifically speaking. They didn't know anything about the legend of the northern and southern tribes, but they learned of it over the years from other tribes in the region that didn't meet such a cruel fate and were still flourishing. They brought a bunch of modern tools with them that allowed them to defy Mother Nature's curse, but the malnourished soil and unforgiving river were not completely obedient, and the village they built was never given a chance to grow into a thriving settlement. It remained small. Hence the small town of Deadwater, Cody finished. Exactly. I still don't understand, he murmured, brow furrowed as he watched his careful steps. Hold that thought, I said, surprising myself by reaching out to touch his arm and shift his attention from the ground to the forest around him. We just made it to the summit. So which sister is this mountain? Cody asked, gazing around him at the scenic view. I watched him as he moved toward the pond, and perched on the same boulder that I enjoyed resting on whenever I came up the mountain. It made me smile to think that we were in tune with each other in such small ways. I'd always believed that I was an outlier through and through. Choosing the rock beside him as my seat, I shoved my hands into my pocket and admired the harmonious rise and fall of the landscape around us. No idea, I answered him. It's the smallest though, so I'm assuming it's the youngest sister. The one who accidentally helped poison her tribe. Yeah, I whispered, flinching delicately. But how does a legend like that make an entire town of people believe that the mountains are evil? He asked. Do you really not feel it? Cody cocked his head to the side. What am I supposed to be feeling? Wordlessly, I pulled my hands out of my pockets and placed my palms down on the frigid gray stone I was sitting upon. There was a hum of darkness that was painfully palpable. It felt as though it had a mind of its own, or like it was an entire person sitting in between Cody and me. The fact that he couldn't feel it or see it in the slightest made me wonder, for the briefest of seconds, if I imagined all of it. But no. It was real. Darkness, I guess, I told him. Whether the legend is true or not, there is darkness in these mountains. Even non-magical people can feel it. That's why they tell so many ghost stories about the three sisters, and say that the forest is haunted. They're witnessing the only representation of darkness that their non-magical minds can fathom. Maybe I'm immune, Cody suggested. Then he looked up at the sky that was now more yellow than gray, violent streaks of orange and pink cutting across the horizon as the minutes passed. It is really nice up here, though. Thank you for letting me tag along. I'm sorry if I scared you before. It's okay. You didn't scare me. I just wasn't expecting anyone else to be up here. Because of the curse, right? Because it was 5 in the morning, actually. Cody chuckled. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm not very good at sticking to a normal sleeping schedule. My mom says I'm totally detached from time itself, that my circadian rhythms don't even function properly, or something like that. She's a very spiritual witch. I nodded, realizing that I actually liked getting to know him. Something about his presence was indescribably comforting. Despite that, I struggled with the concept of having a real conversation with someone who wasn't a member of my family. Maybe there was some merit to Carissa's belief that I was a little bit too much of a recluse. So, I murmured. You said you're from Seattle? Yeah, Cody answered easily, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. Now that he wasn't fighting to get across uneven ground, he looked at ease on the mountain. Born and raised. What made you want to come all the way over here? Isn't there an academy for magical beings in the Northwest? He shrugged. Yeah, but it's not as good as Arsino. My parents encouraged me to apply here, but I didn't actually think I'd get in. Then, when I got the acceptance letter, it was kind of one of those situations where it would have been ridiculous if I decided not to go. I get it, I replied, even though I didn't live through the same situation. Do you miss it? A little, but I like it here too, Cody said, smiling so casually that it compelled me to smile in return. He made the expression look easy and natural, which only led me to realize that I didn't smile nearly as much as I should. I'm an only child and, well, this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I didn't have many friends to say goodbye to. I'm not very good at socializing. You're pretty good at socializing with me, I remarked. Cody snorted. That's because you're weird. I gasped as if thoroughly scandalized, placing a hand over my heart. I'm weird? He blushed deeply. That's not what I meant. At least, not in a bad way. I guess I just sort of noticed you hanging out on the fringes and felt like we had something in common. I didn't realize that, in the process of my observations of him in the past month, Cody might have been watching me in return. It was normal for me to be invisible. I got used to the reality that very few people spared me a passing thought. Yeah. I sighed. I guess I'm not the best at fitting in. I don't know why. My sister is a social butterfly, and my mom knows practically everyone in New England, so you'd think I'd get along with people easily, but... You have a sister? Cody inquired. I couldn't help laughing loudly at that. Usually, it was Carissa who was asked that question. She was so bright and brilliant that it didn't cross people's minds that she wasn't the sole shining star of her mother's womb. I have two, I told him. Carissa is a junior. Everly is a second-year doctoral student. And your mom is Dr. Quinlan, right? She teaches necromancy, Cody replied. Yeah, that's her. Is your dad a professor too? Biting my lip, I hesitated before answering. Having a dead parent was bad enough, but coming to the point of meeting someone new where you had to tell them that you had a dead parent was also unfortunate. My father passed away when I was a baby, I said. Cody stiffened. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring it up like that. It's okay, I replied. How could you have known if you didn't know? He cracked a smile. Yeah. Sorry though. Honestly, I don't remember him, so it's hard to mourn him, I explained, floored by the ease with which I was opening up to this stranger beside me. Not having a father is normal to me. Do you mind if I ask how it happened? I don't mind. He was a professor, actually. 18 years ago, I mean. He and my mother were hired at the same time, but he didn't study necromancy, I responded. His research was in physical magic. You know, teleportation, transformation. That's difficult stuff. Yeah, it is. I guess one of his side projects went really badly, and it cost him his life. Cody placed a hand on my shoulder as a show of comfort. It took everything within me not to jump at the contact, though it wasn't exactly unpleasant. I'm really sorry, Alyssa. Thanks, it's kind of cold outside. Do you want to head back down? Sure, he said, standing up and offering me his hand. I was more than capable of getting up from the rock by myself, but the chivalrous gesture was sweet enough that I gave in and slipped my hand into his. However, as soon as I had my own 2 feet underneath me again, I pulled away and chose to ignore the tingling sensation that remained on my skin where he'd touched me. We walked in silence for a few minutes. It was comfortable, just as easy as the endless chatter that we engaged in until our descent began. I supposed it was time to admit that I liked Cody Waterman. Not like, of course. I barely knew him. It would be incredibly schoolgirl-esque of me to develop a crush that easily. But yes, I liked Cody, the loner kid who everyone thought was mysterious and cold, but who actually had a personality similar to that of a docile puppy. Miraculously, after all this time of having a snake for a close companion, I managed to make a friend. Plus, I wasn't the one who had to convince him to enjoy my company. For reasons that I still didn't quite understand, because I wasn't willing to accept "you're weird" as his excuse, Cody decided that I was the person at Arsino University he wanted to befriend. And don't we all like to be chosen? While we continued our trek down the slope, Cody holding on to the branches of trees to keep himself steady alongside me, I felt a deepening in the darkness that embraced me the moment I set foot on the smallest of the 3 sisters. Underneath my jacket, goosebumps erupted on my skin. Then, with a sharp gasp, I noticed a pair of yellow eyes watching me from within the shadows of a dense copse of young pines. I had almost completely forgotten about the mysterious creature that crept outside my bedroom window. The frustrating dream and the fire that followed practically wiped my memory. Whatever kind of body the yellow eyes belonged to, it was several yards ahead of us, and beyond the reaches of the path we were on. Furthermore, in spite of the fact that the eyes were disturbingly intelligent and unblinking, it didn't appear to be a beast that was eager to attack me. When I remembered that I wasn't by myself, I looked over to see that Cody had also noticed the eyes watching us. He didn't look nearly as uncomfortable as I felt, and yet he didn't seem outright thrilled by the sight either. "Oh," he breathed, coming to a halt next to me. "It's a shadow." "A shadow?" I repeated. "How do you know?" If the owner of the glittering topaz eyes were annoyed that we were observing it with the same intensity, it didn't tremble or depart like it did last night when I caught it lurking outside. Maybe there was more than one. Cody was bold enough to point right at the group of trees where the eyes glowed between the spiked limbs. It didn't move. "You see the way there's sort of a grayish aura around the trees?" he asked, moving closer and drawing his fingertip around the general shape of the pines in the distance. "It kind of looks like the trees are darker than the rest of the forest, but the current lighting wouldn't lend to that kind of perspective naturally." Sure enough, when he pointed it out to me, I noticed the visible tinge of darkness around the trees, as if someone had turned the brightness down on that one section of the forest. The longer I looked, it also appeared as though the pines themselves were pulsing. "I think we should maybe give it a wide berth," I murmured, nudging Cody around a maple tree to put more space between the shadow and us. "I think you're right." Shadows belong to an old, complicated magic. Basically, they were spirits that were typically of a demonic or otherwise vaguely inhuman nature that were called forth from the afterlife to do a witch or warlock's bidding. It was considered dark magic because, although the spirit was usually not pure or innocent in the slightest, they were forcibly enslaved by the witch who summoned them. They had to do everything they were told, and follow the living magical person's will. That didn't mean their obedience came easily, though. Demons, in particular, were notorious for being slippery, tricky, and difficult to persuade. Rather, they were usually seeking to control you. As such, summoning a shadow involved an immense amount of power and concentration, so much that the complex web of enchantments that was required to keep the shadow under your influence could be unraveled if one tiny piece of the puzzle was removed. In short, it was the kind of magic that was considered nowadays as having a high risk but a low reward. That's why shadows were hardly ever seen anymore. The use of them fell out of fashion a couple of centuries ago. There were more modern and effective ways to enslave spirits as your minions nowadays, as well as more spells to make such an endeavor unnecessary in the first place. Why would a shadow be on the mountains? I wondered aloud. Maybe it's part of the so-called curse, Cody offered, peering over his shoulder as we descended past the shadow. It didn't follow us, thankfully. I shook my head in disagreement. No, I said. I've been hiking on these mountains since I was a kid. I've never seen a shadow or anything like one before. Maybe it's lost, he suggested innocently. It was at that moment that I understood how optimistic Cody naturally was. He was less concerned about the shadow because he truly believed that no harm would come to him. He couldn't even sense the darkness in the mountains. Or maybe he was a humbly powerful young warlock who knew exactly how to defeat a shadow if it attacked us. Maybe it was more confidence than optimism. Whatever possessed Cody to maintain pep in his step in the presence of an enslaved demon, I couldn't relate. After all, Cody didn't know that this was not my first time seeing a shadow. Given that it was so rare for that kind of magic to be in use nowadays, I assumed that there was only one. Which meant that the same shadow that knew where I slept also knew where I spent a large portion of my time. It was following me. Why? Who would make a shadow follow me? I was one of the most insignificant individuals in a 50-mile radius. I wasn't very interesting, nor was I much of a troublemaker. Most of the time, I minded my own business. I couldn't imagine why someone would go to all the trouble of summoning a shadow just to see what I was up to in my boring freshman life. I was preoccupied with such worries the entire walk down, only able to offer half-hearted responses to Cody when he said something to me. When we reached the forest's edge, however, I snapped back to attention and paused in the dewy grass. I'd accidentally brought Cody to my backyard. "Is this your house?" he asked, staring up at the backside of the Victorian home that my mother painted slate blue a few summers ago. "Yeah," I replied. You can get back to campus by going down the street to the left there, and I should probably go inside and get ready for class." Cody smiled, unbothered by the awkward tension, or rather perhaps I was the only one who could feel it. "I should get going too," he replied. "But maybe we can go hiking again sometime? Or do something else. We could get coffee. We could study for our history of witchcraft midterm together. That's coming up soon." It was odd to me that someone wanted to spend time with me as badly as Cody did, but I tried not to let my reaction betray that pathetic reality. "Yes. Any one of those things, yes." "Cool. Could I get your number, then?" Thus, for the first time in my young life, I gave a cute boy my phone number and girlishly waved goodbye as he walked away into the distance with a relaxed grin on his face. I suppose some changes could be positive. Chapter 8. I didn't see Cody for the rest of the day, and the flutter of disappointment I felt about that was hard not to fixate on while I went to my classes, joined Everly for lunch at the dining hall next to the anthropology building, and hunkered down in the library to study for a few hours later in the afternoon. But as luck would have it, Cody was talkative even when he wasn't right in front of me. Because I was inexperienced with friendship and talking to boys, I thought I would have to wait by the phone for days before I got a single word from him. Cody surprised me by texting me a mere hour after we parted ways in the backyard, which no one in my family had glanced out a back window and noticed, much to my relief. My phone buzzed with an incoming text when I was sitting in my first lecture of the day, Elementary Elementals. Like a fool, I had to fight to keep the smile off my face as I peeked at the screen underneath my desk while the teacher droned on about water magic. Understandably, I needed a break from thoughts and discussions of elemental magic. Please don't laugh, but Cody's message began, bypassing formal greetings as if we'd been in the middle of a conversation this whole time. I just realized I know your sister. She's my TA for Intro to Mythology. Everly Quinlan, right? I didn't even connect the dots about your last names, or the fact that you look so similar. My GPA should take a hit for this. It was a lot of things to fit in one message, but the fact that he took the time to type it all out for me in that stream of consciousness manner made me feel especially privy to his inner thoughts. Nevertheless, it wasn't wise to get carried away. Just because Cody admitted that he noticed me and wanted to befriend me more than anyone else didn't mean that I was special. It was totally possible that he would find someone even weirder than me to interest him next week and forget about me entirely. Just like there was no way I was important enough for a shadow to follow, it didn't seem possible that I was entertaining enough to keep the interest of someone like him. It had never happened before. Yeah, that's her, I wrote back to him. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Quinlan is a common surname. His reply came less than a minute later, startling me in the middle of the lecture yet again. She's cool, he replied. But she's a really tough grader. When she handed me back my essay draft this morning, it was covered in red ink. Very humbling, but also very helpful. Is your mom that strict too? No. My mom has actually been trying to get Everly to ease up on her students, I typed in response. But Everly insists that they just have different teaching styles. I'm glad you like her, though. I think she's cool too. Coolness must run in the Quinlan family, he responded. Was he calling me cool? What did that mean? I'd never been referred to as that particular adjective in my entire life. What did being cool imply? I thought I was pretty average, honestly. I didn't know how to respond, but as I fretted over it, Circe wiggled in her bracelet form on my wrist, tightening slightly. It was her way of telling me to pay attention in class. After all, a familiar's job was to make sure their witch or warlock was on the right path. Clearly, Circe was of the opinion that academia was more crucial than texting a boy. So, I decided to quit while I was ahead and play Cody's comment off as a joke. Very funny, I typed back. By the way, I should go. My elemental professor is strict about phones. It was a lie, of course. Like most professors at any university in the country, magical or non-magical, cell phone use was of little concern to them. If you allowed yourself to be distracted and didn't pay attention to something important, that was your fault. Knowing that Circe was right in her wordless conviction, I placed my phone back in my bag, but not before sneaking a glance at Cody's reply. Go be a good student, Alyssa Quinlan. He punctuated the message with a quirky emoticon to indicate his chastising was sarcastic. Once again, it was hard not to smile to myself as I tucked the phone away and forced my attention back to the front of the lecture hall. When I met Everly for lunch, I thought about mentioning that one of the students in her class thought she was cool, but then I would have to explain who he was and how I knew them, and then it would get back to Carissa and our mother, and soon enough there would be a full-scale investigation into the miracle of solitary Alyssa's new friend. I'd rather not deal with that. I was keeping a lot from my sisters. Everly and Carissa didn't know about the arrow-shaped tattoo on my shoulder. They didn't know about the shadow hovering outside our house or lurking on the eastern mountain. They also didn't know about darkness that dwelled within me, in sharp contrast to their copious amounts of light magic. I was more inclined to trust Everly with the truth than Carissa because she was significantly more patient and sympathetic than our middle sister. But Everly was so busy working to become a doctor of anthropology that I didn't want to trouble her. After all, if our mother didn't have answers for me regarding the tattoo or my dangerously uncontrollable magic, I doubted Everly would know any better. So I engaged in regular small talk for the 20 minutes my oldest sister had allotted herself for lunchtime, and then watched her scurry away back to her impressive piles of research. I didn't get another text from Cody for the rest of the day, but it was probably for the best. Once the chilly but sunny afternoon settled over Deadwater, the exhaustion from my alarming lack of sleep struck. I was barely lucid enough to make it across campus and to my usual spot on the third floor of the library, let alone conduct a conversation with someone I desperately didn't want to scare away. Despite my exhaustion, I pressured myself into making progress on the list of midterm assignments that was growing longer each day. Arsinoe University was not only difficult to get accepted into, but it was also competitive to stay afloat. My mother insisted that my application was considered with the same scrutiny as other students, but I couldn't shake the suspicion that my acceptance was more out of respect for my mother's groundbreaking research with the university than my own ability to contribute anything to the magical society. The more tired I felt, the harder I was on myself. By the time the sun had set, I was so exhausted that I was stewing in self-hatred. Instead of beating myself up for another moment, I decided to call it a day and headed back home. All I needed was a quick nap, and then I could wake back up and attempt to study again. Unfortunately, when I stepped onto the front porch, it became immediately apparent that I wasn't going to be able to sleep quite yet. Two voices were vying for dominance, echoing throughout the first floor of the house so loudly that they could be heard clearly from outside. I flinched, knowing instantly that it was my mother and Carissa who were yelling at each other. They were the only two people in the house who consistently argued, at least at such high volumes. When Carissa was a teenager, the fights were always about curfew and clothes and keeping her room clean. But in the past year or so, their fights were almost always about Nick. Inhaling a deep breath, I opened the door and took my time unbuttoning my coat and unlacing my boots. The fighting didn't stop. Neither one of them seemed to notice that anyone else was home in the first place. "Don't understand why you have to be such a renegade," Carissa shouted, her tone full of snark. "Why do you always have to rock the boat? Have you forgotten who your boss is?" "This is a serious issue, Carissa," my mother replied, whose voice was almost as loud but edged with determined patience. "This has nothing to do with your boyfriend. If the headmaster has his way with this horrible dark magic agenda." "This has everything to do with Nick," interrupted Carissa. "Every time you go to those board meetings and threaten to usurp Headmaster Arsinoe, it puts a strain on my relationship with his son. I really like him, Mom. Well, I say this with the utmost love and affection in my heart, but not everything is about you, Carissa," remarked our mother. "Some issues are far more serious than whether or not you and your boyfriend can stay together. Just admit that you don't like him." "I didn't say." "You think I don't know? Do you really think I can't tell that everyone in this family hates him? How do you think that makes me feel?" "Carissa, I've told you before that I don't think that boy is good enough for you. You're so bright." "He's a Arsinoe, Mom. How can he not be good enough? Surnames aren't a dependable mark of high morality. Why do you always have to get so philosophical? You're not even listening to me." At that point, I just about had enough. Usually, when Carissa and our mother fought, I would leave the scene. If Everly was around, which she clearly wasn't, she would be the one to step in and diffuse the tension. However, I was feeling incredibly on edge after the past 24 hours I had just experienced, so I thought I deserved a small out-of-character moment. I stomped into the kitchen. "Be quiet, both of you," I yelled. "Just shut up. Stop fighting." I never raised my voice. The pure rarity of it was enough to shock both Carissa and my mother into silence. They turned to face me from opposite sides of the room and gaped. "Alyssa, sweetie, we were just," my mother began, but I shook my head and waved away her excuse. "Don't call me sweetie right now," I snapped. "I barely slept last night, and all I wanted was to come home and try to get a little bit of rest, but instead I had to walk in on you two fighting yet again." Carissa placed her hands on her hips and eyed me defensively. Mind your business, kiddo, she grumbled. No. Because, you know what, Carissa? Nick sucks. He sucks. He's dull, stupid, and the worst part is that he's not even aware of how dull and stupid he is. Carissa's jaw dropped as anger flared in her gaze. But the lights were flickering overhead, and my entire body was churning with familiar waves of darkness. I was barely keeping my head above water, clenching my fists at my sides. Alyssa, take a deep breath, murmured my mother, taking a timid step toward me. See, Mom? Carissa hissed, waving at me as if I was on display in a zoo. If you weren't so opposed to teaching dark magic, maybe she wouldn't be such a loose cannon. Our mother paused in her approach to rebuke Carissa. I am not opposed. Enough, I screamed. Enough. Make it stop. A high-pitched squealing noise filled the air, causing my mother to rush toward me as Carissa clapped her hands over her ears. I didn't know what was happening, only that I would do anything for a single minute of silence. All of a sudden, the windows that lined the eastern wall of the kitchen screeched as hairline fractures webbed across the old glass. Before I realized what I was doing, the windows exploded in a tornado of jagged glass. In unison, the three of us ducked for cover on the floor, but the shards of the ruined windows were sharp and merciless. The skin on my arms was streaked with blood from cuts I was too full of adrenaline to feel the pain from yet. When I glanced over to my right, I saw Carissa huddled under the lip of the granite-topped island, the backs of her hands all but shredded as she held them up to protect her face. It felt like both seconds and years later that the glass settled with inappropriately cheerful tinkles on the tile floor. Cold air blew through the gaping holes in the wall, forcing the temperature in the kitchen to drop dramatically. Carissa was the first to stand up. She turned toward our mother and pointed an accusatory finger in my direction. See, she growled. She's out of control. She's going to hurt herself and kill us in the process. You need to take her to a doctor, Mom. Whatever is happening to Alyssa isn't normal, and you can't make it go away by making her a cup of tea and pretending it didn't happen. Enough, Carissa, whispered my mother, ignoring the blood trickling from cuts up and down the length of her arms and neck as she hurried over to me. Let's have some peace and quiet. It's what your sister needs most. Chapter 9. In a show of diplomacy, my mother agreed with Carissa that I should go see a doctor. A few cuts and some broken windows could be mended with magic easily enough, but nobody wanted to see my violent outbursts become a trend. Even Everly, who was usually the most patient among us in the face of trouble, was visibly disturbed by the news of what happened in the kitchen that night. Magical illnesses and disorders were rare, but that didn't mean the possibility should be ruled out. Even non-magical diseases could mess with a witch or warlock's powers. Deep down, I hoped I was sick. I hoped it was that simple. If I had a sickness, and that's what was causing the darker feelings I'd been experiencing since I woke up on my 18th birthday, then at least I could be cured. Or at the very least, treated for my symptoms. No more bedrooms on fire. No more broken windows. No more flickering lights and sleepless nights. It sounded blissful. I wanted my life to go back to normal. My mother set up an appointment for me at the campus health center first thing the next morning. The health center was staffed with medical professionals who knew how to treat ailments of all varieties, magical and non-magical. It was the best place to go if I was facing the possibility of a witch-specific disease. I had to skip history of witchcraft to make the appointment. That was the lecture I shared with Cody. I had an answered text message from him waiting on my phone. Hey, Alyssa. Want me to save you a seat in class? Way in the back, like usual, right? Read his message. I felt bad for ignoring it, especially since I used up so much energy yesterday worrying that I would be the one to mess up the newborn friendship by acting a little too much like myself. Of course, I could have come up with an excuse and told him that I had a vague family obligation, but the number of people I was lying to was increasing daily. Although I'd never been particularly good at lying to people, It was the instinctual reaction I had to most of the stressors in my current environment. After that first message, Cody quickly sent a follow-up. Just realized, I basically assumed that you'd want to sit with me in class. Sorry. Poor social skills in action. I ignored that message too, but I told myself that it was only temporary. I would reach out to him as soon as my appointment was over. That was a normal friend thing to do, right? When I arrived at the health center, the secretary greeted me with a familiar smile. Most of the older administrative professionals at the school knew because of my mother. "Good morning, honey," she sang, handing me over a clipboard with a form to fill out. "Go take a seat and the nurse will call you shortly, okay?" I nodded and chose a random seat in the otherwise empty waiting room, tapping the pen on the clipboard nervously. Apparently, I was the only sick student that morning. It was kind of funny how normal a medical center designed for witches and warlocks was. If I didn't know any better, I would think I walked into a regular, non-magical clinic. The paperwork, the process, and the general ambiance were all the same. Well, according to what I'd seen on television. I finished filling out the form and handed it back to the secretary. Then, as promised, a short nurse with a round face poked her head out from behind the door to the exam rooms. "Alyssa Quinlan?" she asked. There was nobody else around to answer, but I nodded in confirmation anyway and followed her down the back hallway. All I could think about was the blood that spilled out all over the kitchen last night because of me and my reckless magic. It was my fault that Carissa and my mother were hurt. Even though they were all patched up with some enchanted salves, and the windows were as good as new, I couldn't erase the image of my bleeding family. Carissa was right. What if it just kept getting worse? What if, the next time I lost control, something was irreparably damaged? What if someone died? What if I killed one of the people that I loved most? As panic clawed its way up my throat, I focused on keeping my breathing even and going through the motions as the nurse muttered at me robotically. She took my vitals and made a few silent notes, not bothering with chit-chat. "Your blood pressure is a bit high, but that must be the midterm stress, huh?" she commented. I shrugged, but she was looking down at a clipboard. Without waiting for an answer from me, she carried on. "Do you have a familiar, miss?" she asked, pen hovering above the page as she waited for my response with a bored expression. It was painfully obvious that she wasn't in the mood to be at work that day, and I tried not to take it personally. Yes," I replied. She blinked and shifted her pen over to fill in a different box, obviously expecting me to say no like most people. "What species is it?" "A snake," I said, lifting up my sleeve to show her the gunmetal bracelet that I rarely left the house without. The nurse stared down at the jewelry. "Miss, that's a bracelet." "No, I know," I said, then lifted my wrist closer to my face. "Sirs, can you please show the nurse that you're a real snake?" Obediently, Circe melted back into her pliant snake form. She slithered a lazy lap around my wrist, then turned to metal once more. The nurse raised her eyebrows at me. "That's unique." I didn't know what to say to that, so I pulled my sleeve back down and remained quiet. To my relief, she finished collecting the information she needed quickly and stood up to leave. "The doctor will be in to see you shortly." So far, I didn't feel great about the foreboding appointment that my mother arranged at the last minute. The medical center was practically deserted, the nurse was cold as ice, and to top it all off, the weather outside was dismal and damp. By the time the doctor arrived, I was barely placated by the gentle smile on his face. I recognized him immediately. "Hi, Alyssa," he said softly, his demeanor in sharp contrast to his nurse. "How are you?" "Hi, Dr. Douglas," I replied. I'd been seeing him for yearly checkups ever since I was little. Somehow, I'd forgotten that the chances I would be seen by him were high. "I'm fine, I suppose." "That's good to hear. Now, why don't you tell me what prompted today's visit?" Dr. Douglas sat down on the stool and set his clipboard aside, giving me his full attention. "Well, I've been having some trouble with my powers," I began, fiddling with my hands in my lap. "I keep losing control, and making things happen that I don't mean to." "In what sense?" asked Dr. Douglas, his brow furrowed with gentle concern. "I set my bedroom on fire," I replied. "And then I made the kitchen windows explode." Dr. Douglas took a long pause before responding. "I see. Yeah. And what sort of emotional condition were you in when these events happened?" I hesitated. When my bedroom caught fire, I was dreaming. However, whilst in a state of unconsciousness, I was trying unsuccessfully to light a candle. It was making me frustrated. In fact, moments before I woke up, the dream version of me threw the candle across my bedroom with an angry exclamation. Then, when I caused a storm of glass to rain down inside the kitchen, I was upset that my sister and mother were fighting. My agitation at the noise and tension caused by their argument was what made me snap. "I was angry, I guess," I answered. "Or more like frustrated, I think." "Both times?" "Yes." "And how often do you find that you feel frustrated, Alyssa?" "In general?" "Up in recently, not very often." "Recently?" inquired Dr. Douglas. "When do you think your emotions started to trend toward frustration more than anything else?" "About a month ago, I suppose," I told him. "My 18th birthday, I should have said. When I woke up with a random, inexplicable mark on my skin, and my mother acted like it was no big deal. But once again, I was compelled to lie. I didn't know why. I didn't mean to. Perhaps it was instinctive, a tiny voice in the back of my head that I was barely aware of that insisted I keep certain things to myself. Even if it was an experienced doctor asking the questions." Understanding dawned on Dr. Douglas's features. He smiled wide and nodded slowly, as if he had just solved a challenging riddle. "Of course," he mused. "You've been through some big changes in the past month. You started college. I know you didn't have to go as far as other students to come here, but it's still a significantly life-altering experience. You're an adult with more freedom, but you also have more responsibility than ever before. It's natural for these things to overwhelm us." "Right?" I murmured, trying not to let the disappointment I felt show on my face. "Yes. Starting college is a big change. And Arsinoe University is a very competitive school," Dr. Douglas continued. "It's much more challenging than the local public school that all you Quinlan girls attended. The shift can be very stressful, but you should remember that you were accepted into this college for a reason. The Board of Admissions looked at your application and saw a girl who could handle the rigor of this historic institution." I forced a smile in response to the pep talk. I thought Dr. Douglas was going to tell me that he knew precisely what was wrong with me and had a dose of the cure stored away in the supply closet. But now I realized that the doctor was just as bad as the nurse, even though he was a little bit nicer about it. He wanted to be able to write off my ailment as mere stress, because that made his job easier. And sure, I was admittedly very stressed out, but only because every single person around me seemed determined to convince me that I was totally fine. I wasn't fine. This was not how fine was supposed to feel. On my wrist, Circe twitched. She quietly urged me to stay calm, and remembering what happened when I gave in to the opposite of calm, I took a deep breath and shifted on the cushioned exam bench where I sat in front of the doctor. "Yes," I told him. "I guess you're right. It's also very normal for stress to have a negative impact on our ability to wield magic," Dr. Douglas carried on. "Especially when you're still so young. I'm going to send you on your way with some resources for stress management and relief. There are some meditative exercises you can try, and some helpful tips for healthy coping mechanisms when you feel especially overwhelmed and frustrated." "Okay," was all I managed in reply as Dr. Douglas turned to a display of brochures on the wall behind him and grabbed a few different ones. When he handed them to me, he looked so confident that he had solved all my problems that I didn't have the heart to tell him that he was way off the mark. "Thanks. And if it gets any worse, come back to me right away, and we'll discuss the possibility of putting you on some anti-anxiety medication, okay?" he concluded, standing up and all but ushering me out of the room. "But I'm confident these resources will help you, so let's try them first before we mess around with chemicals, right? Okay. Sure, I muttered, allowing myself to be steered back down the hall. Great to see you, Alyssa, Dr. Douglas called after me as I stepped into the waiting room once again. Tell your mother I said hello. Will do. Thanks. Thus, armed with a stack of useless pamphlets and zero answers to any of my questions, I waved a half-hearted goodbye to the secretary and slumped out into the entryway. I paused before pushing open the exit. The sky was dense with black, ominous clouds. It was so dark that it seemed more like it was 10 at night rather than 10 in the morning. Fat droplets of cold rain cascaded from above. From my vantage point, I could see how empty the campus was thanks to the storm. Students would rather risk missing class than brave a torrential downpour. I didn't blame them. My mood matched the sky. I felt hopeless. Nobody wanted to help me. My mother exerted impressive amounts of energy to convince me that sudden birthmarks, raging infernos started while I was unconscious, and violent tempers were nothing to worry about. Rather, it was nothing at all. In the same vein, Dr. Douglas was more than willing to act like it was all because of school stress. Carissa thought I was a freak, and probably wanted me institutionalized. Everly was too busy with her research to do anything other than keep the balance. And then there was Cody, who was too much of a ray of sunshine to recognize darkness when it was right in front of his face. He had proven himself to be the best listener to cross my path in the past couple of days, but that didn't mean he could help me with any of this. Unbothered by the stormy weather, I dug out my umbrella from the bottom of my bag and marched outside with a deep scowl on my face. Once outside, the cacophony of the raindrops smacking against the ground muted my furious thoughts just enough to gain me a few moments of clarity. If I wanted to, I could catch the last 20 minutes of History of Witchcraft, but the history building was all the way across campus, and I didn't feel like intruding on a massive lecture hall looking like a drowned rat. I could always go back home and declare a sick day for myself. That seemed like the most favorable option. However, when I turned around and set a course for the quiet suburbs that surrounded Arsinoe University's sprawling campus, I found myself staring into a familiar pair of eyes. Big, bright yellow eyes. Chapter 10. The first time I saw a shadow outside my bedroom window, I didn't know what it was, but I was more than willing to convince myself that it was a raccoon with particularly big eyes and impressive climbing skills. The second time I saw a shadow in the forest on the east mountain of the Three Sisters, and learned exactly what it was, I wasn't certain it was the same one that hovered in the space between my open curtains before. The one that concealed itself in the dense pines seemed so much bigger, but what were the chances that I would cross paths with two different shadows in less than 24 hours? Especially considering how old and rare the magic was. Yet, despite those two admittedly disturbing sightings, I had an inexplicable determination to convince myself that it wasn't me who the shadow was after. Now, staring one right in the eyes as it loomed too close for comfort, writhing in the shadows of a bush along the cement path, I wasn't sure that same resoluteness could be called forth. People went their entire lives never seeing a shadow in real life. Most witches and warlocks forgot they existed in the first place. 3 times. It wasn't a coincidence. Despite that realization, I was determined not to freak out. I didn't know much about shadows, but I was willing to figure out right then and there if they were the kind of dark creatures who attacked if you showed how scared you were. Instead of screaming at it, and whatever dark witch or wizard was controlling it, to leave me alone, I forced my eyes to glaze over with disinterest. I pretended I didn't see it at all. Rather, I let my eyes slide to the bush beside its hiding place, as if I was merely observing the campus greenery drowning in the torrential downpour. The shadow didn't budge when I broke its gaze, blending into the dim weather flawlessly. If not for the glowing eyes, I might not have noticed it at all. Then, gripping the handle of my umbrella a little bit tighter, I turned my face forward and carried on down the path away from the health center and toward the trail that led to the suburban streets beyond Arsinoe University's campus. I thought about putting my headphones in to further convince the shadow that I was unbothered by it, but that would require pausing to dig around in my bag yet again, and it was raining so hard that my pants were already getting soaked through. An umbrella could only do so much to keep me dry. "Think, Alyssa," I demanded of myself. "What do you know about defending yourself against a shadow?" The answer was, of course, nothing. I couldn't even defend my own family against myself, let alone defend myself against a real threat. Even now, when my anxiety should have been giving me a boost of confidence to use my magic efficiently, my stomach squirmed with chilly darkness that felt too unruly to tap into in my current situation. I only spotted a few other people running to and fro between the buildings as I walked briskly home, but even that was too many potential witnesses if something as bad as last night's events occurred again. Breaking the windows in the comfort of my own home was one thing. Shattering every pane of glass in the nearest campus building was another thing entirely. I wouldn't be able to live something like that down as easily as the kitchen accident, because there was no way my sisters or my mother were going to spread rumors about my temper. College students, even magically gifted ones, gossiped like their lives depended on it. So I left my magic untouched and kept walking. My feet splashed through the puddles, soaking through my sneakers to dampen my socks, but I didn't care. I told myself that I could dry off the second I was home, safely locked away where the shadow couldn't reach me. That's right, I thought with a flash of victory. Shadows couldn't enter homes that they weren't invited into. It was one of the only limitations to the dark enchantment, nature's tricky balancing act at play yet again. I just had to get home. That's all. I had to make it past the threshold of my front door before the shadow caught up to me and did, well, whatever it planned to do to me on its third stalking mission. Daring to glance over my shoulder, I could no longer see the hedges outside the health center thanks to the distance I'd speed walked, and the consistent curvature of the concrete pathways that wound around the university. I scanned the gloomy scenery, relieved to be unable to locate anything vaguely yellowish in the mid-morning grayscale. Breathing a quiet sigh, I turned back around, and immediately realized that I'd been looking for the shadow in the wrong place. It was no longer behind me. It was right in front of me. Golden, unblinking orbs observed me from underneath a picnic bench, placed between two dripping willows, a few yards ahead of me to the right of the path. It took everything within me not to visibly startle. Hoping that I appeared as natural as possible, as if it was my plan all along, I changed directions and angled my steps down a path further to the left. It would add a few minutes of time to my journey home if I went around the main administration building, but I wasn't interested in getting any closer to the shadow. How did it move that fast? How did it get ahead of me? How did it know where I was going? Don't panic, I begged myself. Two upperclassmen girls flung open the doors to a building nearby, their squeals of disgust at the downpour echoing around this otherwise empty side of campus. They paid no attention to me as they lifted their backpacks over their heads and made a run for it, darting across the muddy grass toward the parking lot behind the dorms. I kept going, glancing back at the picnic table to find that the shadow had already moved on from that hiding place. My eyes were peeled for any sign of its spooky gaze as I carried onward, picking up at the pace. I was shivering, my hands freezing cold, and my jeans soaked halfway up to my knees, but my mind was on other things at that moment. Were shadows violent? Not that I could remember. Not technically. The demons and dark souls that were trapped in servitude to the witch or warlock who created them were usually forced into espionage rather than physical brutality. That didn't mean they wouldn't hurt you, though. If the person pulling the shadow's puppet strings lost control, the demon could break loose and do whatever its heart desired. Historically, they would return to their captor and attempt to seek revenge, but not without causing chaos and pain along the way. I didn't see it for several minutes, but then I made the mistake of looking up at the sky. Using the orangey glow of a street lamp doing its best to penetrate the stormy darkness as cover, the shadow's eyes hung suspended several feet above me. The shadow's body was pulsating with foggy blackness, barely visible through the sheets of rain that fell from the sky. Without taking its eerily emotionless stare off me, it floated down the path to conceal itself in the next glow of light, following me by keeping itself several paces ahead of me. I wondered why the shadow bothered to hide, when it was obvious that I was looking right at it, and therefore knew it was there. I was the only person around, the only witch it could possibly be watching. Maybe it didn't care if I was aware of its presence. Rather, it was only concerned with not being noticed by anyone else. Somehow that scared me even more. Acting on impulse, I stepped off the path and sloshed through the muddy grass between the anthropology and necromancy buildings. In either one, my oldest sister and my mother dwelled respectively. Running for the relative safety of one of their offices was an option, but I didn't have a good feeling about the ensuing explanation that would have to follow. What would they think when I tried to tell them that I was being stalked by a shadow? Everly would assume I was mistaking one kind of magic for another, and brush me off as a foolish, uneducated freshman. My mother would probably try to tell me that it was nothing to worry about. Oh, honey. Everyone gets followed by a shadow at some point in their life. You're making a big deal out of nothing again, sweetheart, she would insist. I was getting used to her gaslighting, swallowing down its potential before it really happened. When I made it to the end of the narrow alley between the buildings, choosing to forego the pseudo-comfort of my family, I redirected my steps back to my original path, desperately wishing I had the ability to teleport myself back home. But physical magic was difficult, even for highly skilled magical beings. My father's untimely death proved that. I had no choice but to rely on my own two legs. But the shadow seemed capable of reading my mind because it was no longer skulking in the streetlights. Rather, it had flattened itself into the crawling ivy that covered the greenhouse at the edge of campus, right where I would take the short trail through the woods to the opposite end of the street I lived on. It felt like a dare, its threatening and unapologetic maneuver. The yellow eyes offered me a rare blink, as if to tell me that I might as well give up my efforts to shake it off. It was going to keep predicting my movements long before I decided to consciously make them. I stopped short in the grass, staring at it with a hammering heart that beat louder than the raindrops against the pavement. I had a few options. If I was brave, I could walk right up to the ivy-covered greenhouse and ask the shadow what it wanted with me. I doubted it would answer, nor did I imagine it would react well to being confronted so blatantly. If I was less proud, I could turn around and choose to hurry inside either the anthropology or necromancy buildings right behind me, then lie to Everly or my mother about what brought me there. I chose option 3. I dropped my umbrella to the ground, wanting to be rid of the aerodynamic hindrance without wasting another second, and ran for my life. Sprays of water exploded with each footfall as I flung myself toward the edge of the forest that ringed campus, far away from where the greenhouse and the poorly hidden shadow were. If I could just get within the cover of the trees, I could loop around and take a different route that would lead me toward the Three Sisters if I went too far, but directly to my backyard if I recognized where to go in the dismal weather. It seemed, however, that the shadow was prepared for me to run. As I pumped my legs as fast as I could, my bag bouncing painfully against my hip, I noticed a dark mass pursuing me in my peripheral vision. With a panicked cry, I pivoted at the last minute before entering the woods and ducked behind one of the freshman dorms. One glance over my shoulder told me that the shadow was gaining on me quickly, swooping around the corner of the brick building. It was no longer concerned with being subtle. It was on a mission to intercept me before I could make it to safety. Why me? I wanted to scream aloud. What reason could a shadow have for following me? I was nobody. Was it harassing me for fun? Was it bored? Did I seem like easy bait? At that point, I was running in the opposite direction of my home, so I had no choice but to finally enter the forest and turn back the other way. Moving too quickly to maintain my usual gracefulness, twigs snapped loudly underfoot, and leaves shushed me as I kicked them up from the ground in my haste. It didn't matter if I was quiet or not, though. The shadow was in the woods now, too. I tried to gauge the distance between me and it, but the second I took my eyes off the path ahead of me, my foot caught on a protruding root and I stumbled to the ground. A sharp stab of pain erupted in my ankle, causing me to cry out. My hands and knees were covered in mud, my hair a wet and tangled mess as the rain continued to hammer down relentlessly on the town. When I attempted to put weight on my ankle, another rush of pain fluttered up the length of my leg. I was stuck. Rolling onto my back, I crawled backward on my elbows uselessly as the shadow crept along the ground, spreading out long and thin like morning mist. Its eyes looked even brighter in the darkness of the forest. Pathetically, I held up my arms over my face and braced myself for whatever impact was about to come. Except before the shadow could reach me, a brilliant beam of light exploded through the gloom, causing me to flinch away even with my eyes closed and shielded by my arms. There was a loud rustling of movement, a huff of breath, and a strange hissing noise, then nothing at all. Nothing but the patter of rain on the leaves, and my own breath rushing in and out of my lungs in panicked bursts. When I dared to lower my arms and open my eyes, the shadow was gone. A crunch of something heavy landing on the gravel path behind me caused me to let out a delicate shriek, and whirl around, still sprawled on the damp ground. I was prepared to see the shadow once more, playing a trick on me by making me believe that it was vanquished by whatever caused that bright flash of light, only to be right behind me. But when I saw what caused the noise, I relaxed instantly. It wasn't the shadow. It wasn't another dark beast of a different kind. It was Cody. "Alyssa," he whispered, hurrying clumsily across the uneven ground to kneel by my side. Water streaked down his face, but he wasn't nearly as soaked with rainwater as I was. "Are you okay?" I wished I could lie. Anything would be better than the answer I provided him. Instead of opening my mouth and speaking to Cody like a normal person, I shook my head and burst into tears. Chapter 11. "Hey, it's okay," Cody murmured as soon as the hot tears poured out to mix with the cold raindrops on my cheeks. "You're okay. The shadow is gone. I got rid of it." I was mortified by my sobbing, but I couldn't stop. I was too overwhelmed by too many things. My perfect sisters, my gaslighting mother, my unconcerned doctor, and a stalking shadow that was about to do the devil knew what if Cody hadn't been around to stop it. "What are you doing out here?" I managed to get out between my tears. We have class right now." "He let class out early," Cody explained. "I was just heading back to my dorm when I saw you run behind the building. And then I saw the shadow. It must have been the same one we saw on the mountain. I'm so sorry, Alyssa. I should have destroyed it before, but I didn't think it was going to harm anyone. I thought it was just living up there or something." "How did you?" I was about to ask Cody how he was able to destroy the shadow in the first place. Banishing a demon in any form usually required the strength of at least one or two fully trained witches, but when I felt the warmth radiating off of Cody's familiar lightness, I realized that he just happened to be blessed with the gift of dispelling evil and darkness. "Don't apologize. You saved me." "I can't believe a shadow would attack a student, let alone that one was on campus in the first place," Cody replied, clearly unbothered by the storm that raged on around us. Personally, I felt damp and chilled to the bone. "We should tell the headmaster." No, I gasped. "It's okay. I'm fine. It's gone now. I'm sure it was just totally random, a rogue shadow that got released from its summoner." Cody frowned, taking in the full sight of me. "Come on. I live in that building right there. You look like you're freezing." "I can't," I protested. "It's my ankle. I think I injured it when I fell." "Let me see." Without further invitation, Cody scooted down closer to my feet and gently prodded the ankle that was visibly more swollen than the other, turning a deep purple color with each passing second. "Ow," I breathed, taking in the sight of the damage. Now that both the crying and the adrenaline were dying down, the pain was able to sink in even further. It was a throbbing, insistent ache, but it didn't feel like anything was broken. "I think it's sprained," Cody said. "I have some healing salves my parents sent me in my dorm." "No, it's okay," I insisted. "My house is just..." Your house is at least a 10-minute walk from here, he interrupted gently. And my dorm is 30 seconds away. Let me help you, Alyssa. I sighed, knowing I didn't have any other options unless I wanted to be a sitting duck in the forest and drown out there. Okay, fine. I pouted, shifting to try to get myself slowly into a standing position once more, but Cody was too fast for me. Before I knew what was happening, he had his arms around me and scooped me off the ground as if I weighed nothing at all. In an effort not to tumble back down onto the ground, I clung onto his shoulders and tried not to blush too furiously as he carried me like a baby out of the woods. His strength was deceiving, contained inside long, slender limbs. Everything about Cody was misleading. He came across as a mysterious loner, but proved himself to be a warm and friendly companion. He had a lanky build, but could lift all 110 pounds of me like he worked out every day. And like me, he was just a freshman, but he contained magical strength far beyond what most of our peers did. He was a prodigy like Carissa. Thankfully, there were no witnesses to watch Cody cradle me close to his chest as he brought me inside the building and down the first-floor hallway, to a plain wooden door marked with the number 113. I was too embarrassed to say a single word as he nudged open the door with his boot and brought me across the tiled floor of a tiny room. But when he was about to lay me down on top of the narrow bed that took up the entire length of the back wall, I bubbled out a protest. "I'll get your blankets muddy," I exclaimed. Cody smirked and set me down on top of the dark green duvet anyway. "I have magical powers, Alyssa," he reminded me. "And there's a laundry machine in the basement. Right? I'm going to take off your shoes so I can see your ankle better. Is that okay? I can take it off myself." "You really aren't good at accepting help, are you?" I sulked at his question and lay back against the pillows that were propped against his headboard, trying not to think too hard about the fact that I was sitting on a boy's bed for the first time in my life. This was so not the context I thought it would eventually happen in. Satisfied that I wasn't going to get in his way anymore, Cody set to work undoing the laces of my sneakers, gently prying both of the muddy shoes off my feet to reveal equally muddy socks. I was a mess. "So why weren't you in class?" Cody asked, as he sat down on the edge of the mattress and took a closer look at my injured ankle with a furrowed brow. Only then did I remember that I completely ignored his text, in favor of making up a lie to him about the last-minute doctor's appointment. If he was accusing me of dodging him on purpose, he wasn't doing a very good job of sounding annoyed. Rather, he seemed genuinely curious. Before I answered, I felt Circe squirming underneath my sleeve. For a second, I thought she was about to reveal herself, but she only slithered further up my forearm, gave me a gentle squeeze to remind me she was there, and then turned back into her metal bracelet form. In truth, I felt too exhausted to be untruthful to Cody. I didn't want to lie to him before when he texted me, and I didn't want to lie to him then when he was speaking directly to my face. Cody stood up and puttered around at the built-in shelves above the generic desk the university provided for students in the dorms. They were full of jars and vials with various herbs and ingredients that I could identify from knowing the contents of my mother's garden over the years. He chose a short round jar with a bluish, foamy substance inside, then returned to his spot at the end of the bed. When he untwisted the cap, an earthy, soothing aroma filled the room. He dipped a finger into the jar and swiped a small amount onto my ankle, delicately massaging it onto my skin. Instantly, the pain faded away. Then, before my very eyes, the bruising melted away, and my skin turned back to its usual pale color. The swelling dwindled too, the sprained joint returning back to normal as if it was never hurt in the first place. With a satisfied grin, Cody put the cap back on the jar and replaced it on the shelf. While I tested out the function of my ankle and confirmed that it was as good as new, I smiled up at him in thanks. However, when I caught the expectant look on his face, I remembered he was still waiting for an answer to my question. So I decided that if I was going to trust anyone with my secrets, it was the beautiful boy in front of me. "I had to go to the medical center," I admitted, sitting upright and letting my legs dangle off the side of the bed. I've been having some trouble with my magic recently. Really? How so? Well, last night, I got a bit angry and made the windows explode in our kitchen, I sighed, speaking to the floor. Oh, and the night before that, I accidentally set my room on fire while I was asleep. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. Did they figure out what's going on? I shrugged. The doctor told me it was just stress, but I think it's more than that. My magic has never really felt normal, but lately it's been worse. It's unstable and unpredictable. Honestly, I'm scared that I'm going to seriously hurt someone if I don't find a way to get this under control. I can't even do a simple tidying spell, and yet I can shatter glass like it's no problem at all. Maybe I've been cursed to be a force of destruction. If it makes you feel better, you don't seem like a force of destruction to me, Cody responded. I wish I knew how to help though. What happens when you try to do regular basic magic? Nothing, I answered with a dramatic shrug. At all? Well, nothing until I get so frustrated that my primary emotion is anger, and my magic suddenly explodes, literally. Do you want to try something with me? He asked, coming to sit down on the bed beside me. My stomach flipped at his proximity, which was something that I was going to have to wait to process later. Try what? Let's use elemental magic to dry our clothes, he suggested. You know, so we don't catch pneumonia. I can't, I insisted. I'll set your room on fire, or I'll set you on fire. Cody quirked an eyebrow at me. So I put it out. Don't worry. I'm really good at elemental magic. I could tell from his tone of voice that he wasn't bragging. He genuinely wanted to help me, and was trying to encourage me to give it a shot. It's really not a good idea, I said. Trust me. No, trust me. I frowned at his stubbornness, but he didn't relent. Rather, he held out his palms in front of him, gesturing for me to take his hands. We were really moving fast on the physical touch route in our friendship. Once again, I couldn't help wondering if this was normal. And yet, because his eyes were so wide and earnest, and because he'd given me a dozen reasons to trust him in the past few days since we spoke for the very first time, I relented. I placed my hands on top of his waiting palms, and prayed I looked normal when he squeezed them comfortingly. Oh wow, he whispered. I can feel your magic now. It's so dark. I flinched away, but Cody held on tightly. I'm not. Not dark in a bad way, he corrected himself. I'm not calling you evil, Alyssa. We all have darkness inside us. Now can you feel my magic? At first, I wanted to say no because that was the truth, and then stop this foolish thing before it could go much further. I'd take pneumonia over my shame. Yet, the longer I held on to him and stared into his hazel eyes, the more I could sense the warm flicker of his magic. It was like a shimmer of sunlight breaking through the clouds, a rush of warmth that I wanted so badly to reach out toward. We might all have darkness inside us, but Cody was one of the lightest magical beings I'd ever met. Yeah, I responded after a moment. It's really different than mine. He grinned. No two magics are the same. So. Cutting himself off, he gasped and stared down at his wrist. With a jolt, I realized I hadn't noticed Circe coming to life again and wiggling her way down my soaked shirt sleeve. She poked her tiny black head out from under the hem, and blinked up at Cody. No way, he breathed, smiling brilliantly. You have a familiar? I do, I murmured, tensing for a negative response similar to the one I got from the nurse that morning. Her name is Circe. She's so cute, he chuckled, holding still as Circe wound her way lazily around his bony wrist, then slithered across the veins of his large hands with a hum of comfort on her way back to me. I think she likes you. I laughed, utterly shocked. Circe rarely showed her true form when I was around anyone other than my family, unless I asked her to like at the medical center, or unless she was annoyed, like that night at dinner with Nick Arsenault. The wordless sentiment I was getting from her was that Circe agreed with my decision to trust Cody. He was good. Circe finished her parade and returned to her usual place on my wrist, but she remained in snake form instead of transforming back into a bracelet. Okay, where were we? Asked Cody. Oh, right. So, if I ask you what element we should use to dry our clothes, what would you say? Fire. See, on an exam, you'd be correct. But the way this school teaches elemental magic is actually a bit too simplistic, Cody replied. Especially when it comes to fire, which is so difficult to control anyway. When you're trying to manipulate an element, it's actually important to utilize more than one at once. They do teach that, I argued lightly. The whole science and magic thing, remember? You need all the ingredients, blah blah blah. Well, yeah, but that's not quite what I mean. Close your eyes. I hesitated, but then when Cody closed his eyes without delay, I followed suit. Now what? I asked. I was hyper-aware of the fact that I was holding hands with a boy on his bed inside his room, with the door closed. Focus, I commanded myself. So our clothes are really wet, right? They sure are. And cold, yes? Very. Logically, the immediate course of action would be to apply heat to our clothes in the form of the element of fire, to dry the wet fabric, yeah? That's what most people would do, right? I guess. We're going to do it a little differently, Cody continued. Instead of changing something in its current state, we're going to create something new. That sounds harder. Cody chuckled. It's not. I promise. Fine. I'm listening. We're going to create steam, okay? Forget about our clothes. Let's just pretend that our only goal is to fill this room with steam. Oh wait, not like that. Like real steam. Not metaphorical steam. Oops. I blushed furiously, but when I cracked open an eye to peek at him, I saw that his eyes were still closed and that there was a pinkness in his cheeks caused by his statement too. Got it, I choked out after a moment. Right. And what do we need in order to create steam? Heat and water? Exactly. Now, we know where we're getting the water from, but what about the heat? Our bodies. Bingo. Okay, ready? I guess so. Holding on tight to Cody's hands and begging my magic not to set anything on fire, I focused on the wet fabric clinging to my skin and the warmth of my blood flowing through my veins. I imagined those two elements combining, colliding head-on and dissolving into warm vapor. As instructed by Cody, I put my energy into creating the steam itself, rather than on getting rid of the water caught in the threads. There was a pulling sensation from Cody's magic, which I answered nervously by pushing forth the thinnest tendril of my magic. Light and dark knotted together, offering me an unfamiliar sense of stability. Little by little my clothes felt less weighed down by water. I stopped shivering as my body warmed up, the air becoming dense and humid. When I dared to open my eyes, I saw that Cody was already watching me with a proud smile on his face. Our clothes were dry. The moisture that had once been pounded into them by the rainfall hung in the air around us. See? You did it, he murmured. I gently tugged my hands away, though it was the last thing I wanted to do with him smiling at me like that. You did most of the work. Cody shook his head. I did nothing except offer you a little bit of my magic. I let you do the casting. That was all you. I gasped. Really? I didn't want to believe him. It was too easy. Most of the time, using magic felt like a chore or an accident. There was no in-between. But with Cody, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. He didn't make me feel like a useless witch with control issues. In his eyes, I was just going about things the wrong way. Why didn't anyone else consider that? Really, he answered. But I'll take care of this part. By way of explanation, Cody leaned across the bed and inched open the only window in the room, which was covered in a thick layer of condensation. With access to the endless supply of fresh air outside, Cody waved his hand and sent a gentle breeze flowing through his room. The humidity dissipated instantly, banished to the outside world where it belonged. When the condensation on the glass cleared up, he glanced up at the sky. It looks like it's only sprinkling now, he reported, before closing his window once more and offering me a cheerful grin. Now that you're good as new, can I walk you home? This time I came to my senses quickly. I didn't even consider saying no, but wholeheartedly accepted the chivalrous offer. Chapter 12. The next day was Saturday. I slept better than I had in days, and woke up at a reasonable hour rather than at the crack of dawn. Instead of going for a hike in the mountains, I lay in bed for a while and gazed out at the sunny sky. The weather was in harsh contrast to the downpour that took place yesterday, but that was normal for this region of the country. The climate was fickle. Eventually, you got used to it. Carissa didn't come home the night before. That wasn't out of the ordinary, considering she spent a lot of time at her boyfriend's on-campus apartment anyway. Why Headmaster Arsenault paid for Nick to have his own place when they lived in a beautiful house a few streets over from us was beyond me, though I got the feeling she was avoiding our mother and me since the kitchen window explosion. She'd get over it, eventually. Now that Cody showed me I wasn't an unavoidably loose cannon any time I attempted to do magic, I felt a little less afraid of myself. If I could prove to Carissa that I wasn't going to cause an earthquake the next time I tried to peel a potato, she'd stop looking at me like I was a freak of nature. Speaking of Cody, I was having a hard time figuring out the way I felt about him. I wasn't used to having friends, let alone potential romances, in my life, so determining where my emotions rested on that hypothetical scale was confusing. Yes, my heart was pounding when he picked me up and carried me to his room, but I'd also just experienced an extremely scary event. And sure, I was blushing when I was sitting on his bed, holding his hands and listening to him talk about steam, but so was he. Who wouldn't be a little skittish about the intimacy of a moment like that? Whatever I felt for Cody, I knew it was positive. I liked having him around, I decided. I wasn't going to keep things from him anymore, not when he was so calm and understanding in response to my confession about the 2 accidental murder attempts I made on my own family. Even I understood that friends like that didn't come around often. When I finally dragged myself out of bed and tugged a hoodie over my head, I slumped downstairs in search of breakfast. I found my mother at the kitchen table, her fingers tangled in her thick hair as she glared down at a mess of paperwork in front of her. When she asked me how the appointment at the medical center went, I told her that the doctor informed me I was too stressed out, and that's why my magic wasn't responding properly. Even though I didn't believe the diagnosis, I knew it was what my mother would want to hear. When I told her it would be as simple as learning how to channel my stress in a healthy manner, she looked so relieved that I didn't have the heart to tell her I was certain it wasn't that easy. Cody was onto something yesterday with his miniature elemental lesson. If I could just learn how to do magic a different way, I might be able to find a way to keep the writhing mass of darkness within me at bay. Once I accomplished that, I could just tell my mother that I was no longer stressed, and nobody would ever have to worry about my incompetence and me ever again. Everything was going to be totally okay. Everly was at the kitchen counter chopping fruit with methodical, rhythmic movements. Even though it was something she could accomplish hands-free with magic, she always liked to do menial tasks by hand. She claimed it made her feel more productive. Sometimes I wondered if she was just trying not to show off in front of her less talented youngest sister. "Morning, Alyssa," she crooned when I appeared. "Want some coffee?" I nodded, grateful that she wasn't treating me like a pariah the way Carissa was. Then again, Everly hadn't witnessed my temper tantrum in real time. "Oh, Alyssa." My mother sighed, finally glancing up from the table. It took her several moments to smooth out the crease between her brows and coax a smile onto her face. "Good morning, sweetheart. I didn't realize you were still in bed at this hour. How did you sleep?" "I slept well," I replied, pouring too much cream into my coffee just the way I liked it, and smirking when Everly wrinkled her nose at me for it. "Really well, actually." "I'm so glad to hear that," my mother replied. "It must be those anti-stress techniques in the pamphlets, right?" "Oh yes. Definitely." "Anti-stress techniques?" asked Everly. "I could use some. Care to share?" I'll loan you the brochures I got, I answered quickly, knowing that they were still exactly where I put them after they were first handed to me by Dr. Douglas, at the bottom of my bag. Then, wanting to deflect the conversation away from myself, I joined my mother at the table. Mom, what's all that paperwork? Her expression reverted back to the deep frown she was wearing when I walked into the room. It's the list of proposed courses for next year, she explained. There are a few new ones. New ones? Like what? Just nonsense. Nonsense like what? I pressed. My mother pushed the paperwork to the side and let out a huff. The headmaster has decided that it's a good idea to incorporate more dark magic into the school's course directory. Not necessarily teaching it, but not entirely discouraging it either. Yeah, I noticed there's a new proposed course in the anthropology department, Everly added from across the kitchen. Something about the mythology of dark beings, which we already touched on in the mythical creatures courses the school offers, but this course is apparently only about the dark ones. Weird, don't you think? It is weird, muttered our mother. And infuriating. The necromancy department in particular is seeing some increase in dark magic content, despite my numerous attempts to convince the headmaster otherwise. It's already a form of dark magic, of course, but we must focus on the positive potential of necromancy. There's no need to dig into the dark side of it, because students aren't supposed to be using that kind of magic, either in school or after the fact. But isn't it better to teach it in order to curb curiosity, while witches and warlocks are still young? I asked. I mean, if they start asking questions about it later in life, they won't have you to guide them in the right direction. That's a wise observation, yes, my mother replied, reaching out to squeeze my forearm affectionately. The thing is, we already have content that cautions against the misuse of necromancy. It's not that the school refuses to acknowledge dark magic, but rather that it should be given a limited amount of merit. And yet, if Daniel has his way, Arsino University will be offering a course on shadow summoning next year. Can you imagine? Shadow summoning. Of all things. Why on earth would a 20-year-old need to enslave a demon to do its bidding? Why would anyone? Everly paused in her chopping to shoot our mother an empathetic glance when she finished her rant. I was doing my best to keep my face neutral, especially when she brought up the topic of shadows. What were the chances that she would mention the monsters when I'd just been saved from a shadow attack yesterday? But I thought shadows were old, irrelevant magic, I murmured nervously. Everly tutted her tongue, cutting in to answer me even though my comment had been directed at our mother. You'd be surprised how many young people are tapping into older magic, Alyssa. It's the vintage appeal of it, I guess. Absolute idiocy, if you ask me. Our mother nodded fervently in agreement. That's what it is. The headmaster is hopping onto some foolish fads, based on some unfounded concerns that Arsino University isn't modern or interesting enough. But isn't the entire point of this establishment that it is the first of its kind, and therefore isn't required to respond to something as fleeting as a market trend? Everly set down her knife, clearly just as impassioned about the topic as she was. My gaze flickered between the two of them while I sat in silence. People come to Arsino University because it's Arsino University, not because we offer an edgy, fashionable education that you can brag about to all your friends, Everly grumbled. This place is a piece of history. Even though it was Headmaster Arsino's family who founded the school, I don't believe that means he has a right to control every single aspect of it. We should stay true to tradition. It will serve us better in the long run. And I know we aren't the only people who think so, dear, our mother said with a sigh, before turning back to me with a tender smile. Please don't misunderstand, Alyssa. We all have darkness in us, but that doesn't mean dark magic should be treated as equally favorable to light magic. I know, I muttered. I don't. I agree. I meant to explain that I had no interest in exploring dark magic, despite my obvious propensity for darkness, mostly because the way she was looking at me made me feel as though I had to defend myself. But for some reason, the words just couldn't find their way out of me. What if my mother believed there was something evil festering within me, and that's why she was so determined to ignore all the signs of my volatile powers? What if dark magic, the truly dark stuff that bordered on taboo, was my calling? What if it was the only kind of magic I could successfully cast without the help of a lighter warlock like Cody? What would she think of me then? As if she could read my mind, my mother carried on with that exact topic. There's a difference between dabbling in the natural darkness that dwells in the earth's magic and being downright immoral in one's magical practices, she continued, her tone turning sour as she glared at the papers on the table. I'm going to have to spend all weekend reaching out to board members to see if we even have the numbers to overthrow these ridiculous course proposals. Do you need any help? I asked. No, that's okay, Alyssa, but it's very sweet of you to offer, she replied gently. You're young. You deserve to enjoy your weekends. Plus, I've already got Everly helping me draft an email template to the teaching staff for support. Yeah, now that I'm working on my doctorate, I'm officially not young anymore, Everly joked. Goodbye, weekends. I snorted. All right then. Good luck to both of you. With that gentle dismissal from the two oldest women of the family, I got up from the table and carried my coffee back upstairs. I wondered if Carissa had also heard about the new course proposals, and that was another reason why she wasn't home that morning. Undoubtedly, the increased tension between our mother and Headmaster Arseno would only make Carissa more upset, because it would put more strain on her relationship with Nick. Once she found out that Everly was helping our mother in her crusade against the headmaster's dark magic plight, she'd feel even more betrayed. Yet it was hard to pity her. Carissa didn't care enough to form an objective opinion about the situation, either for or against our mother's point of view. In her eyes, anything that jeopardized her precious status as the princess of the campus was a personal attack. Then again, Carissa probably would take the headmaster's side if she was forced to decide. If what Everly said about some forms of dark magic being stylishly vintage nowadays, Carissa would want to be at the forefront of the latest fashion trend. For the sake of endearing boldness in the face of her adoring followers, I imagined Carissa might be the first person to sign up for the shadow summoning course. If anyone could master complicated magic from the past just to prove she could do it in the first place, it was her. I froze where I stood at my bedroom window, gazing at the backyard strewn with fallen leaves. Wait a minute, I whispered under my breath, a chilling realization dawning on me. Chapter 13. Everly and our mother left shortly after lunchtime to spend the rest of their Saturday on campus to secretly organize a movement against the headmaster's proposals. Arseno University had always been my mother's entire life, besides being our parent, of course, and now Everly was following in her footsteps. They didn't want to spend the day relaxing like everyone else. They were truly excited to engage with small-town politics over anything else. If that's what a career in academia entailed, I was starting to think it was a blessing in disguise that I wasn't the best student. I loved Deadwater, but not because of the school that made it famous. I loved it because this was where the mountains were. Carissa snuck into the house about half an hour after Everly and our mother left. I could tell she knew I was home from the way she chose her steps carefully as she made her way to her bedroom with minimal squeaks from the floorboards underfoot. I wondered what kind of spell she cast to help her keep an eye on the comings and goings of our home's inhabitants. There was no other explanation for how she managed to avoid her family with so much efficiency. It would be so easy to let her continue giving me the cold shoulder. There would be no effort required. All I had to do was keep minding my business, and Carissa would do the rest, drawing an invisible boundary line with a remarkably wide berth around me. But I wanted to know who summoned that shadow and sent it after me. Or at the very least, I wanted to cross a suspect off my list. Even though that hypothetical list only had one person on it, I had to start somewhere, right? So, reminding myself that Carissa Quinlan was not just the most popular girl on campus, the most gifted witch in the entire student body, and the prettiest person in town, but also my sister, whom I was only 3 years younger than. I took a deep breath and turned the knob of my bedroom door. I faltered slightly when faced with Carissa's closed door right next to mine. I'd been hoping that she would have at least left it cracked open, allowing me a little bit of dignity as I attempted to earn a minute of her time. "She's just your sister," I repeated to myself. "She's harmless. You used to make mud pies in Mom's garden together when you were little." I knocked on the door and promptly received no answer, though I could hear the mumble of music from her stereo inside. Then, when I knocked again, a huff of exasperation followed, coupled with a thump and the sound of a chair scraping against the floorboards. When Carissa answered the door, she looked about as thrilled to see me as I expected her to be. "What do you want?" she snapped. "I'm studying." "Can I talk to you about something?" I asked. "Right now? Do you have to?" "Carissa, come on." She pursed her lips at me, then seemed to realize that her standoffishness was borderline over the top and stepped aside. Without another word, she waltzed back into her room and plopped down at her desk. I timidly followed her past the threshold. Her room was, as always, a disaster. Everything about Carissa was perfect, except for her bedroom. My theory was that it was the only place on earth that she allowed herself to be out of control. Most of the mess was clothes and shoes thrown all over the place, but there were also textbooks and crystal talismans and various spell ingredients scattered all over the place. Her bed was unmade, her curtains haphazardly drawn, and her closet hanging open and spilling out onto the rug with reckless abandon. Carissa herself was dressed in leggings and an oversized t-shirt that looked like it belonged to Nick. Her long shiny hair was pulled back into a ballerina bun. On anyone else, the ensemble looked like the typical college student attire for a weekend afternoon. Yet somehow, my sister looked more like an off-duty model, on her way to meet her celebrity friends for a latte in downtown Manhattan. "So, what do you want to talk to me about?" she demanded. I sat down on the corner of her bed, gingerly. "Well, I guess I wanted to tell you again that I really am sorry about the other night in the kitchen. I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. Alyssa, if you had intended to hurt Mom or me, I'd be a lot more concerned about your mental stability than I currently am," she quipped. "And that's saying something." I ignored the dig. "The doctor is helping me. It won't happen again." It was only half a lie. Dr. Douglas did nothing to help me, but I was definitely determined not to lose my temper and let loose a torrent of uncontrollable dark magic again. "Whatever. Is that it?" "No. I wanted to ask you something." "Ask away then. I don't have all day. Not all of us have the privilege of being freshmen with easy course loads." I bit my lip, urged on by her impatience but also terrified of what her reaction might be. "Have you ever summoned a shadow?" I asked. Carissa blinked. "A what?" "A shadow," I repeated. "Why would I do that?" I shrugged. "I don't know. I heard some people talking about how old kinds of magic like that have been a trend nowadays, and I thought maybe. Again, why the hell would I waste my time summoning a shadow?" Carissa grumbled. "That's some dark stuff, Alyssa." "A prank maybe," I suggested nervously, losing what little steam I gathered before I left the safety of my bedroom. It was painfully obvious to me how stupid my suspicion of Carissa had been. We bickered a lot, but Carissa didn't hate me enough to enslave a shadow and force it to stalk me, let alone hunt me down in the middle of a rainstorm with disturbing boldness. "A prank?" Carissa scoffed. "Are you serious right now? I mean, do you even know how difficult it is to summon a shadow? Do you really think I would expend the amount of power it takes to trap and control a tortured soul just to prank you? In the middle of midterm exam season?" "Well, when you say it like that. And shadows notoriously go rogue, Alyssa. I don't know who was talking about it being fashionable to summon shadows, but whoever's doing it must have a death wish," Carissa ranted. "Even I know better than to attempt something like that. Plus, it requires a blood sacrifice, and that's just not my style." A blood. Maybe you should focus on your own failing magical abilities instead of interrogating me about random crap like this, little sis, she hissed. Now get out of my room, please. Like I said, I'm busy studying. Obediently, I shuffled out of Carissa's room and shut the door quietly behind me. When I returned to my own bedroom, I noticed that the sun was setting beyond the tips of the pines. I stared deep into the shadows cast on the backyard by the streaks of pink across the sky, looking for yellow eyes and unnatural fog. Admittedly, I was embarrassed about my accusations. Carissa was right. I was ridiculous for thinking my own sister would delve into such dark magic for the sake of a joke. Even if she wanted to spy on me, all she had to do was snoop around in my bedroom while I was in class, or pester me at the dinner table like she usually did. But Carissa wasn't interested in me. She didn't really care about my lack of social life, at least not in regard to how it affected my psyche. Her concern for my awkwardness came from a place of uneasiness about how it reflected back on her. After all, if Carissa Quinlan had a freaky sister with poor magical abilities, that would hurt her reputation. She'd rather try to cure my oddities or sweep them under the rug, not risk bringing them to light with an elaborate prank. Maybe I was being too harsh on her. Dr. Douglas was right about me being stressed, but the stress didn't cause the loss of control. It was the other way around. I was anxious because I didn't know what was happening to me. That couldn't be resolved with meditation or arts and crafts. In truth, I was still terrified of the shadow. I was afraid there was more than one, perhaps a whole squad of shadows hell-bent on hunting me down for whatever reason. It seemed more likely that a group of rogue shadows would be drawn to me because of the darkly chaotic energy I gave off, rather than the possibility that someone had enough of a vendetta against me that they were summoning multiple demons to track me. Carissa said that kind of spell required a blood sacrifice. I didn't know that. I coaxed Circe out of her tank and let her roam around on the floor of my bedroom while I grabbed my phone and crouched down on the rug at the foot of my bed. Hey, I typed to send to Cody. Random question, but when you did that bright light spell to get rid of the shadow, did you kill it or did you just scare it away? Thinking that Cody surely had something better to do on a Saturday afternoon than deal with my helplessness and me, I didn't expect him to reply right away. However, when my phone vibrated a minute later, I was unable to stop the small smile on my face at his rapid response. At least one person in Deadwater was happy to talk to me. Are you okay? He sent, followed by 2 more messages. Is it back? Where are you? I'm okay, I replied. It's not back. At least I don't think so. I just didn't know if I should be afraid if it will come back in the first place. The spell I used should have banished it back to the realm of the dead, but you know how tricky demons can be, Cody wrote back. Are you sure you're okay? I was surprised by the way my heart fluttered at his insistent concern. Despite that, I had another flicker of fear that I was rushing into this friendship with reckless eagerness. Should I really be feeling like this, after barely a week of being on speaking terms with Cody? It probably wasn't a good idea for my good mood to depend on his presence in my life. If he suddenly decided that I wasn't worth the trouble, and my issues with magic were too embarrassing to be associated with, he could be gone in a heartbeat. It was better if I learned to be happy on my own, right? Not depending on anyone else was easier. It meant that only I had the power to disappoint myself. You really aren't good at accepting help, are you? Cody's question from the other day resurfaced in my mind. He was right. For some reason, I was extremely closed off to other people. It didn't make any sense for me to be that way. It wasn't like I didn't get enough affection or nurturing as a child. As strange as she was acting recently, my mother was a loving and thoughtful person. She certainly didn't give me trust issues. What was wrong with me? Why did I consistently fear that I was a burden to others? Did I really think I was that important? I allowed myself to mope for a few more minutes, then forced myself to type out a response to Cody. I promise I'm okay, I sent back. No more shadows lurking outside my house to my knowledge. I guess I just have a lot on my mind, and it's making me feel a bit paranoid. Was I too vulnerable? Would he think I was fishing for attention? I watched the 3 little dots that indicated Cody was typing bounce up and down for a painful minute. They disappeared, and then reappeared twice, as if Cody was deciding whether or not he wanted to answer me in the first place. Sirs, why didn't you tell me it was this nerve-wracking to be friends with a boy? I asked the snake that was slithering toward my closet to hunt for spiders. She offered me a distracted glance before continuing onward, as if to tell me to get over myself and calm down. Finally, Cody replied. Are you busy right now? He asked. I bolted upright. What was I supposed to say to that? Was I meant to act cool and say that I had plans, so I didn't sound like a loser on a Saturday night at college? No, that was stupid. The time for pretending to be someone I wasn't had passed where Cody was concerned. Somehow, he knew more about me than my own family. So I answered him honestly. No, I'm not busy, I said. Do you want to go for a walk with me? A walk? Where? I guess hike is a more accurate term, he responded. Is it totally insane of me to ask if you'll take me up on the mountains again? I know it's getting dark, but I know a really good illumination spell that won't disturb the wildlife. The fact that Cody was even considering the comfort of the forest creatures, in terms of bringing light with him on an evening hike, was enough to make me melt. How did such a kind person get such a cold reputation? I already knew the answer to that, of course. Humans, both magical and non-magical, had a terrible habit of misjudging each other. I'd been guilty of it more than once in my life. Sure, I texted in reply. Meet me at my house in 20 minutes. See you then. Chapter 14. Hey, Cody murmured when he climbed the steps of the front porch. I was waiting for him outside, perched on one of the old wicker chairs that we kept out there year-round. It was cold, and my breath was fogging in the air in front of me, but I didn't mind. Hi, I replied, my breath hitching as I took in the sight of his rumpled longish hair. He appeared simultaneously sleepy and vibrant, as if he'd woken up from a nap with a burst of energy. Ready? Yeah, he said with a grin. Lead the way. So I did. I led him around the side of the house and across the backyard. I didn't care if Carissa happened to glance out of her bedroom window and see Cody walking up to our house. If she wanted to be a brat to the rest of us, she could deal with the consequences of not knowing the finer details of my personal life. There was a light coating of frost on the grass. Our footsteps crunched in comfortable silence until we reached the tree line, then Cody paused and fished around in his pockets. Hold on, he whispered, producing what appeared to be an ordinary glass marble. It wasn't very late, but the sun had already completed her descent. The forest was dark, but it didn't bother me. Usually, when I wanted to take hikes at times like this, I brought a flashlight and depended on my memory to take me up the mountainside. But Cody was stumbling on the unmarked trails, even with the morning light dawning through the trees, so it was good that he brought something to illuminate the way more thoroughly. He cupped his hands around the marble and whispered something in a language I didn't recognize. When he opened his hands, the marble was glowing with a warm, gentle light. Then it began to float. At first, it hovered a few inches above Cody's outstretched palm, but then it moved forward without instruction, pausing a few feet ahead of us. The light it offered was sufficient but not harsh. The tiny sphere of light, which resembled a miniature sun, provided the perfect amount of clarity for our evening hike. I've never seen anything like that before, I marveled, taking a few steps toward it. As I moved, it diligently floated forward, just out of my reach as it dutifully illuminated the forest around us. It's one of my dad's side projects, Cody explained as we continued walking at a normal pace. He's an entrepreneur, I guess you could say. Some people think he's strange, but he likes to tinker with harmless spells and create things like this little floating flashlight. He has a shop on the magical end of downtown Seattle, where you can buy them. That's amazing. What language were you speaking when you said the spell? It's Cantonese, he answered. My mother was born in Hong Kong, so the spell was my father's ode to her. He always calls her his little light. Cody made a face as if the tidbit made him nauseous, but I could tell from the look in his eyes that he was endeared by his parents' love story. It was a bittersweet feeling for me. My mother always told my sisters and me that she loved our father very much and that their love story was epic, but I never got to witness disgustingly cute moments like that which Cody mentioned between his parents. It must be wonderful, I whispered, gaze trained on the ground as we walked. We hadn't yet reached the base of the mountain, so the forest floor was even enough where Cody wasn't having a difficult time yet. What? To feel love like that? Yeah, Cody agreed. It must be. The silence that followed was charged with something that I couldn't describe, something that made me feel the urge to speak quickly before I drowned in the tension. Cody beat me to it. Hey, so. I got you something, he said. What? Actually, I made it. You made me something. And by that, I mean my mom made it, but I put together the pieces. I cocked my head to the side as I stared up at him. Your mother made me something? Cody chuckled and shook his head, eyes trained on his boots out of embarrassment. I'll just show you. From his other pocket, the one that didn't contain the tiny portable lamp, he pulled out a thin silver chain. The ground was just barely beginning to slope upwards as we approached the base of the eastern mountain, but we paused our hike again, the glowing marble halting and waiting patiently for us to continue. Cody held out his palm, showing me a delicate bracelet with a single bead on it. It was hard to tell what color the bead was. The marbleized paint seemed to shift and change every other second. What is it? I asked him. It's a protection charm, he explained, his voice soft and nervous. It's supposed to offer you protection from harmful dark magic and bad energy. If this bead turns black while you're wearing it, that means dark magic is near. But dark magic? Like bad dark magic, he confirmed, correctly assuming that I was about to remind him that I had plenty of dark magic of my own. You know, shadows and stuff like that. And your mother? Did Cody tell his mother about me already? Had he gone as far as to tell her all about the attack in the forest and his rescue mission? I couldn't imagine it was the kind of thing a parent would want to hear from their child who was attending college on the other side of the country. But perhaps Mr. and Mrs. Waterman were more relaxed than the average parents. My mother is a nurse for both magical and non-magical people, Cody said. She makes charms like these for her witch and warlock patients, but she's also been known to give them out to others. She doesn't tell the non-magical people what they really are, though. They think it's just a sweet token from the nurse who treated them, you know? They don't understand why they suddenly feel more calm or optimistic or energetic in their daily lives after they've been discharged, except to believe that their treatment went really well. That hospital must get glowing reviews thanks to her, I replied. Cody laughed. Yeah, she's gotten a few warnings from the International League over the years about giving charmed objects to non-magical people, but it's not technically illegal. Plus, the charms start to fade away after a year or so. She sent me to school with a bunch of them in my suitcase, just in case I needed some encouragement while I was away from home. Timidly, I picked up the bracelet and admired the charmed bead. I could feel the magic it contained. It was simple and light in nature. Are you sure you want to give this to me? I asked. If your mom made it for you. Yes, I'm sure, Cody interrupted gently. And my mom would agree with my decision. Plus, I have tons more. Here, let me help you put it on. He took the bracelet from me and waited for me to hold out my wrist. Instinctively, I pushed up the sleeve of my left wrist, but when I saw Circe curled around my arm in her usual place, I realized that she wouldn't want to deal with a neighbor, so I covered her motionless form back up and switched to my other hand. It was hard to stay perfectly still while Cody nimbly fastened the chain onto my wrist, the feather-light touch of his fingertips brushing against my skin like a whispered breath of air. I was touched by the fact that he thought about me enough to seek out a solution to my fear of the shadow that plagued me. Other than my family, I wasn't used to people caring about me this much. I was accustomed to being invisible. In fact, even my family was doing a decent job of treating me like I barely existed at the present moment. When the clasp locked into place, Cody dropped his hands. Together, we watched the enchanted charm swirl with a rainbow of colors. Then, after a moment, it turned black as pitch. I gasped and whipped around, expecting to see another pair of yellow eyes glaring at me in the darkening night. But there was nothing. When I turned back to Cody, he was also on guard, scanning the shadows of the forest around us with narrowed eyes. "I don't see anything," Cody murmured. "It's probably just the fact that we're on the Three Sisters," I replied, forcing myself to take a few calming breaths as the bead stubbornly remained black. "I guess the legend might have more truth to it than you suggested," he joked lightly. "I swear I still don't know what everyone's talking about with all these ghost stories though. Maybe they're just afraid of the dark." I rolled my eyes playfully. "Maybe. Come on. Let's keep going." Self-consciously, I yanked the sleeve of my coat down over my new piece of jewelry. It was supposed to turn black when there was dark magic nearby, but only if the magic was dark enough to cause me harm. That could mean anything. Technically, my own well of dark magic posed a threat to me. Didn't I nearly roast myself alive in my own bed? Perhaps I should have felt more spooked by what Cody's charm revealed, but it was hard for me to feel anything other than peaceful when I was in the mountains. As we climbed higher, I felt as home as ever amongst the embrace of the Three Sisters. If the legend of the fallen sisters from 1,000 years ago was true, what did that mean? The trio of mountains supposedly contained most of the poisonous dark magic that ruined the earth when Mother Nature cursed the land on which the town of Deadwater now stood. The Three Sisters absorbed it within themselves, to restore their homeland's beauty to the best of their ability. "What are you thinking about?" Cody asked, his breath forming little clouds of condensation as we made our way up the steepest incline of the easternmost sister mountain. "The legend," I replied truthfully. "I mean, if the sisters turned into mountains and sucked up as much of the dark magic in the surrounding land as they could, then even the evergreens shouldn't be able to survive up here. There shouldn't be any form of life. That was the curse." "Well, it was 1,000 years ago, wasn't it?" Cody suggested with a shrug. "Curses fade with time like all magic. Plus, nature is unfailingly resilient." "True. Or maybe what?" Cody frowned thoughtfully. "Maybe the sisters pulled it so far inside their mountain forms that the curse can barely do the damage it was intended to. Its presence can still be felt, but it can't do harm." "I wonder why you can't feel it," I mused, pausing by a spindly birch tree. The illuminated marble bobbed brightly nearby. "When I touch the earth up here, it's like a wave of dark magic." "Really?" Cody gasped, stumbling over toward me. I nodded, boldly taking one of his hands and pressing his palm flat against the smooth, pearlescent bark of the tree. "Close your eyes," I told him. "What do you feel?" Cody's eyelids fluttered shut. He took a deep breath, but a crease deepened between his brows before he exhaled. "Nothing," he reported. "Nothing? Nothing at all." He shrugged and removed his hand from the tree, glancing at me with an expression akin to embarrassment, as if our roles had been reversed and he was the one with faulty magic. "I can feel magic," Cody answered. "But it's just the normal hum of nature. It's nothing out of the ordinary." "Why? What do you feel?" I pressed my palms to the tree trunk and smiled softly. "It's dark," I whispered, relishing in the way the living darkness within the mountain mirrored the dark magic inside me. It was so familiar and comforting that it felt like the mountains were part of my family. No, like they were a part of me. "You don't sound concerned," Cody suggested, quirking an eyebrow at me. "It's a good darkness," I replied. "It always has been. That's why everyone thinks I'm a freak for coming up here. If I forced Carissa to come for a hike, she'd say she felt nothing but evil. Maybe she's just being dramatic. Even my mother is uncomfortable in the woods. Even non-magical people get scared," I rebutted. "I believe them when they say it doesn't feel right, which is why it's even more puzzling that I don't get the same sensation." Perhaps you're stronger than them, Cody said simply, tapping my arm and gesturing for us to continue upward. I followed after him, struck with a deep sense of clarity. What if Cody realized that what I feared most might be true? What if it dawned on him that I was born to only wield dark magic? With so much lightness in both him and his parents, I couldn't imagine a friendship with a dark witch had much of a future. But if Cody was concerned about my affinity for the mountains, he didn't show it. As we reached the peak of the smallest sister and the dense trees gave way to the peaceful expanse of stone and soil, the humble pond still as glass in the evening light, he appeared totally relaxed. Maybe there was something wrong with him. We sat down on the trunk of an ancient tree that fell years before I was born, and remained lying across the gravelly ground this whole time because no one ever came up here to clear it away. Thank you, by the way, I said to him. For the bracelet. It was a really nice gesture. You're welcome, he replied, biting his lip. We were sitting close, huddling together in the cold air. The moon was a perfect crescent, still low in the sky after taking the sun's place a mere hour ago. The night was clear, inky darkness giving way to pinpricks of starlight poking through little by little as time went on in silence. I feel better now, I admitted quietly. Walking on the mountains always helps. I'm glad you suggested it. When Cody didn't respond right away, I glanced over at him. He was gazing right at me, catching me off guard. I thought he had been looking at the shadowy scenery, or up at the stars. How long had he been looking at me for? That's good, he replied, eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't quite place. I'm glad you let me join you up here again. I feel like I'm privy to the best-kept secret in Deadwater. I smiled. You're probably the only person who would see it that way. Alyssa, can I be honest with you? Blinking in surprise, I tried to gauge what he was about to say from his physical cues, but he looked neither anxious nor frightened nor angry. Rather, there was a hopeful determination in his golden gaze that seemed even more powerful when illuminated by the floating orb behind us. Okay, I replied. Here it was. He came all the way up here to let me down easy. Cody didn't want to be friends anymore. He gave me the charm bracelet as a farewell token, a way to quell his guilty heart and ensure I'd be totally fine without his intervention in the future. He came to his senses, and now understood that I was more trouble than what I was worth. The truth is, he began, I like you. Chapter 15. Oh, was all I could think to say. Immediately, I wanted to kick myself for being so awkward. I quickly tried to save myself from floundering. I like you too. How could I not after you saved me from the shadow and helped me with my magic and, yeah. Cody combed his hair back from his face with his fingers and exhaled softly, the sound tinged with frustration that I could tell wasn't directed at me. No, he muttered. I mean, I like you. As in, my feelings for you extend beyond the realm of mere friendship. It wasn't possible, I instantly reasoned. No boy had ever liked me as more than a friend before. So how could it be happening now all of a sudden? Cody appeared in my life so unexpectedly, yet with so much force that I'd spent most of the past week trying to make sense of his mere existence. A few days ago, he told me he wanted to be my friend. That alone was a difficult concept to conceive of, but now that he was informing me that he actually wanted to be more than a friend to me, I was pretty sure I didn't come equipped with the emotional mechanisms that would allow me to process that like a normal person, because my response was utterly pathetic. You do? I asked. Yeah, I do, he responded, chewing on the inside of his cheek as he stared down at the ground. It's okay if you don't feel the same way. Seriously. I just felt like I should tell you because otherwise, it seemed like I was lying while spending all this time with you. I was stunned, but I wasn't upset. Nor was I disappointed. The longer his words sank in, the more they resonated within me. But why? I murmured. Why? Why do you like me? You barely know me. Cody let out a breath of laughter. Do you have to know everything about someone to be attracted to them? No, I guess not, I whispered. It's just that when I got to Deadwater, everyone was so friendly, Cody explained to his shoes, shuffling them in the half-frozen dirt. I wasn't used to it, but I could tell they all wanted me to be something that I'm not, popular and social or whatever. I've always been more introverted, and people back home never questioned it. I still don't understand why everyone was trying to befriend me when school first started. It's because you're unreasonably handsome, I wanted to tell him. And people love to collect pretty things. I held my tongue because that seemed like a strange thing to admit. Anyway, Cody continued while my speechlessness persisted. Once they realized that I wasn't cool or funny or special, they started to leave me alone. That's when I noticed you. You didn't seem like you cared about any of it. The parties, the shallow compliments, the magical pissing contests, and I thought you were really pretty too. Me? Pretty? I supposed I had nice hair, but that was thanks to genetics, not personal merit. Stop, I laughed breathily, waving off his compliment. No, I'm serious, Cody replied, meeting my eyes again with undeniable earnestness. You're beautiful, Alyssa. I tried to ask around about you, but no one seemed to know much. It took me ages to build up the nerve to approach you, because you seemed so intimidating. Intimidating? I scoffed gently. I'm not intimidating. Clearly you've never met you, he chuckled. Anyway, I noticed you wore hiking boots around campus a lot and figured you were an outdoorsy type of girl, and I deduced that these mountains were the most convenient slice of wilderness, but as you've seen, I'm not very graceful in the woods. When we met that morning, I was out there early trying to, I don't know, practice or whatever so that I could show you I was just as casual and adventurous. I didn't think I would run into you. At least not yet. I cracked a smile. You wanted to practice hiking up a mountain so that you could impress me? Of all the ways to woo a girl, Cody? He groaned in embarrassment. I'm sorry. You probably thought I was stalking you or something. I swear I wasn't. Like I said, I'm not very good at friendship. Or being normal in general. I thought I totally blew it that morning after you basically ran away from me, which is why I was so relieved to find you in the library later that day. That was definitely an accident, I promise. So, you like me even though I set my bedroom on fire and made my kitchen explode? Maybe I'm an adrenaline junkie. His lopsided smile warmed my heart. I thought about the way I felt when I first saw him in the mountains during that frigid dawn. I was startled, but I also wasn't blind. Cody was really handsome. The kind of handsome that made someone's life very easy. Yet despite that, Cody was humble. He was thoughtful too, and surprisingly patient for an 18-year-old boy. It was so hard to translate my thoughts into words. Cody deflated, bracing himself for the rejection he surely believed was coming his way. It's really okay if you don't feel the same way, he insisted. If you just want to be friends, I'm more than okay with that. I'll get over it if you want me to, if that would make you more comfortable. Even listening to him now, my spine was tingling. I was impossibly endeared by him. There was no use denying how my heart fluttered when he cradled me in his arms and held me close against his chest. Or the way my stomach flipped when we were sitting on his bed holding hands with our eyes closed. He was right. You didn't have to know everything about someone to be attracted to them or to feel fondness for them, but the truth was that we had learned quite a lot about each other in just the past few days. Cody was easy to open up to, which was not a meaningless statement coming from me. I didn't give in to vulnerability easily. No, I said all of a sudden, forcing myself to grasp onto what little Br Alyssa bloomed inside me. No, he repeated, growing visibly more desolate. I mean, no, you don't have to get over it, I stuttered. It's okay if you like me as more than a friend. Oh. That sounded egotistic, I muttered, pinching the bridge of my nose in exasperation. I wished I was bold like Carissa, or eloquent like Everly. What I meant to say was that it's okay if you like me because I like you too. Are you just saying that because you feel bad for me? Cody joked, though I could tell there was some sincerity behind the question. I snorted. Of course not. I don't lie out of pity. I do like you. You're nice. I'm nice, he repeated, pressing his lips together to fight back a smile. I like being around you, I told him. That's the only way I know how to explain it without stumbling around my words. I like you, and I like your company, and I like that you're not afraid of me. I like that you weren't weird when you met Circe, and I like that Circe was comfortable enough in your presence to actually show herself. That doesn't happen often, so you should consider it the highest compliment. And I like Alyssa, if you keep listing all the reasons you like me, I'm afraid my head is going to get so inflated that I'll float away into space, Cody interrupted with a wide grin. Right, I breathed. When my cheeks warmed with embarrassment, the air felt even colder against my face. Despite that, there was a part of me that never wanted to leave that mountaintop. I didn't want to break the spell. I wanted this moment with Cody to go on forever, because it was the first time in my life that I felt like I didn't have to hide who I truly was when I was around another person. Beneath us, the mountain hummed her saturnine melody. It was louder than usual, reverberating in my bones. It felt like a signal, an indication that the path I was on was correct, that I was right in my judgment to fall for Cody. If the three sisters could see who I was deep down inside, could they see him too? Maybe I was projecting, but it seemed like they approved of him. So, he uttered. So. I repeated. We like each other. We do. As more than friends. Yeah. That's pretty cool, he whispered. What does this mean? I asked lamely. Are we? Do we? I was a babbling fool. Yeah, Cody chuckled, turning to face me fully. I think we? I waited for him to finish his sentence, but when he lifted his hand to trail his fingertips along my jaw, I understood that he was affectionately mocking me. At his touch, I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Oh. Right. This is what people did when they liked each other. With the weightless orb casting a warm glow upon us, and the moonlight offering a silvery glimmer from above, Cody leaned in closer. I was officially in foreign territory, caught between unfamiliar desire and delicious terror. I wanted to be close to him, but it also filled my gut with a raging inferno of butterflies. I'd never felt like this before. But I liked it. Cody moved slowly, watching my reaction with each infinitesimal gesture, as if he expected me to change my mind at the last minute and dart away into the trees without him like a startled bird. He was just as insecure as I was. Somehow I found that incredibly comforting. His fingertips drifted from my jaw to my cheek, then up to my temple, where he tucked a stray curl back into place. He was so close to me, our faces inches apart. His eyes, so warm and inviting, made me feel like I was standing in a patch of sunlight. I bit my lip, daring to lower my eyes to his mouth. His lips looked so soft, a fact that I hadn't entirely ignored before. We sat frozen in time, balancing on the edge of something wonderful because the anticipation was half the fun. Even the mountains were still. They were holding their breath too. And then, with the tiniest exhale, Cody closed the distance between us. I'd never been kissed before, but I had always hoped it would feel like this. As if my body knew what to do before my brain did, I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and pulled myself against him, a zap of electricity racing down my spine when he responded by grasping my waist tightly through my thick coat. How did I know what to do? How did I know how to answer his kiss so effortlessly? Why did it feel like I'd been waiting my entire life to do this? Circe wriggled on my wrist, embarrassed to be caught up in the private moment against her will, but I ignored her silent whining. At first the kiss was soft, tender, questioning. There was a bashfulness in the sweet pressure of our lips pressed together. It shifted swiftly though, morphing into something needier. We relished in how good it felt to be so entwined with someone else, losing ourselves in the moment. When we parted, both of us were gasping for air. That was pretty damn magical, whispered Cody. I snorted, shoving his shoulder lightly. You're corny. He grinned cheekily, then cleared his throat and collected himself. "It's getting late," he murmured. "I don't want to risk your mother's approval by breaking your curfew or something." I smirked but accepted his hand when he stood up from the tree trunk, hauling myself back up onto my feet beside him. "I don't have a curfew," I told him. "And my mom is so busy on campus, she'll probably end up sleeping on the couch in her office." "Does she do that often?" "More than she's willing to acknowledge. The last time we were up here, Cody offered me his hand to help me up, but I dropped it the second I was standing again. This time I didn't let go. Neither did he. As we returned to the forest and began our descent, the little light following after us, he wove our fingers together and squeezed gently. For a minute, I was afraid it would be awkward in the aftermath of the intimate moment we just shared, but the magical, for lack of a better term, aura that encapsulated us on the mountain's peak didn't shatter once we started making our way back down. As we headed back to my backyard, Cody's footsteps more sure and steady this time, we talked about easy things. We discussed our classes and teachers, and debated which dining hall had the best coffee on campus. He lightheartedly complained about a presentation he had to give in one of his courses, and I lamented the amount of studying I still had to do in order to consider myself ready for midterms. It was nice to know that we could talk about mundane things too. It wasn't all shadows and dark magic and spooky mountains that brought us together. We got along easily, the cadence of our sentences and the rhythm of our humor overlapping in flawless harmony. When we reached the backyard and wound around to the front of my house, I noticed how dark it was inside. I checked my phone to see that it was only a few minutes past 8, but that meant Carissa was definitely gone. It was Saturday, after all. She undoubtedly had a social event or two to make an appearance at. And as I suspected, both my mother and Everly were still on campus. I turned to Cody. "Do you want to come in? No one's home." He raised his eyebrows in innocent surprise. "Oh." As the implication of my question struck me, I gasped and pressed my hand to my mouth. No, not for, I didn't mean it like, I just." Cody started cackling. His brief moment of appearing scandalized was a mischievous joke. "Sorry," he chuckled, plucking the marble out of the air next to my head now that we were basking in the orange light of the streetlights, and tucking it back into his pocket. "I meant, do you want to watch a movie or something?" I asked. "Sure," Cody murmured. "I'd like that." Willing my blushing face to calm down, I nodded and turned away from him briefly to unlock the front door. When he stepped into the warmth of the house behind me, he let out a grateful shiver and unzipped his coat as I flicked the hall light on. Cody had his back turned to me as he shrugged off his coat and hung it up politely on the rack beside the door. That was a good thing because when I took off my own jacket and caught a glimpse of the delicate bracelet that adorned my wrist, it was impossible to keep the shock off my face. The bead was still black. We were off the mountains, and yet it was dark as pitch. I already knew why, of course. It wasn't the cursed land around us that caused the charm to react as such. It was me. I was the source of the dangerous dark magic. I pushed the bracelet up further on my forearm, and yanked my sleeve down over it before Cody could see, forcing a smile onto my face before facing him once more. "Welcome to the abode of the Quinlan witches," I announced, leading him further inside with a dramatic flourish. "Home to 3 very talented, successful witches, and 1 rogue little witch with uncontrollably violent tendencies. Beware." Cody threw his head back with laughter, pulling me toward him as I headed into the kitchen to offer him a drink. "I like you so much it's crazy," he whispered. And then he kissed me, until I forgot my own name. Chapter 16. For the next week, everything felt simultaneously brand new and totally ordinary. The ordinariness was blissful, because I didn't have another magical episode. It wasn't for lack of stress, thanks to my upcoming exams, but more so that I didn't get frustrated enough to explode like I did the other times. I woke up every morning with a room that was not on fire, and went down to a kitchen with windows that didn't shatter under the pressure of my powers. In fact, the dark magic that had been building inside me for weeks no longer seemed to take up as much space. My lungs had more room to breathe, my blood more freedom to circulate. I had no idea what caused the shift, but I was grateful for it nonetheless. I didn't need to be distracted by the potential for uncontainable violence every other hour. I relished being ordinary again. Even Carissa stopped openly glaring at me whenever we happened to cross paths, and my mother ceased her sideways concerned glances, the ones she didn't think I caught. The sense of newness in my life came from Cody, of course. The first night I invited him inside after our hike on the mountains, we really did watch a movie like normal freshmen on a casual date. There was more kissing, but nothing that would cause a nun to faint. He left my house at a perfectly reasonable hour, leaving a chaste kiss on my cheek before heading back to campus. He was my boyfriend. I was his girlfriend. The terms felt so foreign to me. I never thought I would be the kind of person who started college and got to experience the thrill of a romance in her very first semester. I wasn't expecting anything romantic at all to happen to me, honestly. Cody joined us for dinner on Monday night. My mother adored him right away, though I wondered if the reason she looked so happy when I told her the news was because my having a boyfriend was proof that I was at least somewhat normal. I tried not to think too much about it, simply enjoying how charmed Everly was by his humble and bright demeanor. Miraculously, Carissa also cracked a smile once or twice during dinner, unable to resist the puppy-like joy that wafted off Cody in effortless waves. We held hands when we walked to class. We sat together in the lecture we shared. We studied in the library, and met for coffee in the mornings, and made out in his dorm in the afternoons. It was all so new to me, but so normal from the outside. For the first couple of days, our classmates were bad at hiding their stares when they noticed that Cody had finally decided to give someone his time and attention. But their interest quickly faded. We were just two boring freshmen, there wasn't much to keep the gossip going. I had to admit that I kind of liked being normal, for once in my life. Maybe Carissa was right. Sometimes following the status quo could be exhilarating. At the end of the day, I wasn't totally ordinary though. I still struggled with my magic during classes, and I still had no desire to get wasted at one of the massive parties on and around campus at night. On the first day of midterm exam week, I woke up feeling nervous but hopeful. My first exam was for Elemental Basics 101. It was a practical test, meaning that each of us would take our turns going into a private room with the professor and prove that we'd been paying attention so far that semester. In theory, the test was easy. I knew exactly what to expect. I would have to coax an orchid flower into bloom, light a tea candle, levitate a feather, and create ripples in a small bowl of water. For most students, it would be easy. The midterm was designed to ensure that we could at least do something at this point in the semester. The true challenges wouldn't come until final exam season. Naturally, I was terrified. What happened if I tried to light the candle, and the entire building burst into flame? Or, on a smaller scale, what if I attempted to make the feather float, but ended up flipping over the table on which it sat? What if nothing happened at all? The only time I'd ever successfully used elemental magic was when Cody was guiding me through it. He'd been helping me prepare all week, offering me advice and patiently practicing with him, but he had his own exams to study for, and I didn't want him to get less than the perfect marks he deserved just because his girlfriend was useless when it came to magic. Thus it turned out that staying positive was easier said than done, but I did my best. Alyssa Quinlan. When the teaching assistant called out my name, I jumped. Thanks to the order of the alphabet, I was among the last batch of students waiting in the hall outside the classroom for their turn to take the elemental practical exam. I followed the teaching assistant inside the room, taking deep breaths and reciting Cody's tips in the back of my mind. Inside the classroom, the miniature representations of the 4 elements were lined up on a table behind which sat Dr. Wood, the aging but kind-hearted professor who taught the class. His teaching assistant, whose name I couldn't remember, sat down beside him. Both of them offered me friendly, placid smiles. "Hello, Miss Quinlan," said Dr. Wood. Are you ready to begin? Yes, I answered, urging myself not to fidget as I stood before them, the intimidating display between us. Good. Remember that you have 30 minutes, but that one of the items on the rubric is how swiftly you can accomplish the tasks, Dr. Wood explained. You may go in any order you wish. Okay, I murmured, stepping down to stand in front of the clay pot from which a wilting orchid flower grew. Earth was the second easiest element next to water, but I felt drawn to it first. I'd been helping my mother tend to her garden for most of my life, so it was the element that was closest to me in spirit. I closed my eyes and mentally reached out to the orchid. I could tell that it was dehydrated, magically drained of water to speed up the wilting process for the sake of the exam. So far, the poor flower had been restored and ruined over 100 times, and I could sense a trickle of exhaustion within its cells. It was worn out, used up. The logical thing to do would be to summon water from the bowl beside the pot, and use the air to give it a boost of carbon dioxide. That would be the scientific solution, the one that most other students opted for. However, I couldn't help latching on to how weary the flower felt. Maybe it was the amount of time I spent on the three sisters, but I was certain that plants had emotions too. Simple ones, but true emotions nonetheless. When I finally opened my eyes, there was a whisper of insistence from the dark magic that lay within. I couldn't ignore it. It demanded to be felt. As if my hand had a mind of its own, it reached out toward the orchid. Then, when the tip of my index finger just barely brushed the limp, faded petals, a subtle zap coursed through my body into it. Without explanation, the orchid burst to life. It bloomed brilliantly, the colors changing from dull pink and dingy white to a vibrant magenta and pure ivory. The stalk grew several inches, causing the pot to wriggle slightly. Shocked at the result, which I didn't consciously intend to create, I took half a step back. Dr. Woods let out a bubble of laughter. Good job, Miss Quinlan. Blinking fast and swallowing down my surprise, I rode the wave of whatever was happening to me. I didn't have time to question, nor did I want to. I was afraid that if I stopped, the surge of obedient power would suddenly fade. Perhaps all that extra study time did pay off. I moved on to the bowl of water. Again, a bolt of electricity tingled on the tips of my fingers. Instead of a basic ripple effect, a miniature whirlpool churned in the container, a few stray droplets spilling out onto the table. A rush of happiness flowed through me. I was doing it. I was really doing it. I didn't quite know how, but I didn't feel out of control at all. Holding back an exhilarated grin, I stepped down to the feather. Somehow, I knew that when I touched the feather and filled it with a trickle of shadowy power, it would do whatever I wanted. Sure enough, the feather rose from the table and not only hovered a few inches above in midair, but also twirled around Dr. Woods and his teaching assistants' heads with an amusing flourish before returning to its resting place. Only when it was time to face down the candle did I feel a flicker of anxiety return to me. Images of the massive, merciless flames that ate away at my bedroom with ravenous speed flashed across my mind. No, I thought. You can do this. Wondering if physical touch was the key, I touched the tip of the wick with my finger. Instantly, a bright yellow flame appeared. It was long and beautiful, changing back and forth between orange, red, and gold. Dr. Wood smiled proudly, and then leaned forward to blow the flame out. Well done, Miss Quinlan, he said. I appreciate your unique style. I expected something extraordinary from another young Quinlan witch, but I must admit that you exceeded my expectations. Thank you, I breathed, still too shocked by what I'd accomplished that I could barely think straight. I was acutely aware of the fact that it made no sense for me to suddenly be able to use elemental magic, as if I'd been training in the art of it for years. Yet because a reasonable explanation for that eluded me, I was left with pure bafflement and nothing else. You may go, Miss Quinlan, murmured the teaching assistant. Your grade will be posted online by the end of the week. In a daze, I let myself out of the classroom and wandered down the hall, barely registering the leftover students still waiting for their turn. When I checked the time on my phone, I saw that I was only in there for 8 minutes, which meant that the actual exam portion was even less. I was going to get a perfect grade. Needing a moment to collect myself, I went into the bathroom and locked myself in one of the stalls, leaning against the wall and letting out a slow exhale. This was good. This was a good thing. I did well. So why was there a droplet of unease making its way down my spine and settling deep in my stomach? I'd been expecting to give a completely average performance and ended up earning several thoughtful compliments from the professor instead. Of course, the compliments were undeserved. I wasn't anywhere near as gifted as my older sisters. What just happened was a total fluke. Right? An odd tickling sensation on my wrist nudged me out of my thoughts. At first, I assumed it was Circe readjusting herself, but the feeling came from my right wrist. I pulled up my sleeve to reveal the bracelet Cody gave me, which I hadn't taken off since that night we kissed on the mountaintop. The bead had remained black as tar ever since then. It had been difficult to hide from Cody, and I really didn't want to keep it from him, but I also didn't want to worry him during one of the most stressful weeks of the semester. I'd resolved to bring it up once midterms were over, and we could both relax. Except, I wasn't going to be able to do that because the charm was no longer just the color of a pure onyx stone, but it was also cracking apart before my eyes like the surface of a frozen pond. Frozen to the spot, all I could do was watch as the charm crumbled into dust, drifting down to the floor in dark flakes that disappeared into wisps of smoke before they touched the tile. Within seconds, the silver chain from which it hung was the only thing left. That couldn't be good. The charm was supposed to signal when dangerous dark magic was nearby. In the back of my mind, I understood that the reason it remained black constantly wasn't that I had another shadow on my tail at all hours of the day, but because my own dark magic, the shadows that ran in my veins, was making it impossible for the charm to pick up on anything else around me. Cody mentioned that the magic in the charms tended to fade with time, but he didn't say that they would turn to dust in the span of a week. It was definitely my fault that it fell apart. My magic was too strong for the enchanted bracelet to bear, so it broke. And once I realized that, a bolt of fear went through me with such force that I knew I couldn't stay silent anymore. There was one person that I needed to confront, before I turned into a person that I didn't recognize anymore. Chapter 17. Luckily, my mother was in her office rather than busy teaching a class. Her door was propped open, and when I heard nothing but the quiet shuffling of papers from within when I marched down the hall, I barged in without knocking. Alyssa? My mother glanced up, startled to see me. I thought you had an exam this morning? I just finished it, I muttered, shutting the door behind me without invitation. I need to talk to you. What's wrong, honey? She inquired, furrowing her brow with pacifying concern. That expression was so painfully familiar to me that it turned my stomach. I was tired of seeing it. It was a mask. Are you serious? I snapped. My hands were on my hips as I glared down at her where she sat behind her cluttered desk. She'd had the same office for years. It was one of the most familiar rooms on campus to me. Alyssa. No, I interrupted. Don't even try. I'm sick of this. You've been lying to me for weeks. There's something wrong with me, and you won't tell me what it is. Stop pretending like I'm crazy for knowing that all of this crap that's been happening to me is out of the ordinary. Honey, you're fine. Stop, I shouted. Except for the other night in the kitchen, I couldn't remember the last time I raised my voice at my mother. Stop insisting that I'm okay when I'm clearly not. Do you want to know what just happened to me? Do you want to know just how not fine I am, Mom? My mother rose from her chair, hands raised as if to quell a rabid animal. Her eyes were wide with panic. I reminded myself that the walls were fairly thin in these old buildings, and that, if I continued yelling, every other professor in the necromancy department was going to be privy to this argument too. Alyssa, please sit down, she urged me gently, gesturing to the chair that was reserved for students visiting during her office hours. I shook my head, remaining on my feet as I yanked up the sleeve of my shirt and showed her the bare silver chain dangling from my wrist. "Do you know what this was?" I snapped. "This used to be a charm bracelet that Cody gave me. There was a bead on it that turned black whenever dangerous dark magic was nearby. The second he secured the clasp on my wrist a week ago, it turned black." "How did he?" "When I was finished taking my exam, I was in the bathroom when I noticed that the charm started breaking apart like it was cracking under pressure," I continued, not allowing her to get more than a few words in for fear that she would try to gaslight me yet again. "I know that's not normal. And during the exam, I was suddenly really good at elemental magic, even though it's always been hard for me. I didn't even know what I was doing either. I didn't have to think about all the ingredients and science and whatever. It's like I could simply will things into existence from sheer force alone." My mother blinked, her lips parted slightly in surprise, though I couldn't tell if it was because of what I was telling her or because I was throwing a tantrum unlike anything I'd done before. Usually, Carissa was the tempestuous one who gave her a hard time. "If Cody charmed an object, chances are that it wasn't very advanced," my mother replied after a few moments. "I know he's rather talented, but he's only a freshman." "His mother made it," I corrected her, dropping down into the chair finally and pulling my sleeve back down. "She's a nurse. I think she knows what she's doing." "Sweetheart, tell me more about what happened in the exam," she murmured, lowering herself back down in her seat when she confirmed that my outburst was running low on vitriol. "That's the thing. I don't know what happened," I sighed. "My magic felt the way it did that night I broke the windows. It was dark and powerful, but this time I could control it. Somehow I knew how to use it. Usually, we don't have to touch things in order to make elemental magic work, but I touched the elements in the exam and they obeyed me perfectly. Actually, I don't even know if you could call it obedience if you consider the fact that I wasn't barely aware of what I was doing." "Did you black out? Is that what you mean? Did you feel out of control?" "No. I didn't black out. I remember everything. I don't know how to explain. It was like the darkness was finally on my side. I knew what to do with it, the way I know how to breathe and blink." Wordlessly, my mother opened one of the desk drawers and shuffled around for a moment before producing an unlit candlestick. "Can you do it again for me?" she asked, handing me the candle. She looked extremely worried, but it was also clear that she was trying to hide it as much as possible. That only freaked me out more. I clutched the candlestick in both of my hands and stared at the wick. My magic wriggled lightly, but when I tried to force the heat and oxygen to combine and manifest as a flame on the wick the traditional way, nothing happened. It was just like my dream when the candle refused to light no matter how hard I tried, but then I woke up surrounded by flames. Remembering what I did during the exam, I removed one of my hands and wiggled my fingers, inhaling deeply as I coaxed the dark magic back. It flowed through me hungrily the second it realized I was done trying to cast a spell with mainstream methods. I touched the tip of my finger to the wick. A flame flickered to life, glowing bright and strong. It occurred to me all of a sudden that my previous attempts to wield elemental magic weren't unsuccessful because I didn't have enough power. Rather, the way we were taught to use our powers was via the conduits of light magic. Light magic respected nature above all else, utilizing technical methods that required significant amounts of studying and practice. Whereas dark magic didn't obey such rules. It could be bent to a witch's will with intention alone. My mother knew that, being a professor of necromancy, that was a form of dark magic. She lectured about it all day. Even if she attempted to teach it from a light magic perspective, there was no denying that communicating with the dead was not in the realm of lightness. Necromancy functioned based on a witch's pure will more than anything else. I blew out the candle, set it down on the desk, and stared at my mother. She took a deep breath and sat back in her chair. "It's okay, Alyssa," she said quietly. "Everything is going to be okay." "Stop talking to me like I'm going to explode any second," I protested. Do you have any idea how that makes me feel? You make me feel like I'm insane. That was never my intention. It was just that I was hesitant to encourage this side of your powers. I don't want you to get hurt, honey. Dark magic must be handled differently, more carefully than light magic. It's not just a side of me, Mom, I argued, clutching the armrests with white knuckles as my anger flared again. This is who I am. There isn't an ounce of light magic inside me. Is that why you were hesitant? You were ashamed of me? I know how much you hate dark magic. You know very well that I do not hate. Especially with this crusade against the headmaster, I growled. You act like witches and warlocks with dark tendencies, should be ashamed of themselves and don't deserve the same treatment as people like Carissa or Everly. I'd be just as powerful as them, maybe even more powerful if I knew how to handle dark magic. I'm not a bad person, Mom. I just have a different kind of magic. Maybe Headmaster Arseno is right. You don't understand, she muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. Headmaster Arseno doesn't simply want to teach how to wield dark magic. He wants to encourage the more harmful sides of it. If he has his way, he's going to make students like you believe that they have no other option except to be monsters. That's what you think I am? A monster in the making? That's not what I said. Well, it seems like that's what you think, but you don't want to admit it out loud because you think it'll become a self-fulfilling prophecy or something, I retorted. Why else would you want to write my kitchen explosion off as stress? When's the last time a freshman was so stressed out barely 2 months into her first semester of college that she nearly killed her family, Mom? Alyssa, please. And that night with the fire? You acted like that was totally normal, but witches don't cast spells like that in their sleep. Not even when they're sick. Sometimes magic can be unpredictable. And this tattoo that showed up out of nowhere? I carried on, too agitated to halt my ranting. I grabbed the collar of my sweater and pulled it to the side to flash the arrow-shaped mark that hadn't faded since it appeared on my skin overnight. I could tell that you were worried about it, but you pretended like it wasn't anything to concern myself about. I get that you were trying not to make me anxious, but it didn't help to know that my own mother was keeping me in the dark. My mother bit her lip and reached out a hand as if to stop me from revealing my skin. I wish I could give you an explanation, but the truth is that I really don't know why that mark is on your shoulder, she murmured. It's rare, but there have been stories in the past about tattoos as a mark of an enchantment, although there's never been anything about an arrow. I've been trying to look into it, Alyssa, I swear. All I know is that you shouldn't mention that tattoo to anyone, for now. Don't show it to anyone, okay? Why? I cried, pulling the collar of my sweater back up and flinging my hands up into the air in exasperation. Why would you say something like that, and not explain what led you to that conclusion? Do you think I've been enchanted? Or what if I'm cursed? Mom, you can't keep doing this to me. Please. I'm so sorry, she whispered, swallowing hard as if she were fighting back tears. I really don't know, honey. It could be anything, but it could also be nothing. I'm not saying it's inherently a bad sign, but I just don't want anyone to know it's there until we can be certain, okay? Do you understand? That means you can't even show it to Cody. If he happens to catch sight of it for whatever reason, just tell him it's a tattoo that you got this summer. Can you promise me that? So you want me to lie to my boyfriend? Did you lie to Dad? Alyssa, gasped my mother. Guilt raced through me, but it wasn't enough to calm me down from my frustrated state of mind. I hadn't meant to bring up my father like that out of nowhere, but I was desperate to say anything that would convince my mother to tell me what she knew. Even if she claimed that she didn't have an explanation about the tattoo or the dark magic, I was convinced that she was still keeping some things to herself. Just as I was about to defend myself, a timid knock sounded on the door. My mother stiffened. I watched her gaze flick back to my shoulder, like she was making sure it was completely covered, before she responded to her visitor. My stomach twisted. Yes? My mother called out. The door cracked open, and a pretty redhead poked her head inside the office. "Hi, Professor Quinlan," chimed the girl, whom I immediately recognized as Bethany LaRossi. She was a junior and one of Carissa's closest friends. Bethany had the privilege of being my sister's second-in-command, the enviable princess to Carissa's queendom. "I can come back later if you're busy with Alyssa." Bethany offered me a cheerful grin, but it was impossible for me to answer it in kind. I wasn't good at faking happiness. "No worries," I grumbled, standing up before my mother could come up with an excuse for her student. I was just about to leave. My mother sighed, but she didn't protest as I opened the door and breezed past Bethany. The older girl hesitated for a moment. I could feel her curious gaze follow me down the hallway, but then my mother's soothing voice beckoned her inside. I didn't have another exam until later that afternoon. My original plan had been to go to the library to do some last-minute reviewing, but I was too upset to do anything other than head home. Ignoring my phone as it buzzed with a message from Cody, I left campus and stewed underneath the annoying optimistic October sunshine. The entire way, my mother's words echoed in my mind. "Students like you. No other option except to be monsters." Chapter 18. I missed my exam. There was too much anger inside me, too much pent-up fear and distrust and anxiety. The house was empty of my family, but I filled it up to the brim with negative energy as I paced back and forth through the afternoon hours, stewing with contempt for the unfair hand I'd been dealt. I was a dark witch. I was a monster. Even my mother, who had only ever been kind and patient with us, thought I was dangerous. She didn't want to admit it to my face, but I know she believed it. I could see it in her eyes. And if the woman who brought me into this world, who raised me and nurtured me and cared for me more than anyone else, couldn't see anything but a ticking time bomb when she looked at me, how was I supposed to convince myself that everything was going to be okay? My dark mood soaked into the wallpaper, melted through the wiring, and sank deep into the foundation. The house seemed to pulse with energy as I poured the overflow of blackness within into it. I was terrified of what would happen if I didn't get a hold of this storm of emotions. I pictured the house crumbling apart just like the charmed bead on my bracelet, dissolving into ash and smoke within minutes. No. With a shiver of fear, I ran out of the house through the back door. Halting a few feet away from the tree line, I turned around and faced the house, staring at it as if to make sure it was still standing and stable. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I destroyed my childhood home. Even if my sisters and mother were skilled enough to build it back up with magic, it would be difficult because they would have to drag out the process, so they didn't arouse suspicion from the non-magical locals of Deadwater. And in the meantime, we wouldn't have anywhere to live. It was unbearable, the strength of the dark magic within me. Yet despite that, it didn't feel evil. It didn't feel monstrous or dangerous. Then again, dangerous monsters with evil tendencies probably didn't realize they were like that in the first place. Desperate to achieve a semblance of calm, I sank down onto the cold ground. The dry winter grass scratched against the thin denim of my pants, but I ignored the discomfort and closed my eyes, resting my palms on my knees and straightening my spine. I wasn't skilled in meditation, but it was a key aspect of many different types of magic, especially necromancy. Meditation had been a part of my mother's morning routine for as long as I could remember, and although she tried to rope my sisters and me into it over the years, it didn't stick as a habit for us. But I suddenly felt like being still and focusing on my inner self was the only way to stop myself from ripping the world apart at the seams. I left my phone inside. There were at least a dozen unread texts from Cody, as well as a few from my mother. I wondered if Cody could sense that something wasn't right, if he had some way of knowing that the charm was destroyed. I got the sense that he was panicking, but my hands were shaking too much to type a response. And then, of course, there were the missed calls and voicemails from my mother. She probably tried to get in touch with me as soon as her meeting with Bethany was over, but if she was really that concerned, she could have been home in less than 15 minutes. I was on my own in this. When I closed my eyes, I shut the entire world out. I forgot about my family, about school, and even about Cody. I dove headfirst into the darkness. It swelled outwards from the pit of my stomach, filling me up to the tips of my toes and fingers. The dark magic that I'd been unknowingly keeping at bay was unleashed by what I did during the exam, swirling around inside my head and making me feel dizzy. I relished it. I felt beautifully out of control, and simultaneously stronger than I'd ever felt before in my entire life. This was what it was like to be a real witch. I'd always wondered what Carissa and Everly felt like when they woke up in the morning with a well of magic at their fingertips. I imagined it must be nice. But this was more than nice. This was euphoric. Inhaling deeply through my nose and exhaling through my mouth, I rode the waves of darkness with confidence. If only I'd known to stop trying to access my magic with mainstream methods. The bedroom fire and the kitchen explosion wouldn't have happened. Suddenly Circe came to life and squeezed my wrist tightly. I flinched, my eyes flying open instinctively. She squirmed underneath my sleeve. I could feel her distress, but I didn't understand what was causing it until I turned my face toward the sky. What had once been a clear and sunny sky, bright and pleasant on the unseasonably warm day, had turned into a thick blanket of deep gray clouds. They rolled one over the other, warring for dominance in the heavens as a loud boom of thunder rumbled. It shook the ground beneath me. That wasn't right. We weren't supposed to get thunderstorms in October, first of all. Sure, the weather in Maine was unpredictable, but even summer storms that appeared out of nowhere gave more warning than this. You could see them approaching on the horizon and taste the impending electricity in the air. This storm was unnaturally sudden, which could only mean one thing. The storm was the result of magic. Influencing the weather was a kind of elemental magic that was so advanced it was nearly impossible. It wasn't the type of thing that the average witch or warlock could master, and in general it was discouraged. If things went badly, you could cause an earthquake or a tsunami or a hurricane. Circe squeezed again. I don't know how to stop it, I whispered to her, staring up at the sky. I was afraid again. How was it possible that this dark magic I possessed was both my friend and my foe? Please stop, I begged. Lifting my hands into the air, I tried to dissipate the black clouds, but they didn't budge. Rather, as panic tightened my chest, a flash of lightning burst so brilliantly that I had to shield my eyes. Was I really doing this? Maybe there was another witch casting nearby. On top of that, how big was this storm? Did it span the entirety of Deadwater, or was it contained to just these few suburban streets? Was there a chance it was even bigger than the town? Please, I gasped, pleading at the sky as if it could hear me. Please go away. I didn't mean to do this. In answer, a stunning crack of thunder slammed against the atmosphere, causing me to shriek in surprise and scramble to my feet. Half a second later, the sky opened up and released a torrent of icy sheets of water. Within moments I was soaked to the bone, but I was frozen to the spot. Circe crawled further up my arm, huddling in the crease of my elbow in a tight knot. She was terrified. Even my own familiar was afraid of me. Stop, I screamed. I didn't ask for this. The neighbors must not have been home, because if they happened to look out their windows and see me screaming at the raging rainstorm, they'd probably call an ambulance for me. I bet I looked completely unhinged. In truth, I did feel a bit crazy. A flash of movement caught my eye at the side of the house. Then, as my stomach dropped with dread, I saw Cody sprinting toward the backyard as if his life depended on it. Alyssa, he shouted over the deafening storm. Alyssa, your mom called. Stay away from me, I yelled, flinching away from him as he reached for me. He balked, shocked at my rejection as thick rivulets of rainwater spilled from his thick hair and down his lovely face. Alyssa, it's okay, Cody said, taking another step closer to me. But I turned away. Stop. I don't want to hurt you. Where's the charm? The charm can help you. No, it can't. I destroyed it, Cody. It broke apart after just a few minutes of using this dark magic. Just take a deep breath and look at me, he shouted, foregoing politeness in favor of darting forward to grab my hand and yank me toward him. I tried to fight him off, pushing at his chest and shoulders with all my strength, but I was trembling from the cold and the magic and the fear. I was so weak. "Please make it stop," I cried, sobs bursting out of me before I could stop them. "I don't know what's happening. I just want it to be over. Please just—" "Alyssa, you're fixating," Cody said, firmly grabbing me by both shoulders. "You're letting your emotions take over. You're feeling too much at once. You need to focus on one thing. Just one thing." "I can't," I moaned, feebly attempting to push him away again. "I can't do it. I didn't mean to. I didn't." Cody let out a huff of frustration, grinding his teeth as a violent shiver raked through him. The ground was turning to pure mud underneath our feet, slick and pliant. In the distance, I could hear sirens on the other side of town. "Alyssa, focus on me," he pleaded. He moved his hands to my face, cradling my cheeks and staring down into my eyes with so much urgency that it terrified me. He thought I was a monster, too. "Just leave me alone," I whimpered. "I'm evil. I destroy everything in my path." "No," he replied firmly. "You're not evil. I've never detected anything evil within you. We all have black magic inside us, but it's not a determinant of our path in life, and I can tell you want to be a good person, Alyssa. You are a good person." "Stop," I cried. The charm knew I was dangerous. "You should get away from me. You should have never wasted your time on me." "Alyssa. Please go. Can't you see? I'm going to drown the whole world. At least, go back home to the other side of the country so you can be safe from me for a little while longer." "I'm not going anywhere. I can help you. Just focus, Alyssa." "I can't. Please." "You can't fix me," I shouted, slapping his hands away from my face. But Cody proved himself impossibly stubborn. He grabbed me again, but this time he didn't just hold me. He closed the distance between us and kissed me. Hard. In the past week, I discovered there was a magic to kissing Cody that had nothing to do with the kind of power that could be harnessed by witches and warlocks. It was another kind altogether, neither dark nor light, but entirely all-consuming. Instantly, I stopped fighting him, finally realizing that the last thing I wanted was for him to leave me. I clung to the soaked lapels of his jacket and returned the kiss with equal fervor. "You're feeling too much at once. You need to focus on one thing." He was right. Warmed by his touch, and blissfully distracted from the fear and anxiety that plagued me, the black vortex that was a part of me didn't feel as terrifying. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, and he responded in kind by circling his around my waist, deepening the kiss as the rain lightened up to a gentle mist as if someone had merely flipped a switch on the climate. I gasped and pulled back, gazing up in wonder as little by little the sky became less ominous and the clouds faded. The storm wasn't disappearing as quickly as it arrived, but at least the locals wouldn't be spooked in the process. I understood what had happened to me. I was spiraling. The unexpected exam results, the broken charm, the argument with my mother, and the realization that I was never going to be able to use my magic the way normal students at Arsinoe University did. Cody was right. The darkness wasn't uncontrollable. Rather, it was a reflection of me. When I screamed for the storm to stop, it refused to cease because I was the one who couldn't stop fixating on the panic that ruled me. Cody swiped my dampened curls away from my face and pressed a kiss to my forehead. "How did you know to come to me?" I asked. He shrugged. "You weren't answering my messages. Then your mom asked me if I'd heard from you, because she couldn't get a hold of you either. And I noticed this really weird shift in the atmosphere and well, I don't know, somehow I just knew that I had to find you as soon as possible." It was strange to me that my own mother wouldn't bother stopping by the house to check on me, though I supposed she was busy giving her own slew of midterm exams to her upperclassmen students. Just like she'd been proving to me for almost 2 months, she didn't want to deal with my issues. She would rather send someone else in her stead. I found it hard to swallow that reality, but I couldn't bring myself to process it at that moment. I just wanted to feel safe and comfortable with someone who came running toward me in the middle of a violent storm, rather than someone who ran away from me. "Let's go inside," I told him as the sky lightened shade by shade overhead, displaying the afternoon light that was fading into evening. "We should get dry." Cody nodded, draping his arm around my shoulders as we made our way back into the house. Once we had a roof over our heads, and I confirmed that it no longer felt like my magic was going to cause it to cave in, Cody took the lead on wielding elemental magic to dry our clothing. He silently understood that I was in no state to try to tap into my powers again. He worked efficiently, wicking every bit of unwanted moisture from our bodies in less than a minute. However, even when I was no longer dripping from the rainstorm that I shouldn't have been strong enough to conjure, I shivered. I wasn't even certain that I was cold. "You look a bit pale, Alyssa," murmured Cody. "Let me help you get upstairs." I nodded, finding myself cradled in his arms for the second time as he effortlessly carried me up the staircase and down the hall to my bedroom. When he nudged open the door with his foot, Circe finally emerged from her hiding place underneath my sleeve. Cody lay me down on the bed, then accepted Circe's questioning wriggle by gently prying her off my body and placing her back in her tank above my desk. I was going to have to find a way to apologize to my poor familiar. She'd been through just as much as I had that day, forced to endure it because we shared a kinship in our magical souls. Cody sat down on the edge of my bed. "I grabbed your phone from downstairs," he murmured, handing it to me with a timid smile. With a sigh, I accepted it from him with a deep frown. "I guess I should call my mom back." Chapter 19. "Honey, are you okay? You didn't get caught in that storm, did you?" my mother asked on the other end of the line. She picked up on the first ring, and once she finished chastising me for dodging her calls, she switched into concerned mother mode. "No, I'm fine," I lied. "I've been inside since I got home. I wasn't feeling well, so I missed my history exam." "Well, let me talk to Professor Palmer this evening and see if he can make an exception." "It's okay. I can talk to him myself. It's my fault." "If you weren't feeling well, it's hardly your fault, Alyssa," she murmured. It was as if our conversation in her office earlier never happened. As if she had absolutely no idea that the random storm that struck town was the work of her destructively dark daughter. However, with Cody sitting right beside me on the bed, it was hard to feel as angry as I did before. "I'll take care of it," I insisted. "All right." She sighed. "And did you touch base with Cody?" "Yes, he's here at the house," I answered, thinking fast to come up with an excuse for his presence that didn't involve explaining that he arrived just in time to talk me down from unleashing a climate disaster. "We're going to study together for a bit." "Okay, sweetie. I'll be home pretty late, and I'm sure Everly will be busy also, so you'll have to fend for yourself for dinner." "I have no idea what Carissa is up to, of course," my mother murmured. "Just make sure Cody doesn't stay too late, okay? I know you're an adult now, but I think we need to discuss a couple of things before I approve of sleepovers with your boyfriend." "Mom. Love you, sweetie." "Bye," I grumbled, hanging up before she could say anything else horribly embarrassing for Cody to overhear. I think I knew exactly what kind of things she wanted to discuss about boyfriends spending the night, but she didn't need to worry about that. I wasn't a baby, nor was I an idiot. I knew about protection and consent, and all of that. And anyway, I wasn't ready to take things that far yet. Maybe a week was more than long enough to wait for some college students, but I needed a bit longer. I set the phone down on my bedside table and awkwardly stretched my limbs. "Did you really want to study?" Cody asked, clearly confused. "Oh. No, not really," I admitted. I know I shouldn't have lied to her, but she was so weird earlier when I tried to get answers out of her, so I figured there was no point in telling her what actually happened. He shrugged. "I get it. We've got the place to ourselves for the evening," I reported. Which means we'll probably have to order pizza unless you can cook. Can you not? Cody chuckled. Nope. Me either. We're useless. At least we're useless together. He smirked. Are you hungry now? I shook my head. The only thing I wanted was to be close to him, but it seemed too corny to admit out loud. You can lay down if you want, I said, biting my lip. Cody had been in my room a couple of times before, once on the night of our first kiss on the mountains and then again when he came over for dinner a few days afterward. Both times, however, the visits to the room had been brief and colored either by the tension of uncertainty or the knowledge of my family being right downstairs. But now we were alone. The vibe was completely different this time. It was just the two of us and a million unspoken words. Other than Circe, of course, but I was pretty sure she planned on staying burrowed underneath her warm sand and remaining fast asleep until tomorrow morning at least. Are you sure? Cody asked. I nodded. Yeah. He swallowed nervously, but he didn't protest. I admired his broad shoulders and glossy black hair as he leaned over to untie his boots and neatly place them side by side on the floor. In contrast, my sneakers lay muddy and haphazardly abandoned by the back door downstairs. The mattress whined quietly as he slowly lowered himself down onto his side next to me. We faced each other, our heads resting on separate pillows, with a respectable several inches between us. It was funny. This wasn't our first time being on the same bed. Before we confessed our feelings to each other, I sat on his mattress while he tended to my sprained ankle and taught me a different way to approach elemental magic. And of course, his dorm room was also the most convenient place for us to sneak away in between classes. Yet this felt different. We hadn't yet laid down side by side like this, peacefully still in the quiet of a dimly lit room. The fading light outside the windows and the lamp over Circe's tank were the only sources of the illumination, the former growing dimmer by the minute. You should sleep, Cody whispered. That storm must have taken a lot out of you. I'm not tired. Not anymore. Okay. Do you want to talk about what happened? You don't have to worry about the charm, by the way. They are pretty flimsy. I mean, my mom gives them out to non-magical people, so they can't be that strong, or she'd accidentally create a superhuman or something. I'm sorry I broke it, I told him, showing him the dainty silver chain that was left behind. I didn't mean to. I know you didn't. I really appreciated the gift. Really. It meant a lot to me. I know. Can you? I trailed off, a blush rising to my cheeks. I was too embarrassed to voice the rest of my question out loud. These kinds of feelings were so new to me, and in the aftermath of all the previous chaos, they seemed even stronger than usual. What? Cody breathed. He batted his thick eyelashes at me in innocent confusion. Steeling myself for an ounce of Br Alyssa, I wiggled closer to him and pulled him in for a kiss, tangling my fingers in his thick hair. When I pulled away, his mouth followed mine instinctively for a moment before we parted. Both of us were breathless. Deep inside, I could feel the darkness rearing its head again, but it was more manageable. It wasn't the result of anxiety or 1,000 other things at once. This power was fueled by one thing, desire. Can you distract me again? I finally found the courage to ask. Oh, he replied, his voice shaking as he exhaled slowly. Yeah, I can do that. So, we collided again. My world became him and only him, and I was okay with that for the moment. I had countless unanswered questions screaming at me from the furthest reaches of my mind, but for sanity's sake, I ignored them in favor of the smooth touch of Cody's hands on my skin and the tender warmth of his mouth on mine. Our limbs entwined naturally, as if our inexperienced bodies knew what we wanted before we did. We ignored the sunset. We forgot about dinner. The room filled up with shadows, but it didn't matter because everything felt deliciously delicate in our tiny corner of the blooming nighttime. It wasn't silent, though. There were bubbles of laughter and whispered questions, tender murmurs and soft sighs. He was timid and confident at the same time, reminding me that this was new to him too, but confirming that he also wanted me the same way. We didn't go all the way. I meant it earlier, when I balked at my mother's suggestion, that I was ready to be that intimate with another person. Admittedly, in the heat of the moment, I could imagine not pumping the brakes and pressing pause when things got too heady. But we seemed to be in wordless agreement that that shared milestone was better suited for another evening, perhaps on a day when I hadn't summoned thunder and lightning from sheer force of will alone. Despite the boundaries we obeyed that night, we shed a few layers of clothes and went further than we had before in the thrilling moments captured by the four walls of his campus dormitory. It was both exciting and scary, but in the most incredible way. I found myself wondering how anyone survived without being touched like this. Maybe Carissa was right all along. I had been missing out on at least one thing all along. Not that I would ever admit that to her. A fresh wave of exhaustion ran through me at one point, and Cody was quick to sense it. We burrowed under the covers and held each other close, determined to rise again before it got too late. However, it was impossible to keep my eyes open as Cody murmured sweet things into my ear. I felt so safe and stable that drifting away into sleep wasn't an urge worth fighting. So I didn't. When I woke up an unknown amount of time later, I was acutely aware of the fact that I wasn't alone in my bed. My instant reaction was to scream, but then I inhaled Cody's familiar scent, pine and cotton, and remembered what happened. We'd fallen asleep together. Oh God. We'd fallen asleep. I bolted upright in bed and frantically tapped my phone's dark screen to get the time. It was 1 a.m. My mother was going to kill me. Well, maybe not kill me. But after her little speech about boys sleeping over and my disgruntled response, she was not going to be impressed to find Cody snoozing peacefully in my bed. She must have gone straight to bed when she got home from campus without checking on me, otherwise, I would have already been in trouble. Maybe I could sneak him out before she ever discovered he didn't go home at a respectable time in the first place. Just as I was about to jostle Cody awake, the doorbell rang. 3 times in a row, very insistently. I froze. What a strange time to be ringing someone's doorbell. That must have been what woke me up in the first place, because the implied impatience in the current doorbell ringing style suggested that the mysterious visitor had been trying to wake someone up for a while. Slipping out of bed, I tiptoed across the floor and snuck out into the hall, allowing only the tiniest of cracks between the door and the threshold to prevent Cody from being discovered. When I reached the top of the staircase, I heard a rustling of movement from either end of the hall, but nothing from downstairs where my mother's bedroom was. Carissa and Everly had emerged from their rooms, messy-haired and bleary-eyed. Who the hell is ringing the doorbell at this hour? Carissa hissed. How would we know? Everly grumbled. I remained silent, leading the charge down the staircase. As a large, shadowy figure on the other side of the frosted glass of the front door rang the doorbell again, I wondered how our mother was sleeping through this, unless she was sleeping on campus again. I had no idea if Cody was a light sleeper or not, but I hoped that, if he was woken by the noise, he was wise enough to stay in my bedroom. When the 3 of us reached the first floor, a trio of bare feet on chilly hardwood, we paused. We were all thinking the same thing. Was it wise to open the door? What if it was a kidnapper? Or a murderer? Or both? But then, seemingly at the same time, we all seemed to remember through our grogginess that we were witches. Even if I had volatile powers that needed to be handled very carefully, at least Everly and Carissa were skilled enough to protect me along with them. Everly, taking on her role as the oldest when it became clear that our mother was definitely not going to answer the door, stepped forward and unlatched the deadbolt. When she opened the door, Carissa and I hovered close behind her, peering over her tall shoulders at the stranger on the porch. The first thing I noticed was that it was raining. It wasn't as strong of a downpour as it was when I had my dark magic panic in the backyard, but it was coming down fairly hard. I wondered if it was the aftermath of my magical breakdown, or if this was nature's work. I couldn't tell. There was a police officer standing on the porch, holding his hat in his hands. He was vaguely familiar, one of the Deadwater locals who'd called this town home just as long as the rest of us. "Hello, girls," he said to us, his voice strained and his expression pained. My stomach dropped, an odd sense of dread filling me. "Officer Mason," replied Everly politely, surprising me when she remembered the policeman's name. "What can we do for you?" "I have some bad news, girls," he murmured, clutching his hat even tighter as he looked at each of us in turn. "There's been an accident down on the North Bridge. The storm caused it to collapse about an hour ago. I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, but your mother was driving her car across the bridge at the moment it went down. She didn't make it. She didn't make it." I knew what that meant, even if it didn't make any sense at all. Even if I didn't want to believe it. My mother was dead.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.